Good morning and welcome to the Bend. The Bend Motorsport Park here in magnificent South Australia. We are poised for race number 2 for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series, counting down to an 11:25 race start. Part of the 2023 South Australian Motorsport Series. This is round 2. This is the Bend Motorsport Park, and where would you rather be? A very big welcome to everyone joining us right around the world on the live streaming via Blendline TV networks, and of course here at the Bend, those that have made their way here on a chilly morning. Having said that, it's dry and the clouds in the sky, a little bit of overcast out there, so it will be a fantastic day of racing. The countdown to the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia race number 2 at 11:25 is on. But first of all, we have got a really good entree of races, and if anything to do with Saturday's races come to light during this morning's sessions, it will be a ripping day here at the Bend Motorsport Park. Hyundai XLs for 7 laps will be the first and opening race for today. BMW E30s and the SA Tin Tops for their race 2 over 7 laps, and the BMW E30s put on a ripping race yesterday. Great entertainment, as have the SA Tin Tops. Australian Prototype Series got a compact field of competitors, but that went down to the wire yesterday as well, and the Australian Formula Open race went off with a bang. 11:25, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series, race 2 over 50 minutes. We are absolutely waiting with bated breath for that one. The XLs will have their race number 3 at 1 o'clock. Then at 1:25, the BMW E30s and Tin Tops will be back on deck. The prototypes will have their 30-minute time certain race. The Australian Formula Open final race for the weekend, as is tradition with open wheel, is the longer distance race at 2:25. And 3 o'clock, we'll see the final race for the weekend. A 10-lapper for the Hyundai XLs. Always entertaining as they go around. There's the weather confirmation. 10 degrees or 9.9, 70% chance of rain. Although if you look to the sky, yeah, look, there's some rain, there's some clouds about. That shot right there is representative. It's a bright sky. North-northeast winds, 14.5 kilometres an hour. And of course, the weather is being given a mechanical black flag for not living up to a nice balmy 22 degrees here. So that is what the orange dot at the end of the weather is there. So mechanical black flag being given by the clerk, of course, the only one, or the race director allowed to do so. And we're looking forward to getting things underway, but certainly there is a beautiful shot looking right back down the very long and slightly undulating straight here at the Bend Motorsport Park. Interestingly enough, with the open wheelers, they almost disappear and the airbox just comes out over the top there, as we see the safety car taking up its spot to lead the Hyundai XLs around. Without too much further ado, I'll hand you over to the commentators that will be leading us off this morning for the XL Challenge, and we welcome back to the microphone after a really good effort yesterday and good race calls with Dan McCarthy and Mark Nancaro. Thanks, gents. Let's see how your day goes.
Thank you very much, Darren Smith. Looking forward to today's action. That is for certain. You were running through all of those categories. Every single one of them had action in it. Action aplenty all day yesterday in all of the 5 race classes out on the race circuit. Alongside me, as Darren said, is Mark Nancaro. Great to have you alongside me here this morning.
And a very good morning, Dan. Isn't it great to be back here to open up the program here on a Sunday and be here ready to get it started off. A nice heart starter too with XLs here this morning. And you can see cars just making their way out onto the course. And a quick recap from yesterday. Well, how exciting was it? Multiple lead changes yesterday. We had 4 to 5 lead changes during that 7-lap race yesterday. And it was all these young Victorian drivers up the front that were really putting on a show here for the crowd. And very close racing. So cars making their way out. Darren just mentioned it, quite cool here this morning, only around 10 degrees. Let's have a look at our grids for this. And Joel Johnson finally got up in the first race yesterday. So it's the Autobahn entry on pole position. Alongside of him will be Aston Cattish. So the 2 Victorians lock out the front part of the grid there. Go back to Hugo Simpson, another young Victorian driver that led the race also momentarily yesterday. Then we go back to Cadell Ambrose in position 4 on the grid, the car 194. Toby Wanghorn led the race first up yesterday and he got overtaken. So he goes back to Position 5 on the grid, Jacob Curry, the first of the South Australian drivers there. Did a pretty good job yesterday. Go back to car 33 of Harry Tonkins, another one of the Victorian-based drivers, and another one that made his way through a few places yesterday was Jet Blamiris in the 22 car, was certainly charging his way through the field there in the latter part of that race yesterday. Another South Australian there in position 9 on the grid will be Shane Nowicki in the wins entry. We go back to Glenn McKenzie, the first of the Masters cars. Obviously, there's 2 categories in this group. We'll talk to that in just a moment. The second in the Masters class cars there is Tony Venier in the 44 and Danny Monargovic in the 92 car, another one of the Victorians there. Jake Gallier in the 10 car, Michael Jeffs alongside of Jake in the Castrol livered car. Then we go back to Lachlan Harvey, Adrian Gallier in the 71 car. 2 Gallier boys going at it there. There's a couple of local South Australian drivers. Back to Tice Hodge, Ollie Patterson had a few issues yesterday. Blake Tracy and Lee Kenny towards the back of the field. A couple of stragglers at the end, and that's rounds out. And James Lodge also had some issues yesterday as well, right toward the back of the field. And he'll be right at the back of the grid at position 21 in the 39 car. So interesting concept.
Certainly is. James Lodge, as you say, starting from the back. DNF yesterday was pretty quick, but unfortunately not able to see the finish. I expect to see him charging through the field in this one. You're referencing there South Australian drivers and Victorian drivers. It's effectively a state of origin round for XLs this weekend. Really a good initiative taken by the Hyundai XL Series organisers, and we've got a bit of a graphic you'll see when the race begins. Some Victorians, some South Australians, and one New South Welshman out there as well. So we'll keep you over all of the graphics that Blendline supply us as you see the cars come around the final corner to take to the grid for race number 1 of the day. Hyundais have got 3 races today. They opened the curtain this morning and they will finish this afternoon with a 10-lap feature. So that should be an exciting one. Here are the schedule, or here is the schedule for today. So as you can see, Hyundai XLs, BMWs, then on to prototypes, Formula Open. The headline act, of course, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series. Great race from them yesterday, first 50-minute race. I expect very much the same this afternoon. Looking forward to that one as the cars come to the grid. You can hear them accelerating, braking, trying to get brake temperature in and tyre temperature up because it's a long run down to turn 1 in a really heavy braking zone.
Very important starts in this class of race because we saw it yesterday. We saw Toby Waghorn actually lead the race down to turn 1 at the first race, but gee, didn't that change quickly. We had lots of changes, but the man on pole position, Joel Johnson, and that's where he started from yesterday as well, also started from pole position. So he didn't quite have it all his own way. He got back into the field, 4th and 5th position, and he had to weave his way back through the field. And it was a pretty good drive in the end to get up there and take that first race victory. So the Autobahn car, there we go. We can see it there on pole position. Young Mildura, a base driver there. Aston Cadich, the other Victorian driver, was pretty strong yesterday, and they're away. So away they go. So as you can see, nice even start. Johnson got better track positions down to turn 1, so he should be able to retain the lead, but anything's possible down here at turn 1. And there they go, there's the front on look there. You can see them all spreading out, trying to find track position. Johnson on the inside looks to hold position into 1, and there he goes in the Autobahn car, and that's the Simpson car just behind him getting up into 2nd position.
Del Ambrose centred around the long way at turn number 1. He takes 3rd position, but he's run a little bit wide down at turn number 3. Kadich draws back alongside, but Kadich will be on the outside, the wrong side for the fast turn number 5 here, the fast left-hander, and here comes Waghorn up the inside to take 4th position. So a little bit of shuffling just behind the first couple, and here we go down into the hairpin. So it is Johnson from Simpson, Ambrose, Waghorn, and then Kadich, and look who is there just lurking behind Tompkins in car number 33. Qualified further back than he'd have liked yesterday. Yesterday was all about getting back to the front pack. He did that, so now he can race with them in this race.
A couple of South Australians on the screen there. Car 27 there is Jacob Curry, and Shane Nowicki behind him there in the wins entry. It's another nicely livered car as well. There it is, right on cue. The Nowicki's a big part here in South Australian XL engineering and building race cars here. And of course, the purposely built XL garage in the northern parts of Adelaide, putting a lot of cars together. So here they come. So back in shot. So JP Curry there over the back of the 22 car was his Jet Blamiris, another Victorian. He might pick up a position here. Just out of shot as they come back in. And all on the inside there to turn 15. Oh, it tightens right up. They're going to be a little bit cautious. And down the hill, past 16, down towards the hill, down to turn 17. This is also a very tricky place as well. Got to get yourself a single file down through there. Showing the wiki in the 52 car there, on the two South Australians all over the Victorian there. Trying to pick up a couple of positions currently back there as 7th, 8th and 9th position on track. A bit further back in the field.
So on the left-hand side, the totem pole, you can see the blue numbers. They are the Victorians. The red numbers are the South Australian, and the light blue, Tracy in 15th, New South Welshman. And then as well, the little tick next to the names. So orange is for the trophy class, and the sort of maroony, purpley colour, that is for the Masters class, for the elder statesman, I suppose you'd say, of the category, as Waghorn making his way up a further position, making his way past Cadell Ambrose and up into 3rd position early on in this race.
He was up the front of the race early yesterday, so started from position 5 on the grid, so he certainly will be a hard charger through the field there. So up into 3rd position. Oh, big brake lock up there behind him. I think that was the Caddiage car. Yeah, the 13 car just comes back at a shot there. So really late on the anchors there down into, which was turn 6.
Top 5 have broken away early. That is for certain. Tompkins unable to match the pace of the top 5 on cold tyres as they sweep around the fast section of the course down the bottom of the circuit. The Victorians have taken to this circuit really well. Many of them have never been here, but to have 6 Victorians in the top 6 is very, very impressive. To come over to South Australian turf and to lock out top 6 positions at this point in race number 2 is mightily impressive. There's the Autobahn car leading at the moment. Johnson steadily increasing that margin. He was actually a couple of tenths faster than Simpson in sector 1 alone, so he's just stretching it out sector by sector, a couple of tenths, and he's edging out a bit of a lead at the moment. It's very nearly 1 second, as you can see on your screen.
He's getting away, obviously. Hugo Simpson there driving quite defensively. He's got Toby Waghorn right on his bumper at the moment, so he's trying to retain his position. So this is a little bit of tail out there for a race leader down there at turn 17. And a little bit hot there, but that's the issue at the moment. So Simpson and Waghorn, now they are locking horns at the moment. So this is playing into Joel Johnson's hands. He can just skip away a little bit while these two are trying to sort themselves out in 2nd and 3rd position. And Ambrose Caddiage currently got himself up to 7th position while that was all happening as well. The first of the South Australian drivers there. The SMS entry there, the Scottish Motorsport Services entry there of Aston Caddiage, car number 13. Young Victorian drivers, a lot of young talent. We were talking about this category yesterday, about the evolution of going into national championships. There's been quite a few drivers that have taken that step up. A lot of drivers have headed into the drivers of the Toyota 86 series, and a couple have also entered the Trans Am series as well, which is actually at Winton this weekend.
Prime example of that, Jay Robotham started in XLs. He's done both of those. He's done Trans Am and he's done 86s before moving up into Super 2. And of course made his Bathurst debut last year, and he has signed as well to race at the Bathurst 1000 and of course the Sandown 500, the return of the 500 later on this year. As you see, the 185 machine swing to the inside. That's Hodge up the inside of Jeffs. That is for a little bit further back in the pack. That's for 17th position, but a really good battle pack from the 92 car back. So that's 14 back to position number 20 that we can see on the screen, and it shows that there is battling up and down the field.
Current shot there, the Grunter Motorsport entry there of car 10 was Jake Gallia. There it is, just beyond the 185 car there of Hodge. So they're a little bit further back into the field there at the moment.
Hodge man on a mission early on in this race, making up a position already on this lap, and now hounding the back of the 30 machine of Jeff. So really good stuff from him. As we see further up the field, Simpson went purple in Sector 1, but has not been able to continue that through Sector 2, and the margin back out to 9/10 as we see the number 92 car run wide. He had a look, did Harvey, but no room there. It's a tricky little corner. The downhill left-hander, and again they sweep around the right-hander back down the hill. This turn 17, it's uphill braking zone, and it's tied to the 90 degrees. It's quite deceiving, and as we said yesterday, it's caught out the best in the business, even in supercars land, as they swing around there. And then the very, very tricky turn 18, all about keeping momentum up for that long pit straight, because you can make a move there, as Waghorn has. So Waghorn up to P number 2. He's certainly the fastest of the bunch that can take it, I think, to Johnson at this point in time.
So finally Waghorn gets himself up into second position, so he should be able to get away from Simpson here, and he'll try and chase down our race leader, Joel Johnson, who got a little bit of a break there. So we're already halfway through this motor race. So let's see if he's got enough time to pick that one off. Oh, a little bit of brake lock as well. We see a lot of that in this category. It's quite common. And there they are. So there's our Autobahn entry in front there. Simpson in second position, Cadich in third, and Ambrose just behind us, dropped off that pack somewhat. Just a little bit, so.
Last lap, despite being behind Simpson at that point, Waghorn set the fastest lap of the race. Now he's in clear air. It'd be really interesting to see if he can match or even catch Johnson ahead, and that's going to be his target as he swings through sector number 2 at this point in time. I'm looking at that sector split to see if he is able to match the Autobahn machine out front. It's not quite the race we saw yesterday. It was all action and frantic dive bomb moves. They're a bit more calm, a bit more clear-headed almost, you could say, and they're really thinking about the end result rather than the very next corner.
Yeah, certainly a little bit different to what we saw yesterday. This first 4 or 5 are all up alongside of each other, but not quite the same at the moment. Johnson's just still skipping away. It's lap 4 or 7 that we're looking at the moment. Ambrose also was in that lead pack yesterday as well, so he's back in 5th. You can see the orange stripe car behind them. Not quite up in amongst that group at the moment either. Come back in down to turn 18 by the looks of things. Let's come down to the southern part of the circuit as they come back and look towards us. And go back down the main straightaway here at the Bend Motorsport Park. A kilometre long. It's a long way for a little XL. Little 1.5 litre twin cam engines pumping away into the bonnet. And then we've got a replay here, so let's have a look to see what's happened. I can see dust, and I got a car backwards, a bit of stunt driving there.
That's Harvey.
It's the Harvey car that's gone full tilt backwards in the grass there.
Nice J-turn, got it back facing the right way and straight back on the pace. Lodge, look at this charge. So Lodge from the back of the field, 21st on the grid. He's got Tompkins, who's one of his major rivals in the Victorian Stage XL Series. So a really good pace being shown by Lodge. That puts him up to 7th position. And 13 has been given a drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits. Must have done it on multiple occasions to get a drive-through penalty. So car number 13, that's Kadich,
Yeah, gee.
Second place yesterday.
Was in 4th position before that drive-through, so he'll drop out of that pack. So he's been a bit of a naughty boy there, so he'll have a little bit of a drive-through penalty. So it's still Johnson in front here. He's a talented young driver. I've seen plenty of him here at this track. He's got pretty good form at this track too as we were going into this meeting. He's really starting to skip away. Oh, a little bit twitchy there. 52, that's the Nowicki car. Got a little bit over the... Oh, and there's the Hopkins car. The battery stop car there, which is also found the limits of the track there as well, just on the edge of the grass, curbing there.
Seemed really late in the corner, that. Almost like he'd completed the corner. So Tompkins dropped a couple of places there. We're hearing that somebody else went a little bit wide there as well. So there was a bit of overnight rain, so maybe it's a bit damp still in certain patches out wide over that back section of the course. It's one of the lowest points on the circuit down there. So there may be a bit of moisture just around the racetrack. But Tompkins shuffled back now to position number 10.
I just caught Jacob Curry in that shot, and he's under massive threat at the moment. He's got Lodge behind him, right on his tail. There he is. You can see the white car just go through there, so about to pick up another spot. The young South Australian driver there, Jacob Curry, who's will come back into shot in just a moment. There's our race leader. Oh, and once again, a little bit of a brake lock there for Johnson.
Chopping and changing for second position. Kadich had it for a little bit. Now Waghorn's back ahead. Oh, that was close between Simpson and Kadich, who is still yet to serve that drive-through penalty. And Ambrose is now slot his XL up the inside down into the turn 4 hairpin. He'll be hung out to dry though on the outside here. Turn number 5, the fast left-hander. If you run out wide there, you'll be off into the scenery, and it'll take you quite a long time to get back onto the course. Kadich again locked up down there. He's running slightly wide, but he'll hold position for now, as we say. Got that drive through to serve.
Yeah, he certainly has. Look at Ambrose there, trying to pepper away on the rear end of that XL. He's trying to worry him there a little bit, but of course Kadich, who we just mentioned, has got a penalty to serve, so we'll certainly get that position pretty soon when he's only got a couple of laps to serve that penalty, so he'll have to come through, obviously, on this lap.
Certainly will. I think these 4 are closing back in again as Waghorn just runs slightly wide. So it's, really closing up between these 4. Johnson's bolted. He's gone 3.5 seconds down the road while these guys have been battling away. He's broken the toe. He's just got to cruise it home now with about a lap and a sector to go. It's very much his to lose. The fight for second is very much on. Waghorn, Simpson, Kadich and Ambrose. Ambrose is not used to being in a pack like this. He's won 5 of the last 6 races in the Hyundai XL Series over in Victoria, but he's having to fight really hard this weekend against the Victorian contingency. Best of the South Australians at the moment in 7th. That's Curry. As Lodge has made his way into the top 6 from the back of the grid. Brilliant performance from Lodge. Be interesting to see what he can do in the final 2 races, starting from 6th. It's like supercars used to be, progressive grid, where you finish in the support categories this weekend is where you start the next one.
Still looking at this battle, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th position, and there they go, heading down towards turn 1. Once again, it's playing into the leader's hands here. Johnson just going around turn 1, and up on the inside there is Simpson on the inside of the apex there, and I think he might have made that move. That's a solid pass there, if he can just make that stick going down towards the combinations, turns 2 and 3. He'll turn back around and head down towards turn 4, so, but Simpson there gets up in himself into second position, and on the inside there is the 84 car, which of course is Toby Waghorn, down into the tight hairpin at turn 6. And Ambrose doing a bit of the same. If I can play, can I play well? And that's exactly what he's doing. And you'll get that pass to Kadich on the inside there. He's obviously got to serve a penalty. Obviously hasn't seen the board, so he just carries on.
Waghorn was out wide.
Kadich and Waghorn there, just a little bit of a touch there. Just saw that just out of shot, so all of a sudden that pack of 4, all of a sudden Dan have sort of separated a little bit.
Yes, become 2 groups of 2 now, hasn't it? As Simpson and Ambrose are ahead of Waghorn and Kadich. And yeah, there is a little bit of a gap. A couple of XLs could fit in there, but I reckon that may close in before the end. Kadich not served the drive-through, so we'll have to discuss that after this race. As we see the number 117, the 194, is he going to have a look up the inside into turn number 14? Simpson's going to defend hard, and that's closed them all up, nose to tail, bumping Waghorn, touching the tail of Ambrose. That's left him vulnerable to Kadich, who swings to the inside at turn number 15. And through the grass goes Waghorn. He's got to try and rejoin safely. He has done just about, but Kadich is hung out to dry on the outside. Simpson goes defensive down into turn number 17. Ambrose is going to look for the good run, the good exit to swing up the inside in turn 18. He's got a good run. And Kadic is now changed from a drive-through to a 30-second penalty, so this is going to slaughter him at the end of this race. He's up the inside of Waghorn, though, on the racetrack. As they go side by side, they're going to be right next to each other as they come across the line. Who's taken it? This mighty close is 5 thousandths of a second separating the pair, but it has gone the way of Waghorn. And then, of course, we do have to add on the 30 seconds to Kadic. So Johnson took the win by 6.7 seconds. 2/10 separated Simpson from Ambrose. Ambrose couldn't quite get there in the end. And then we had Waghorn and Kadic, but it's still on further back between the 10 and the 30 as they head down into turn number 17.
Jake Gallia there, the Grunter Motorsports entry there on the inside of the 30 car, which is Mike Jeffs there on the Masters cars. Jackpot Racing entry there, the 92 car of Donny Margovic. There's the checkered flag. We've already seen our race leader. 6.7 seconds between the first and second position. That's a massive margin in this category. And that's a very convincing win there to Johnson.
I'm just looking at 30 seconds for Kadic. That'll drop him all the way down to position number 13 at the end of this race. So not at all what he'd have liked to finish second yesterday, and was right in the thick of the action all race long. But 30 seconds in a race that's only 7 laps will put you near the back of the field any day of the week. As we see the final results on the screen, Joel Johnson taking win number 2. So that's 2 out of 2 for him for the weekend so far. Hugo Simpson finishing in second, best of the rest, 6.7 seconds behind. Then we had Cadell Ambrose, Toby Waghorn, in position number 4. Kadic finished on the road in 5th, but as we say, a 30-second penalty will drop him far down the order. James Lodge, recovery drive, really good, finishing in 6th, just ahead of the best of the South Aussies, Jacob Curry in 7th. Then we had Jet Bloomerus, Glenn McKenzie, who I believe once again took victory in the Masters class and did so just ahead of Nowicki. Then the New South Welshman, Blake Tracy, ahead of Tony Veneer, Tice Hodge, Jake Gallia, Michael Jeffs. Then we had the number 92 machine of Donny Movangovic. Then Lachlan Harvey, Lee Kennedy, and Ollie Patterson running at the top 20.
And that's the second race for the weekend there for the XL Challenge. So next up we'll be our BMW and SA Tin Tops. And we'll be back with that in just a few moments.
Welcome back to the Bend Motorsport Park. Great way to open proceedings. Good Excel race there. And we expect much the same from this one, the BMW E30s and SA Tin Tops. BMW E30s in particular yesterday put on a real show as they had to negotiate the slower traffic in the Tin Tops, but that's what you got to contend with when you got a couple of classes out there.
Yeah, it certainly is. Two different classes here. We'll have a separate grids too when they come out. Obviously a 30-second delay between the two grids. And obviously two different classes, and we'll get those grids up in a moment as the safety car makes its way out onto the track, so we'll be seeing some action very shortly. We saw obviously Tin Tops to start off proceedings here, and we obviously saw Aaron Steer convincingly tailloads one of our bit of our wildlife here. Bit of wildlife there, the Magpies, and if one for the Collingwood supporters there. It's probably it's doing a bit of foraging in the morning. The early bird gets the worm, I guess. So, and a few of the spectators out there, they have the park and view area. There you go, you're on camera. They probably can't see us, but that's a great spot up there. Gee, you can see they're all opening the car, but getting all the picnic baskets out.
You see the cars head out onto the circuit, 7 laps ahead of us. Then we move on to a couple of national categories, Australian prototypes and Australian Formula Open. Then the headline act for the day, Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia. And then we have several of the categories coming out once again. So Excels Race 3, BMWs, prototypes, Formula Open once again, and concluding with the feature race for the Hyundai XL. So Tin Tops got a large variety of vehicles, Holden Commodores, Ford Falcons, we've got Utes, Subaru Imprezas, and everything in between. The BMW E30s, that's just a standard class where everyone's got the same make and model. It's the 4th round of the Garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup for this year. They've visited Phillip Island on 2 occasions, they've visited Winton, they've hopped across the border here to South Australia for this one, and then they're going to Sandown, Phillip Island once again, potentially Calder Park, and then Winton to finish. So mainly in Victoria. This is their over the border visit, so visiting South Australia, the only interstate round for them. And then it's the second round of the SA Tin Tops. They were here earlier on in the year.
The massively produced BMW E30s, and we've got to look at our grid there. So Aaron Steer, of course, will be in the Porsche GT3, dominated yesterday, but I would be keeping a very close eye on the car sitting alongside him, the Corolla there, a Stratton Lamberis. He's done a bit of twitching overnight, so I reckon we might see a bit of a closer race. Let's go back to position 3 on the grid. Dan Sullivan in the VL Commodore, and then it's the VT Commodore there of Jaden Jamison, second generation racer. And back to James Jensky in the all-white VT Commodore, alongside him is Mick Pettit in the BA Falcon. Back to Phil Dean in another one of the Falcons in the field. Steve Neely in the XR6AU Falcon. Car number 103 there, back at position 8 for our SA Tin Tops. And then we've got some we've got a car backwards in there beyond the bushes, car 31, which is the car of Bell. Not sure what the interest was there. We'll go back to BMW, got Simon Schiff in position 13 on the grid. Then we go back to Tin Freeman, Paul Schiff, just behind him there. So then we've got Tristan Blofelder there in the 23 car. Back to Shannon Cooper, Peter Knight, Rory Plant, Jesse Bryan. Had an issue yesterday too, so we start well back in the field. Jeff Bowles, and we just saw Graham Bell there go backwards down beyond the trees. I'm not too sure what the issue was, but
at least he doesn't have to make his way back through the grid to reclaim his position. He'll be starting from position number 22. You just, as the spin happened, the top 4 in BMWs were missed. So it's Royce Lyon, yesterday's winner, ahead of Ashley Rogers. Then we've got Brian Burke and Simon Schiff there. Those are the top 4 for the BMW E30s. We should reiterate that the Tin Tops will go off first. There'll be a 30-second gap, and then the BMWs will have their own standing start after that. So got that to look forward to. I don't see the Goldman Subaru out there on the grid today. So that was in the Tin Top race yesterday. Didn't see the finish, came to a halt on the exit of turn number 6, the hairpin at turn number 6, and clearly not been able to repair that glorious silver machine overnight and will not take part in this race. Fingers crossed they can get that repaired for later on this afternoon. As we see the cars coming around the final corner. Look at all the BMWs. Great field hopping across the border. And you said about Jesse Bryan, who was had a moment yesterday. It was more than a moment, stuck in the gravel trap, and he's the championship leader in the BMW. So he's got a lot of work to do, a lot of work ahead of him in this first race. If he can get himself back in a reasonable position, then he'll have a good starting spot for this afternoon's race. Here are the SA tin tops just coming to the grid. We see that Ford Falcon, he's a bit far behind at the back of the shop, a bit far behind his grid box there. He doesn't want to give away. You could probably fit another Ford Falcon in front of it. He's giving away a good 3 or 4 metres there, as we see Charlie Kovacs Jr. get into his grid box just behind. He makes up the field as he had a bit of a drama early on in yesterday's race, had to make a pit stop, get the repairs completed, get back out there onto the racetrack, and he did finish in 11th. As we are underway, brilliant start from the Porsche, rocketed away from the line, and he's going to lead convincingly down in turn 1. Look at Charlie Kovacs Jr. He's just threaded the needle through the middle, and he'll be in position number 3 by the time they get to turn number 1. What a rocket start.
Lamborghini there was a little bit slow off the start, no problems there for steer. He was up and away, so dominated. Obviously, you expect a bit more modern machinery as far as tin tops are concerned in this group. So you'll just skip away, and there's a group of the Falcons and Commodores there. You can see the red and white Commodore there. It's Jaden Jamison down at the start of the BMWs. Oh, gee, that's nice and close and handy, isn't it? Certainly down to turn 1, 3 abreast. Here we go. So on the inside, and it's like the 50 car will get across.
Rogers here trying to go around the outside, but couldn't do so. So Line holds on ahead of Rogers. Burke, though, swings it to the inside down at turn number 3. Big, bold move, but pulled it off. Great move in this race, but Rogers has got the better exit. Can he swing around the outside at turn number 5? Surely not, but he's going to be pretty much all the way ahead, and does so. Great move, great racing from these two early on in this race. 2 great passes, one at turn 3, and then the retaliation from Rogers down at turn number 5.
So as we saw yesterday, nice and close and handy with these BMWs. It's pretty exciting stuff yesterday. This looks like it's going to turn out to be a bit of the same. 55 car on screen there of Schiff. And that 54 car there of Paul Schiff.
Yeah, 2 shifts in the field. So
yeah, it's got the retro inspired B&H racing look there. It's a pretty formidable livery. There's Charlie Kovacs Jr. What a start. Got Jaden Jamison just behind him. He's Charlie Kovacs Sr. will actually be driving in the next race in that ute. They're actually going to swap drivers. So they give the boss a steer in his car, if that's the way you want to look at it. Had a bit of a bingle yesterday, so got painted off the track slightly, and there's got a couple of war wounds too on the back fender of that car, or that ute I should say. There's the white moustache on the front grille of that car. You can see it come around, the Red Express entry. Down from of course, the defunct V8 Ute series, which is no longer.
Sullivan briefly took 3rd position, but the straight line speed again of that Holden Ute really showed as he blasted back through on pit straight and has got back through to 3rd position. Really cool to see the number 11 of Sullivan on the screen at the moment. Really gone for a V8 supercars look from the late 90s, or mid-90s I should say. The Porsche. The Porsche.
The Porsche has dropped off. Is there a problem? Let's see if we can get I don't know if there was an issue. I just caught the end of that. I wasn't too sure, but Lamberis has gone to the front, and this is what he was attempting to do. And then Steers got back up to full steam. I don't know where he went off, or I just caught the tail end of that. I wasn't too sure, but he was a long way in front, so there must have been an off-track excursion there, surely.
something certainly happened. It seemed to be on the exit, which is a bit odd. He didn't run wide or anything. It seemed to be that he was on the inside, exiting the corner. So not sure, but certainly back to full racing speed. Back on the tail. Oh, his weekend has gone from bad to worse. Brian out down at turn number 1.
So it's the Beres in front, local South Australian driver. It is very fast Corolla. 2 very different tin top cars there at the front of the field there. More exotic Porsche behind him there of Aaron Steer. He's driving the wheels off that big, tough looking Toyota Corolla there of Stratton and Beres. He's been off the racing scene for the last couple of years and looks like he's going to come back with flying colours at the moment. We've come back from the approved reduction class here in SA. And safety car's been called, so there's all yellows on the screen here, so, and there it is at the ready. So that'll be for the Brian car, which is out there stranded down at turn 1. And so, unfortunately, there it is. And he's on the run-off there. That's a very dangerous position, so he has to get out and get that car out of harm's way. You certainly don't want to be parked up there if somebody has a brake failure down there at turn 1. It's quite a dangerous position.
Second race in a row, safety car called for the number 38 machine. Yesterday, a mistake on his own, getting stuck in the gravel trap. This looks mechanical to me. He has certainly come to rest down there on his own accord down at turn number 1. So we are under caution, and Sullivan has retaken 3rd position back from Charlie Kovacs Jr. in that ding-dong battle, seesawing battle for 3rd position. So Limberis leads from Steer, Sullivan and Charlie Kovacs Jr.
Interesting names in this field. There's all our volunteer officials out there. They're out there waving the flags. Pretty brisk conditions here at the Bend this weekend. And hello there to 13.0 over there at wherever that point is, over at turn 13. There's another one that's our safety car board man. He's down there underneath the bridge. It's good to have some good volunteers aboard here this weekend. They were struggling for numbers during the week, so it's good to see they've managed to pluck a few volunteers out for this weekend. We do appreciate your voluntary efforts.
Of course, without volunteer officials, we can't go racing. So, yeah, thank goodness that a few other people put their hands up, and that's enabled us to go racing here at the awesome 4.95 kilometre circuit. Of course, the Bend Motorsport Park still really in its infancy, only 5 years old, opening in early 2018. There's about car
stop at 26, and that's the Phil Dean Falcon.
Was running in 8th position in outright position, so that's not good news. So that's the Tickford liveried machine.
That's over the back of the park and view area there at turn 7. A couple of spectators having a good look at that. Just on the exit there of the hairpin at 6.
It's a cool place to watch actually, because you can see the cars going into the hairpin, then you turn around 180 degrees and you see them exiting the hairpin. It's a really cool part of the circuit down there at the hairpin. You can get pretty close towards the apex of that corner. So if you do have your car, or you can walk around there, it is probably an 800-metre walk if you're down on pit straight. It's a little bit of a trek, but get the fitness up, get those legs moving, get yourself warm on this brisk South Australian morning, and make your way down that way. As well, of course, if you are here, you can make your way across the bridge to the centre of the circuit as well. Get yourself in the pit straight grandstand as well. No extra charge for that here today.
Fastest lap of the race has actually gone to Stratton and Beres so far at this stage of the race, and just over the 2:11 there, in fact 2:11.2, so that's very quick for that class of car. So solid effort. That's why he's currently in the race lead. Of course, now up behind the safety car.
Over 5 seconds faster than the next best driver in the category. So he's done a 2:11.2, as you say. The next best Steer, who's in 2nd position, 2:16.2. So 5 second difference. It's actually really close between Steer, Sullivan, Kovacs Jr. and Jamison. They're all in the same region, in the low 2 minute 16 second bracket. And it's been an interesting little tussle between Jamison and Jeske, two saloon cars fighting it out. They're in 5th and 6th at the moment out there on the racetrack. So we thought we only had one car to recover under safety car. Another one has bit the dust, so 2 cars out there to recover. I think the Brian car is being recovered, and we just saw on the screen the tick for delivery machine is now the Dean machine out there on the racetrack. Bit overcast here this morning, but it was like that yesterday, and it turned into quite a lovely day, and it looks on the weather forecast like it's going to be much the same today. So if you're watching on the Blendline TV stream and you think, oh, I don't really want to go, it looks a bit gloomy and not the greatest, it looks like it's going to be a nice afternoon. So get yourself down here to the racetrack at the Bend Motorsport Park. Brilliant part of the world here at Tailem Bend. That is for certain in the Murrayland, the heart of the Murrayland here in South Australia, as we see the Ford Falcon being towed off the race circuit. Tickets are available at thebend.com.au if you want to get here later on this afternoon. After this, we have the prototypes, their second race of the weekend, 10 laps, followed by Australia Formula Open. Then we've got Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia. Here are the upcoming events at the Bend Motorsport Park. So this is the SA Motorsport Series with, in conjunction with the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series. Of course, in just a couple of weeks' time, supercars will be here. OTR Super Sprint. Shannon's will be here as well as part of their trophy series. So yeah, lots of action ahead at the Bend Motorsport Park this year, that is for sure. And it's really good to see so many categories from around the nation coming to this marvellous facility in SA.
So obviously the double recovery here is eating away into our laps at the moment. Currently on lap 4 or 7, so got one, obviously the Falcon over there and the exit at turn 6, so that's a little bit further away than the other recovery, so it's just taking a little bit longer at the moment. Stratton Lamberis has got a pretty good record here. He's actually a part of the driver experiences here. Takes a few people on some wild hot laps here on this circuit, so he certainly gets lots of laps in here.
I was just going to say, I thought that graphic was wrong. The Blendline team, brilliant job. So yes, August supercars are on here. So August 18 to 20 supercars. Then we've got Shannon's Trophy Series, the almost second tier now for the Speed Series. Brilliant categories will be here. So that's October 13 to 15. The Bend Classic, that's been a hit in recent years from October 27 to 29. The SA Motorsport Series, these categories that you see on the racetrack at the moment, they'll be back here for November 11 and 12. And then the Australian Superbikes rounding out their championship here from December 1 to 3. And Blendline will be covering the Shannon's Trophy Series here from the 13th to the 15th of October, so plenty of action to watch here in South Australia and of course on the Blendline TV network as well over the coming months. We've touched on the tin tops, who's where. We haven't touched so much since the safety car came out on where the BMWs are. So Royce Line leads that field ahead of Ash Rogers. Then Brian Burke in 3rd position ahead of Simon Schiff. Freeman has made his way past Paul Schiff. And then we've got Rory Plant, Jeff Bowles, Balfelder, Cooper and Knight. So it was pretty much as it was when we were watching that action just prior to the safety car. There's been a couple of changes further down in that class, and there is the BMW E30's leader, Royce Line, who is going to be a big benefactor of the Brian car stuck. There he is, being towed back into the centre infield. Safety car in this lap. That's great news. We should be able to get 2 laps of green flag action in to finish this one. Should be very interesting. And now the BMW is a bit different to what they've had so far this weekend. The BMWs are now starting right behind the tin tops. That'll be a bit of a different element for them.
Yeah, it certainly will be. They've been separated at the start for 30 seconds. All of a sudden they're right up behind our tin tops, as you just mentioned there, Dan. So, as I mentioned, safety car will be coming in here. Just 2 lap scamper. I guess that's the way you want to put it here. When they come back around the main straight here, down the back of the circuit at the moment. So So Limburus, can he hold on and take a victory in the very fast turbo-powered Toyota Corolla there? Done a bit of twitching overnight. I think he's pretty happy that he's up the front end of the field, and here they come. Just in shot at the moment. Side to side, that's trying to keep that bit of heat in the rubber there. Still very cold conditions, only about 10 degrees here at the moment, so not much heat in the bitumen. Just trying to get a bit of heat in that rubber. Things have gone a little bit cold. So lead car to come around, coming back into, looks like turn 17 there. So it looks like they're coming back in. Here they come now. There's the yellow headlighted Corolla Stratton Limburus. The LBD Projects entry.
Weather says 14.7. It certainly doesn't feel it this morning.
It still feels about 10 degrees, doesn't it?
Yes. As we see the safety car pulling away, we are ready for a restart. Not too far away, so Limburus from Steer, Sullivan and Charlie Kovacs Jr. We've seen how fast that V8 Ute is down pit straight. So let's see a bit of weaving under safety car from Limburus there as safety car pulls away. A bit of weaving, so the Porsche on the tail. Here we go. We're about to go back to green. When's the Toyota Corolla going to put his foot down? He's gone now. And here comes Charlie Kovacs Jr. straight away pulling to the inside of Sullivan and will take third position on the run down to turn number 1 easily. He's already ahead before the braking zone and he's right on the tail of the Porsche. So you can't find 3 more different cars up front, can you? Toyota Corolla, a Porsche and a Holden Ute as we see the battle for the BMW's line just about holding on from Rogers and Burke's in there once again, lurking and looking at these two. Nice exit from the Porsche, of course, trying to retake the lead after a mistake out of the turn 6 hairpin earlier on in the race. He's certainly got the car speed, but can he make his way around? He's going to have a look down at turn 6, so late on the brakes. Oh, Limburus locks up. The Porsche's got that move done. Great pass. Oh, Charlie Kovacs Jr. is in really, really deep. He's gone about 10 or 12 metres wide. He's not going to lose one spot. He's lost 2. He's dropped behind Jamison as well.
Interesting part there, a few cars wide. So obviously Steer now back in front. So obviously Limburus pushing a bit extra hard there and he's gone a little bit skew with. Doesn't matter, we go back to second position. He's shot there, the LMB Projects entry down there as they go down the back part of the circuit. Damien Sullivan's been a great job in that old Commodore too. Holding there back there in third position at the moment, so the BOC tyres entry. So where did Kovacs finish up on all of that? He's gone back to 5th position. So yeah, like I said, down a fairly wide excursion there. It's cost him a couple of places, so after a fairly strong restart up beyond the safety car. So
BMW competitors making their way past Neely, one of the slower competitors in the SA Tin Tops. And a couple of Ford Falcons that they have to navigate, so they're doing a good job to get past this traffic. And it's allowed the number 50 machine of, the number 30 machine to, the number 4 machine, I'll get there in the end, number 4 machine of line to bolt away ahead of Rogers and Burke. And we can see those two line astern heading into the final turn as we commence the final lap of the race. 4.95 kilometres to go. Can anybody catch Steer? And can anybody catch Line? I think it's going to be difficult on both parts, but the battle for second in BMWs is well and truly on as they come down pit straight. Burke is right there, right in the wheel tracks of the number 50 machine, who's unable to get past the Ford Falcon at this stage.
Aaron Steer just posted the fastest lap there, 2:08.97. That's the reason why he skipped away in the front. Cooper getting past there too. I think that might have been the Rory Plant entry.
That's Belfelder, number 23 machine, yes. So Belfelder holds on, gets the crisscross back and switches back to the inside to make that move. But great battle, good clean race in between those two. A little bit further back in the BMW field. You can see Cooper trying to take a wide arcing line to cut back, but I think missed the apex, and as a result, he's not got the run, but he's going to go really big up the inside, late on the brakes. How deep do you dare to brake? He went as deep as he could, but still unable to make the move as Belfelder held on around the outside at the long, slow hairpin turn number 6. And here we have Burke, who is now trying to navigate the Ford Falcon ahead. So the two BMWs got through Lyon and Rogers. Now it's Burke that can't get through the Ford Falcon. He's got Simon Schiff right up behind him. Oh, the Martini livery, number 78's off the road a bit further back. Freeman, I think he rejoined safely. It's so wet and dewy. It's really hard to not spin when you're out there on the grass. He's going to lose a position though to Paul Schiff. Burke's on the wrong side of the Ford Falcon here. Is the other class competitor going to give him some room? Yes, he is. But Schiff is right in there. The number 55 machine of Simon Schiff is watching as we see up the front of the field, Steer takes the race victory, fastest lap on the final lap of the race as well. Thank you very much, he says. 4.2 seconds ahead of Limburus in the end after just 2 laps. And it's on for third in BMWs. Oh, the other Schiff's off. That's the number 54 of Paul Schiff. So he got through on Freeman around wide, but he himself has gone off. Oh, and there we are. The number 50 has gone around. That's second in class. At the final turn, Rogers has thrown it away. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. What a place to do it right at the end. So in BMWs, Lyon took the win, and then Burke inherited second ahead of Simon Schiff in third. They were all dropping off the road in the BMWs on that final lap. Old Charlie Kovacs Jr. is struggling to make it to the finish here. It's stopped and started a couple of times we're hearing on this lap. And he's, really struggling to make it back around. That didn't look quite
Just trying to pick out where he's at the moment. It looks like turn 6, he might have done the shortcut down through the off track there somewhere. He's certainly come back inside down towards the back part of the circuit, so it sounds like it might be a mechanical problem there for Charlie Kovacs Jr. And he's just going to limp his way back. Try to get to the checker flag. It's going to be a slow journey by the looks of things. So he looks pretty relaxed in the shoulders there, so just trying to cruise back at the moment. So that's been a pretty eventful race there for Charlie Kovacs. And here's our final results. Obviously, Aaron Steer to take another victory. That's the second victory for the weekend in the Porsche GT3. Then we go back to Stratton Limburus, who was leading that race momentarily and also went a little bit wide a couple of times. Damien Sullivan did a great job there in the Commodore to finish up in third position. Jaden Jamison also the same. Then we go back to James Jensky. That rounds out the tin tops. As far as the top 5 is concerned, then we go back to Royce Lyon in the BMW, Mick Pettit in the Falcon. Then we go back to Brian Burke, Simon Schiff and Tin Freeman, another one of the BMWs here to round out the overall top 10. Paul Schiff, Jeff Bowles, Ash Rogers, Steve Neely in the Tin Tops class, Tristan Byfelder, Rory Plant. Back a bit further, Shannon Cooper, Peter Knight, Charlie Kovacs Jr. we just saw on screen just limping his way back. And we also lost Phil Dean in that race as well. Didn't finish that event.
So, real disaster there for Ash Rogers going off at the final turn. Fell from second in class to 7th in class. Not the way he'd have wanted to finish that one. That concludes the BMWs for this morning. They'll be back for one final race later on this afternoon at 1:25. We'll take a quick break. On the other side, we've got the Australian Prototype Series.
Welcome back here to the Bend Motorsport Park. We, I guess, break the peace of the magnificent Murray River and the surrounding regions here in Tailem Bend and down through the Langhorne Creek wine region and back up into the Adelaide Hills. Such a beautiful, majestic part of Australia, South Australia, and it goes beyond in this magnificent state of South Australia and the fantastic metropolis which is Adelaide, a beautiful place to visit and spend some time as we go live trackside here at the Bend for the Australian Prototype Series, the Gold Coast Marina Mirage Series, and we look forward to seeing these prototypes come around. A compact field at the very least here this weekend, but very much an entertaining race, and I am absolutely sweating on the forehead at the moment, just waiting to see how Jason Macris and John Paul Drake take it up to each other. And throwing Aaron Steer, an experienced campaigner, hasn't done a whole lot of racing in the last sort of 4 years or so, but this weekend, double duties. He's driving a Porsche GT3 in the tin tops and a Wolf here, that's the number 69. So on the front row of the grid is John Paul Drake with Scott Borman, and this is the first time we've seen in South Australia the Wolf that he is going to be driving, a 5.2 litre V8 powered outfit. Used to seeing the V6 turbos and the 2 litre turbos in these Wolves, but certainly this V8 has changed the game, not only orally but certainly to look at. It is a different beast, that is for sure. Jason Macris is third on the grid and lines up behind John Paul Drake, and that's the battle that I'm here to see, and to see how that actually plays out. Aaron McKee in the number 13 will take up position at number 6. Terry Knowles, then we've got Phil Kinsella and Phil Hughes after getting some damage on his front wheel arch, left front wheel arch yesterday. Came to the pits, didn't want to do any more damage to the car, and has all but essentially, I guess, patched it up. We'll get back out there today and try and draw some enjoyment from this weekend. He started down the order yesterday as well a little bit, Phil, and pushed right up into the upper echelon of the race. So looking forward to seeing what he can do. There's Phil just at the back of the screen there with the yellow headlighted Radical SR8, and Phil Casella there as well. And it looks like the Praga has made its way out there as well. So it didn't front for the race yesterday, and it's a very, very big welcome to the Praga for the first time. Miles Lacey. So good to see Miles out there. He is taking the role on that Ricky Capo was doing such a good job with over a season or so, but his career has pushed him over to Europe pretty much full time. So we'll keep an eye on what Ricky's doing. I know he's watching on probably somewhere in a paddock in Le Mans watching the 24 hours. So we are set for a race start, Callum.
Thank you, Darren. Very much looking forward to this race this morning. And if yesterday's race was anything to go by, we're very much looking forward to the battle between Borman and Drake. And you can see them in formation, beautiful formation, getting ready for a rolling start to kick off race 2. 10 laps in duration here at the wonderful Bend Motorsport Park. And we go, they pulled the trigger, and it looks like Aaron Steer there was having a little bit of a peak, but we're getting a great demonstration here of the straight line handling of Scott Borman, as it looks like he might lead the way going into turn 1, but he's got John Paul Drake up the inside. Here's Marcus as well, showing the nose going into turn 1. Concedes that position though, and he sits back into third position. So it's still Borman holding his own, but we saw this yesterday, Darren. The car of Borman is absolutely spectacular in a straight line with that V8 power plant behind him. He has the advantage down that lovely long straight, but it's up to John Paul Drake, the Joker in the pack, quite literally, with that beautiful livery and race suit, and he's an old hand, experienced. And that's the number 68 car of Terry Knowles in the Radical SR3. He's had a little bit of an off-track excursion in Sector 1 there, but he's able to get back onto the track. Here's Phil Hughes as well in the background there. There he goes. He's having a quick look around Aaron Steer. He can't get around this part of the circuit. This long sequence of right-handers as well, from turn 7 through to turn 10, seemingly never ending. It's working the left-hand side of the car extremely hard, but these cars are beautifully suited to these, this fast-flowing circuit. Darren, obviously lots of downforce, incredibly light, slick tyres. These guys must be having a fantastic time in these conditions, because there's not too much sun out at the moment, so the UV rating's nice and low, which means the track is well and truly gripped up. So we expect to see some Hollywood numbers this morning, Darren.
Certainly are. This is a good battle here with Aaron Steer and Phil Hughes. In fact, you can can hardly tell that that car was even damaged yesterday. Phil's done a very much a tradesman-like job, as what we would expect from Phil. A very, very skilled and talented engineer and mechanic. He'll have done everything to make sure that car is fit and ready for him to get a result today. Interestingly enough, we've got Aaron Steer and Phil Hughes again together today. It wasn't anything to do with those two. It was a third party that got involved as they were coming past a slower car that zigged instead of zagged, and unfortunately Phil had chosen the zag option as he storms on past the wolf of Aaron Steer. And Aaron just dives in behind there. So the V8, 2.7 litre V8 of the Radical SR8. And it's had some Hughes modifications down at Hughes Supercar Services in Brayside in Melbourne. That great looking wolf of Aaron Steer. Certainly a different iteration on it compared to the Borman and the John Paul Drake outfit that are currently out in front of this race.
It's great to see so many wolves in different clothing, isn't it, Darren? Because there's so many iterations.
I see what you did there.
Different specifications. Here is Marcus up the inside of Borman going into the hairpin turn 6. So that's a very clinical move there, taking away position 2. But Phil Hughes, he's looming in the background as well. He's steadily made his way from the back of the grid to position 4 in that number 42 Radical SR8. And he is steadily making progress in this race, so we'll keep a keen eye on his performance throughout this race. Marcus is spectacular through this sector, it must be said, Darren. He's the fastest man on track at the moment, and he's slowly reeling in John Paul Drake as he's making his charge towards the lead of the field. But here is Hughes. He's still making considerable ground onto the back of Borman. Borman leading that battle for position 3 in the number 7 car. So both of these cars have got V8 power plants in the back of them. Not this one in particular. This is John Paul Drake at number 66. He is an experienced hand, and very deep under brakes is Marcus in this replay up the inside of Scott Borman. So that was a very good move there. He's liking the conditions this morning. He didn't quite have enough pace to take out position 2 in yesterday's opening race of the weekend, but he's looking extremely well suited to the morning conditions here in this 10-lap affair, Darren.
Gee, it's really interesting to hear the thumping 5.2 litre lower revving V8 on the Borman car, and then the 2.7 litre lightweight V8 in the Radical behind Phil Hughes' shoulders there as well. The one's a thumping V8 traditional sort of sound, whereas Phil's car is a screaming high revving V8 that achieves its power a lot higher in the rev range. So it's good to see that, as we see Steer has just gone back one further spot as well. We're just watching this black and gold Mistral, which is also a wolf there as well. So that's McKee coming through there as well. I think it was McKee yesterday that had the spin that got tangled up with Aaron Steer and ultimately a contact with Phil Hughes. But they seem to have cleared that at the moment. John Paul Drake jumping away. Jason Macris in position number 2 there in the number 44 is fastest car on track with a 153.38, and he is quite a long way fastest. In fact, it's Phil Hughes next in position 4, who has done a 54, and Lacey in car number 9, he has also done a 54 as well. So Miles Lacey, first time in since Friday, he's got some good laps, so done 2 laps in this race. Keep an eye on the car. It's a race-winning outfit, the Praga R1, and Rick Campbell and the crew that prepare that car are looking to get great results. Obviously, issues with the car yesterday. They fixed it all up, but at the moment it's being watered with the car going very, very quick indeed. In fact, it's first and second sectors fastest car on track at the moment. Here comes Macris. He is ranging up now onto John Paul Drake, and this is the battle that I said I was getting a little bit anxious about. They've been long-time combatants, long-time buddies, and getting out there and getting amongst it with each other as we get a great shot of the Vera Baraka SR8 Cafe Cavalli entry there of Phil Hughes. Assistance from Liquamolli on the side AirPods of his car as well, so doing a good job. Borman to the inside now. Yeah, that was a never going to happen type of move there. That was going very, very long way back. Dive bomb on Jason Macris, which was what Macris did to him down at that magnificent hairpin at turn 6. And it's a different type of vehicle. The big V8, you can actually hear it in the ambient sound in the background. On the telecast there, it really does thump. It sounds, as I mentioned yesterday, it sort of harked back to a Can-Am type of sports car sort of sound to it. But Jason Macris now really got the bit between his teeth, chasing down John Paul Drake, the defending reigning champion and also championship leader coming into this round after having a great old time at round one at Phillip Island.
I should apologise to Macris for butchering his surname before. It is, of course, Macris, not Marcus. So apologies to the GC Marine Group owner and proud supporter of this series. GC Marine Group, design, develop and deliver. You can find out more information at gcmarine.com.au. Big thanks to them for jumping on and supporting this fantastic series. The Australian Prototype Series has been run for several seasons, and the man to my right, Darren Smith, has been right on board to call all of the action. So he is a walking compendium when it comes to information about this lovely series. And you can see at the front, John Paul Drake, he's starting to find his groove. He's feeling the vibe this morning. So he's dialed that car in. His sensors dialed up to 11, and he's well and truly starting to press on. So it's 1.8 seconds between himself and Macris. And Macris himself is still doing a great job defending from Ormond as they're coming onto the main straight once again. But here we go. A nice slipstream and plenty of horsepower in the back of that wolf for the third placed man, Borman. He's actually drawn alongside and already taken that position, but deep under brakes, the number 44 of Macris fights back and he takes that position, second position away, immediately going into turn one. So there's a very dramatic demonstration there of how those cars make their speed.
Lacey coming through in the Praga as well now, fastest lap at 150.24. 1/10 faster than our race leader John Paul Drake at the moment, so he is pushing on hard from 6th place. He is essentially 15 seconds behind the race leader at the moment, so he's got a lot of work to do in the remaining 5.5 laps in this race. But boy, is there some intrigue going on here for P2 on the road there. Got to hand it to Scott Borman. He nearly turned over onto Jason Macris. He saw him there. He eased off the steering wheel. In fact, he turned away from him to allow him to get down through there. So this guy on screen, the Borman Turf entry, the F1 Extreme Wolf number 7, a very, very nice move there. Just allowed everyone to continue on in the race instead of having any sort of side-by-side whacking. There's the number 9, and he is ranging up on the back of one of the Wolves there as well, which is number 13 of McKee. And he's got the lights ablaze on that Praga. Beautiful looking racing car, really purposeful, and I'll actually envelope the entire field and say they all look purposeful and they all look fantastic. I think it's one of the really cool things is not only do they sound awesome, each one of them has its own different soundtrack, but they just are magnificent. All of these angles, they're a surface that does something. It's about getting the air cleanly off the car or interrupting the air to get the car down.
Beautiful looking car, of course. It's a race winner at Mount Panorama. Also taking victory at the Bathurst International event in November in 2022. Here is Borman up into P2 once again, and he's managed to take it a little bit early that he's able to defend from Macris going into turn 1. So this battle is going to rage on. That Praga that we're talking about before as well is entered this weekend by Zagami Autosport, who are also entered this weekend in Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia. Countdown is on for the 50-minute main event race coming up later on this morning, scheduled to get underway at 25 minutes past 11. So the countdown, the excitement, the anticipation towards the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia building, very much so. And here is Macris. He hasn't really been able to extract as much speed as we've seen in the last few laps in Sector 1 as Borman is still holding his own, but he's closing the gap down to about half a second from John Paul Drake. Now, Drake, you would dare say he's got this race in hand in the sense that he's just controlling the pace. He's not going out there and trying to make any mistakes. He's sticking to his groove. He knows where he's fast and he knows exactly what he has to do to try and defend, but he doesn't want to come under fire coming down that massive main straight. John Paul Drake once again lights up the timing screen with the fastest second sector on this lap, and Scott Borman doing a great job to defend through that twisty section from turns 6 all the way through to 16 as they're coming up to turn 17 right now, Darren.
I tell you what, Callum, you know I like a good meal out somewhere. When you're looking at what we have here today, the menu, the entree has been awesome leading up to the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia race, hasn't it? It's like it's the tasty morsels that get you to the main meal, and these guys are absolutely turning on. Interesting little fun fact was the last October these guys raced here. John Paul Drake led and won race 1, and then didn't feature in the results for race 2. It was Ryan Godfrey, Peter Clare and Phil Hughes. Currently Hughes, big lock up there by the number 9, ran wide and has gone through the gravel trap, so you can't say Miles Lacey isn't trying in the number 9. He's giving it his all out there. So just watching Phil Hughes currently sitting in P4 at this race meeting in October. Well, the last time they raced here, he came home in P3. Ricky Capo did a tremendous job in practice at that weekend, but certainly John Paul Drake would like to make amends for last October and take 2 from 2. And I would suggest by the end of the prototypes race that starts at 2:20 today, he wants to take 3 from 3, because currently he has a very handy lead in the championship after the round that was held at beautiful Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. He's got 150 points. The shared runway entry of Peter Clare, who isn't here this weekend, on 107. For Jam Motorsport, Terry Piavides also isn't here, coming away with 106. Terry Knowles, 102, and Terry is just down the back of this field at the moment in his SR3, so we'll accrue some points here. So in fact I would suggest that Terry will probably jump up into P2 after this weekend, because he's the only one accruing points. Strangely, Mark Lauke in the Lauke Flour Mills Wolf isn't here this weekend. It's a real shame. He's been an absolute stalwart of the category, won a couple of titles in his West WR 1000. Did a terrific job there as well. So Phil Hughes on 80 points in the championship. Scott Borman on 75. So Scott's going to clean up those points on Phil, and certainly by the end of this weekend be in front of him if he continues to get these P2s in the racing today. Look at this, John Paul Drake under fire now. Borman goes to the inside, has a look and says, I'm here and I'm coming on strong with 3 laps to go. You probably would have thought, logic would have said that the bigger, heavier V8 might have gone off towards the end of the race, but he hasn't. None of them are really setting the world on fire at the moment. The lap time that John Paul Drake did in October was 1:48.79. So he got 1:49, so he's 0.4 of a second off. That's quite a decent margin off the fastest time he did here 6 months ago. So we'll keep an eye on that throughout the racing today. But there's Scott Borman. In behind him is Jason Macris, Phil Hughes, McKee, Aaron Steer in the number 69 there as well. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's great to see Aaron back behind the wheel. A talented race car driver that has had, I think, the best part of 5 or 6 seasons on the sideline, building up his business, which is quite the behemoth in this part of the world. Jam Motorsport occupies a number of the sheds on the property here at this site, and the Jam store as well, which sells motorsport regalia and all those bits and pieces you need at the racetrack. So I'd encourage you to check out the Jam Motorsport store as well. And this is Scott Borman. You can see the Jam signal the logo on the airbox of this car. 2 little wing tabs just on top of there, very Formula 1-esque, because you should have a camera mounted in each side of them like they do in F1. Eh?
Looks a little bit like the T-bar camera you get on Formula 1 on boards, and I think about 2005, 2006-esque Formula 1 specification where you had those little winglets popping out of the airbox back in the day. But this car does look absolutely spectacular. Not only does it look fast when it's standing still, you can see just how fast it is in a straight line, and it's been wrapped beautifully. Any car that's got day glow.
Sorry, Callum. John Paul Drake has just done a 1:46.8. A very clear signal with 2 laps to go. A 1:46.8. He's been listening. His previous was a 1:48.7. He has just taken that by 1 whole second on lap number 8. And that is a massive jump for John Paul Drake.
Here's a great battle between Phil Hughes and Andrew McKee. So this is Hughes just in front of McKee. We saw that number 14 car at McKee have a few issues during yesterday's race, getting involved in a number of altercations, namely with the car just in front of him as well. Here we go, though. Was that a mistake from John Paul Drake? He's fallen back within the clutches of Scott Borman. So that gap's gone from 2 seconds down to about 2/10 of a second. So there might have been a little bit of mistake there from the race leader. I don't want to suggest that in case it wasn't, but the gap is significantly smaller than it was just before, Darren.
I wonder if JP's given the tyres a bit of a heat up in that fastest lap, but he's responded and just driven away again. So Scotty Borman has got the fastest first sector and John Paul Drake fastest second and third sector. But yeah, I wonder if JP has just asked a little bit too much late in the race to go a second faster than he went here 6 months ago. So that's a massive jump, isn't it?
And he's pulled it back out again as well, so there might not be anything necessarily wrong with that car. We should also point out that Miles Lacey, you would have seen him in the background of the mainstrain shot, pulling to pit lane. And unfortunately, with that lockup, he might have been getting a little bit of a vibration feedback through the steering wheel, so he pulled into pit lane just to get that one sussed out by the crew. They've given it enough fault check, make sure the pressures are all good, and send him back out once again. So we're hearing this is the final lap of the race. This is Borman's best chance if he's going to try and take away the lead from John Paul Drake. John Paul Drake doing a brilliant job in number 66, as he has done so all weekend. And we should point out that the final race, the race at 3 in 10 minutes to 2 later on this afternoon for the prototypes with 30 minutes in duration. Here's Andrew McKee up the inside of Phil Hughes in that radical. This battle's been great as it's been raging on throughout this entire race, Darren, but there's not too many corners left for these two, and he's run wide. There goes Andrew McKee, and he's lost it.
Almost did exactly what he did yesterday.
He's lost it on the driver's left-hand side. So he got it. The Vistral Wolf, unfortunately, ran a little bit wide on corner exit coming out of turn 2. He had it all together, but then, unfortunately, he lost traction at the rear. The car swapped ends on him. So the number 13 pulled up on the left-hand side. It looks like there's a little bit of damage on the left rear of that car. And he's trying to get that car sussed out. So I think he's just trying to refire it up. Sometimes these cars, or race cars in general, are very hard to refire once they've or they're up to optimal temperature, so you get a lot of fuel vapor issues when you're trying to fire them back up again, Darren. But here is John Paul Drake, just a handful of corners remaining for him.
He comes back into the complex, into our view in pit lane now, rockets around the top of the hill here, plunges down here. Scotty Borman still clearly in view behind. Jason Macris has just disappeared a little bit off the back of these two at the moment, so hasn't got the impetus to go with them late in the race. He did yesterday. He pushed on hard towards the end of the race yesterday. And I tell you what, there, interestingly enough, he gets to the checkered flag. The Joker takes another one here at the Bend Motorsport Park, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Round 2 weekend. He takes out the GC Marina Mirage, race number 2 for the weekend. And for some reason, Jason Macra celebrating in the background there.
Yeah, he's
as
shown
well.
the bat, hasn't he? He's shown the bat to the field.
Doing a bit of a Seb Vet wave to the field and letting everybody know. Maybe he's happy just to get to the end of that one.
That's Casella.
He does, parked up. Interestingly enough, Miles Lacey had gone to the lane during that race as well. Here we go, Phil Hughes, bit of post-traumatic stress there as he's gone. That's what happened yesterday. Right in front of me, the number 13 goes round. And that would have been a wild old ride, some pretty awesome surface turns there if you're a skateboarder. Just getting it all back underway and then frantically looking to find a gear. And Aaron Steer coming to the line there as well. He brings the Wolf in as well. One of the newer iterations of the Wolf Garage. Here comes Miles Lacey charging to the line now. Great to see the Praga coming to the line. So the win going to John Paul Drake. That's 2 from 2, kids. He's done a terrific job in the number 66. Scotty Borman, you feel as though he is poised for a victory at some point. May not be here this weekend, may actually be at the next round of the championship, but he's there and he's thereabouts. So we'll look forward and we'll watch with anticipation to see where he ends up over the next couple of rounds. Jason Macris next across the line for GC Marine. Phil Hughes for Bira Baraka and Hughes Supercar Services there in the number 42. Aaron Steer for Jam Motorsport. Terry Knowles, Andrew McKee, Phil Casella and Miles Lacey ends up getting to the line. Fastest lap, a 146.82 to John Paul Drake. Not only 2 wins, Callum, but a fastest lap. What a good weekend for the Joker.
Absolutely emphatic performance there from John Paul Drake, lighting up the timing screens and the outright pace as well in the closing stages of that race. So John Paul Drake, supported by Jam Motorsport this weekend. Jam with 90 points to his name, and he's looking very good coming into the third and final race coming up later on this afternoon. So we'll take a quick break up here in the commentary box. Darren, we'll catch our breath and we'll be back in a moment with Australian Formula Open supported by Race Fuels.
Good morning and welcome to the Bend Motorsport Park, Australia's newest world-class motorsport facility for the final round of the My Bike Motorcycle Insurance Australian Superbike Championship for season 22. What a fantastic venue to end off what has been a marvellous season of racing.
Welcome to the centre of the universe.
His teammate Drew Halliday hungry for his first victory start from the ups of Jack Miller, the MotoGP star, gives his way. Ready for a start, out one star Superbike. Will be crowned champion with a substantial lead. You can see him celebrating there in the background. Congratulations to Mike Jones.
Action and plenty here at the Bend Motorsport Park as we continue the countdown to the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Round 2 final race for the weekend starting at 11:25. But for race fuels, championship fuel supply, Australian Formula Open cars are on track now. Race 2 for the weekend. 10 laps, and a big thank you and shout out to the crew at Race Fuels for supporting this sort of open wheeler racing here in Australia. Great support from Race Fuels to help this series continue on around the countryside. We really do enjoy watching open wheeler racing. Here at the Bend, it is very much one of those tracks that rewards cars with downforce, so big GT cars like the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Huracan Evo 2s, and of course these big mix of open wheelers we've got out there at the moment. On pole position in car number 27 for Transdig and Tim Macro Racing, it is Ryan Howe taking a victory yesterday in his first victory. Well deserved there. Watch out for Trent Grubel. He will be looking to get back onto the top step of the podium in the Polo Ralph Lauren. Dallara there as well, the 2012 spec outfit. Ryan Astley is the next one on the grid, the Victorian incumbent, car number 99. Then it's Miles of Bromley on track there as well. The 17-year-old out of Brisbane is now working full-time at Tim Macro Racing. So he knows his way around that race car. He's living it and dreaming it every day of the week. Trent Shervington switching over from those magnificent PRB clubmans into the Formula 3 here for this series as well. The Australian Formula Open has afforded many people an opportunity to go top-level racing. Winston Van Leer from New South Wales in the number 22 out of position number 5. Brodie Yendall in the number 6 will take position number 8. Chris Lazarski has got a new race engineer this weekend, working well with Alec there as well, so he'll be starting out of 7 in the number 93. Chris Huang out of Victoria in the number 16 out of position number 10. Matt Rosler from South Australia, so flying the flag, waving it furiously from grid position number 9 is Matt Rosler. Then we have Matt Woodward, Christian Janev, Paul DiBiase rounding out the rear row, and off the back is Andrew Roberts for the second race of the Race Fuels Australian Formula Open. Look forward to the cars coming around. They're just coming back into the complex and we can start to hear the engines bring their way around. Lots of wheel work, lots of trying to get concentration up, seeing the cars zig and zag around the track here as well. Just trying to get their minds right. It's as much as trying to get tyre temp in as it is about just getting the drivers' thought pattern, concentrating. The engineers on the radio now saying, right, no more weaving, no more spinning of the wheels coming onto the grid here. The rules stipulate that very, very clearly. No more spinning of the wheels once you come onto the straight where the grid is. A very strong field of different variations. AFO1, the Formula 3s for the regulations between 2002 and 2012. The F2, the AFO2 is the Toyota Racing Series, Formula BMW, Formula Renault, Formula Ford 2000. The Invitational class number 3, and of course AFO4 dedicated to those Formula 4 class cars which we saw racing in Australia for 5 or 6 seasons as well. Front of the grid is set, and Ryan Howe just fidgeting around a little bit there, just getting the gloves on the back of the fingers pushed down nicely on there, getting himself comfortable. Trent Grubel, well aware of what his job to do in the number 74. Brandon Scammell and Tim Macro spending a bit of time just trying to get this car right for him for this morning's race. Still another race to go for this afternoon at 2:25, but we are set for a start. The revs rise. This is open wheeler racing in Australia at its best, and no way, Trent Grubel not getting off the line. Yellow flags waved frantically by the officials there. Great work by the officials, but wow, the number 74 driver not getting off the line. What it's done is opened it up for Ryan Astley. He dives to the inside in what was a signature manoeuvre for Ryan Howe yesterday in the 27. Ryan just cuts that off with the Jeep Technic driver and just dominates that in the Transdig car. And these two are going at it right out in front of the field. In fact, they've given themselves a good 4 or 5 car lengths. Fantastic part of the Bend racetrack. I just love this bit. 4, 5 and under brakes. Have a look at the 99 now in under brakes there. Ryan Astley, the Victorian, showing he wants to lead this race. Ryan Howe is just looking over at him going, how did the 99 get down there? And we've got the two Ryans going for it out in front of race number 2.
Ryan Howe in the number 27 car, supported by Transdig this weekend. You can see in P2. By his own admission, he's not as fast as his rivals on cold tyres, so whilst he's trying to get those slick tyres up to optimal temperature, he's a little bit vulnerable, so we've seen him drop back into P2. But as we've seen in yesterday's race, it doesn't take too much for him to get those tyres lit up and into their operational window, where we saw him sneak a little win there towards the end of race 1. So we'll be looking looking forward to this race as it unfolds. But that's a fantastic start from Ryan Astley in Victoria in the number 99 entry. He's doing a great job to fight immediately off the start line there and take the challenge and realise that he had a slight advantage off the start line there as this 10-lap race unfolds. So big step yesterday in the right direction for Ryan Astley, so he's steadily making pace throughout this weekend. There was 2 practice sessions on Friday followed by qualifying in a race yesterday, so he's making steady gains as this weekend unfolds. 0.6 of a second between the number 99 and the number 27. Here is a great battle though for position 3. Up the inside in the number 14 is Shervington in that McGale. It's a beautiful looking car in that blue livery, and he's got Matt Bromley just behind him. But this battle is going to rage on, coming up to Darren's favourite section of the track. Fast sweeping left-hander. That's the number 8 of Bromley up into position 3, but this battle is far from over.
Great looking McGale there of Trent Shervington. He started out at 6th and he was in P3 until we just saw Miles Bromley, come through there as well. Raced hard yesterday, and this 17-year-old from Brisbane is sending a very clear signal. But Trent Shervington in the McGale, all in that French blue livery. It's country of origin for that particular race car. And we just hark back down through. This is the battle a little bit further back down through the field. This is Yendel in the number 6, and it is the McGale M14-F4. And we're just watching it racing very, very closely out there for a top 5 there, which is Van Leeuwenhoek. And just watching them battle it out pretty hard there. We're looking now at Van Leeuwenhoek.
Brody Yendel and Christian Yanev as well. So the number 6 and the number 66 cars, you can see them running line astern there as they come into turn 17. Deep on the brakes, a wonderful part of this Bend Motorsport Park circuit. But both Yanev and Yendel are both entered in the Ferrari Driver Academy Oceania region event. So they're both off to Sepang, Malaysia in September, where they'll take part in that event. And of course the winners of that event will take place in the Ferrari Driver Academy World Finals against 6 other young drivers, and they're obviously in contention to try and win a Ferrari driving contract to kick off their open wheeler racing careers in Europe, usually followed up by a plum seat in the Italian F4 Championship run by the Prema team, which is, of course, well known in Australia for supporting Oscar Piastri just a few seasons ago in F2, but they're very well versed in many different categories around the world, especially in Europe, is Prema. So a lot of these stars, you can see the number 27 there having a bit of a moment. That's unfortunate there. Sorry, the 127 of Paul DiBiase spearing off there in that car. Looks absolutely brilliant, the old Formula Toyota. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead rages on. Ryan Astley, the number 99, just an F3 car's length between himself and Ryan Howe. So this battle is going to rage on, Darren, but it's all up to Ryan Astley to try and defend as hard as he possibly can, make that the widest Dallara here at the Bend Motorsport Park, and try and control this race. But it looks like Ryan Howe, plenty of pace up his sleeve, has a little bit of a look as he comes up into turn 17. But there is still plenty of time. There's a lot more laps remaining in this race for him to try and make that decisive move for the lead.
Certainly Ryan did comment yesterday he's having a real drama getting the tyre to switch on. They all run the same tyre, so they've all got the same ability to get it done, but it's just getting it to get him some grip in the early stanza of the race, because it's about now where it really comes on, and he dives out in the number 27, the 99 crowding the corner. Right round the outside goes Ryan Howe. Gee, he's enjoying the grip you can get with a Wings and Slicks car. Fully committed to the aero and just tipping it in there and just allowing the grip and the car, exactly what it's designed to do, work for him so brilliantly underneath him. Just having a quick look off to the timing screen on the side on a bit of a Trent Grubel watch in the Polo Ralph Lauren entry, currently in position number 8, and is fastest in the first sector, and his third fastest car on the track. But he is getting caught up in some traffic, and we will keep you updated as to where Trent Grubel is to try and claw his way back after that tragic start. He was left standing there. He's got the car going. And this change at the lead is now our focus. The Hankook tyre, control tyre right across all of the 4 classes here, and that is not going to be a race-winning manoeuvre there by Ryan Astley. Off over the back, he's given Ryan Howe a good 2 seconds in that little off there, so momentary lapse of concentration. Let's hope he's got the concentration levels right back up. And here is the next group on track that's battling it out, and off the back there, that F4 is doing a brilliant job to keep up with these Formula 3s. The number 14 there, Trent Shervington, and then it's Yendel, and Trent Grubel now has gone through, and Janev and Slazarski as well, so he is continuing that march back through to the front of this race. Here's the number 14, currently 4th on the road, and got Bromley just up the road, so the carrot is ever so dangling in front of him, but just slightly inching away at this point in time. So he seems to have a lot more eyes for the mirrors coming onto the straight there. Had his head craned over to the left and to the right to see where the car behind him was, and it looks like Paul Diabiasi coming out of the lane. No, he's gone into the lane, sorry. Fastest lap now, Ryan Howe, 146.26. Nice time. Starting to work down to those 143s we saw in qualifying for Race Fuels Championship fuel supply. Trent Grubel now on screen, charging at the field. He'll have Yendel next in the Formula 4, so he should be able to get through on the AGI Sport different spec car. Gee, they're noticeably different with that F312 higher nose, very much mimicking the Formula 1 chassis of that time back 11 years ago as well. They're the higher nose, comes out very, very distinctive compared to the 11s and 8s out there, but beautiful looking car, and just up the road in front now, starting to push through onto Trent Shervington, and it looks like he's going to make short back and sides of this. Plunges to the inside here. Shervington not giving it up. A very, very experienced New South Wales racer is Trent Shervington, so he will know and he'll understand when it's time to give up. Well, we've got one spinning there.
Is that Van Laanhoven? That's looking like the Van Laanhoven car that speared off to the right-hand side. Now, it doesn't look like there's any damage on that car, but it's certainly speared off, and he's able to get it going again, thankfully. So the race control do give these drivers and these cars plenty of time to try and get back out on the track and get that sector of the track back under green conditions as soon as possible. But here's Grubel. He was charging onto the back of Shervington, but you can see a bit of an aero wash off the back of Shervington has been halting up progress from Grubel, but he pulls out of the slipstream nice and early coming down the main straight on the commencement of lap 6, and up the inside nice and easily into number 74. Not quite, Matt Shervington deep under brakes, equal to the measure, defending that position 4, doing a great job from Trent Grubel, who is certainly on the recovery drive after stalling the car off the grid. That was a bit of a worrisome moment for Grubel. Held his composure, got that car fired back up again, and he's pressing on. So he is definitely on the charge back, and here they come up to the hairpin turn 6. A wonderful part of this circuit. You can see how that part of the track and that corner cambers in, and the undulation, the elevation change around the Bend Motorsport Park certainly on show here, especially with this angle. You can see the cars actually disappear behind the undulation as they pop out again, and up to that fast left-hander at turn 11, and then turning right at turn 12 right now. Matt Shervington is doing a great job defending though, running a little bit wide there, having a little bit of a moment, but keeping it under control. But here comes Trent Grubel. He says thank you very much and steps into position 4, but that's a very clean move there from Grubel in the position to pounce when it mattered most. Matt Shervington making a slight mistake, and Grubel up into position 4.
Nice move there by Trent Grubel. He applied the pressure beautifully for an entire lap there, and Shervington just making that little mistake, and it was just enough for him to slip by. So Trent Grubel, after taking the All Properties Group pole position award yesterday, has charged back through this field as we go back to the front of this race.
Oh,
the
Miles
27 drawing alongside now.
Bromley up the inside of Ryan Astley. He's got the inside line going into turn 2. Great move there from Miles Bromley. He is the 17-year-old down from Brisbane, working full-time with Tim Macro Racing, side by side into turn 5. Darren, flat out, flat throttle, deep under brakes into the hairpin, and Ryan Astley doing a great job in that number 99 car to defend it, but compromised on exit here. Ooh, bit of a blow of smoke out there from the back of Miles Bromley's car, the number 8 entry there. So that was that's a bit unusual for Formula 3 cars, especially the Mercedes-Benz power plant.
Geez, yeah, I wonder if that was a bit of an overrun on the injection system and just some rich fuel coming out of the exhaust, but it certainly grabbed our attention, didn't it? It was a big plume of black smoke, not white smoke, thank goodness, because that would generally be an oil burn issue and not too far away from the end, but being black like that, I think it might be a rich fuel situation. But the 27 Ryan Howe has now driven away very, very handily from these two. In fact, an 8.7 second lead with still 4 laps to go. So that's a brilliant drive so far by Ryan Howe to be able to drive away from Ryan Astley. And Bromley in the mix here. I guess the next thing we keep an eye out for is appearing on the horizon behind them is Trent Grubel, but he's not really within striking distance. If you look at the gaps back, it's out over 15 seconds. So yes, he'll be pushing hard, and yes, trying to get there. He's setting up personal best sectors at the moment. So yes, he's continuing to push hard. But Ryan Howell has just eased off on the lap times a little bit over the last lap. He's still very quick in that first sector, and he's taking full advantage of that. And this time around, Ryan Astley not having to defend anywhere near as aggressively as what he had to do to Miles Bromley the previous lap around. They come around out of turn 3, push their way up to 4, 5, and then under brakes, heavy brakes. And it's not a super challenge for an open wheel, a thoroughbred, purpose-built machine like these open wheelers are, but it is still a very heavy brake into that hairpin. Great front-on shot there. You really get to have that frontal area look and to see how much they do when the Dallara designed these chassis, how much they try and do to keep that frontal area down so they create the least amount of drag as they possibly can. Every surface is purposefully built to give the car stability and grip.
Ryan Howe doing a brilliant job at the head of the field, but here is some lapped traffic as well for Ryan Astley to negotiate. They very pragmatically get well and truly out of the way, but slightly compromised through that corner. Here comes Miles Bromley having a good look, but the door is shut firmly on him, so the number 8 still settling back into position 3. This is, of course, the battle for the second step of the podium in this race. Absolutely brilliant racing between these two. We should point out that Bromley was in the frame to take pole position in yesterday's qualifying session until an unfortunate incident put him into the wall at turn 16. But thankfully he's able to charge back through the field, and you can see the redemption charge from him as well. You can see just how much race pace he has taken the battle right up to Ryan Astley in that number 99 entry. Once again, we've got some more lap traffic to contend with. That's Huang in the number 16 car. We pointed out that livery earlier this weekend, and it's one of the more striking looking cars, and he is of course competing in F04 class, one of the former Formula 4 cars entries. That's a bit of an outfit, isn't it?
It certainly is. Just watching, they got through nicely there. He was saw them coming and just eased the corner out to just run a bit wide to let these two faster Formula 3 cars come on through. Of course, if you're interested in watching more of the Australian Formula Open Series, the next round will be at Queensland Raceway, the 4th to the 6th of August, and we look forward to seeing them there as part of the new Shannon's Trophy Series being run by Motorsport Australia, and then go on to Sandown in September and the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit at Isle of Magic at the end of November for their season finale.
Love these pictures being brought to us by Blendline TV. It's one of the largest, if not the largest crew that brought to a racetrack this weekend, and doing a fantastic job behind the scenes to bring us these brilliant pictures. Plenty of camera points around the track, and all of the camera people, a big shout out to them for enduring the all sorts of weather conditions. It's a little bit cold and brisk this morning, but it's also a big thanks to the volunteer officials doing it tough out there, ensuring that this event takes place. But this battle for P2 still rages on, with Bromley searching all corners of this track. There is plenty of space. The scale of the Bend Motorsport Park is quite large. It's quite impressive when you come in for the first time to see just how big this track is. It's very wide and it allows a lot of freedoms and a lot of room for drivers. So if they do make a mistake, it's relatively easy to get the cars turned around if they do unfortunately tag a wall. Very deep under brakes is Bromley. And this is, of course, the last lap of the race. But Bromley, very wise hand on young shoulders, taking a very mature approach to his racing. He identified his weaknesses in his performance and his speed around his circuit and worked on improving them. And you can see he's sitting in third position and well and truly in frame to try and take away position 2. But Ryan Howe still pressing on at the head of the field as well. So he's also identified the fact that on cold tyres that car is a little bit vulnerable, but he worked hard to get those Hancooks lit up, those slick tyres, and they're working absolutely beautiful. And he set the fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute 44.3 on the final race. That's very Peter Brock-esque at Bathurst. So Ryan Howe, very impressive drive this morning, and he's certainly going to be very hard to beat in the 30-minute finale coming up later on this afternoon, Darren.
I would say that those guys now are purposely setting that car up and sending him out and saying you're going to have to push hard early because we've got the incoming tyre set, tyre pressure set so that it will be the best car it will possibly be at the end of the race. And here he is now, and it is looking like it is the best possible car it can be for Trans Dig, and blazing down the side of this Dallara and just looping the car around, dipping the head sideways, getting a good look at the apex there as well. And he celebrates the victory. So Ryan Howe, 2 for 2. Can he make it 3 from 3? Trent Grubel continues the fight in P4, but it's not going to be any avail. He's not going to be able to catch these two. And across the line comes Ryan Astley and the 17-year-old from Queensland, Miles Bromley. And you get the feeling, Callum, there might be quite the career ahead of that young fella at 17 if he's doing that sort of stuff. And I certainly look to some of the team managers and team owners to look over their shoulder and check out the likes of Cadell Ambrose, who is doing such a terrific job, had a great stellar karting career, and you'll see him fitting into one of these cars quite nicely.
The racing stars of tomorrow today, Darren, and I know that you're a tech-savvy dude and you're all over the social media pages, and of course if you want to find out more information, we encourage you to follow the social media pages for Australian Formula Open to find out more information and about these young drivers, guys and girls who compete in motorsport, and because we'll be seeing them on the big stage at some point in the near future based on their performance. So the drivers still continuing to come around and complete this event. It's been a very relatively clean 10-lap race 2, proudly supported by Race Fuels this weekend, and very much looking forward to the final race, Darren. 30 minutes in the top 4, looking like it's going to be a promising battle between those guys, because any of them potentially could take the race win. They're very much in the frame. So there are provisional results on your screen right now. Ryan Howe taking out race 2 in the number 27, almost 12 seconds clear of Ryan Astley, who was the leading the way off the line. He finishes in P2, just ahead of Miles Bromley in 3rd position. Trent Grubel recovering to position 4 after stalling off the start line. Trent Shervington in 5th. Brody Yendall in 6th position. Chris Sluzarski, in position 7. Christian Yanev in 8th position. Van Laarhoven in 9th position after that spin. And Matthew Rosler rounding out the top 10.
Great race there. Ryan Howe, fastest lap on lap number 9, a 144.3988 to Chris Huang. Matthew Woodland down 1 lap. Paul Biazzi and Andrew Roberts not finishing that race. So terrific stuff. Thank you very much, Callum. You have got Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia duties to get on to. We have got a countdown now. The next race for today, 11:25, is the start time for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. We will take a quick break here on Blendline TV and be back with more leading into the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia. Back soon.
Yeah, as if I'm going to come around for that. So I'm thinking I'll probably go after these anyway, so...
Once I've done the team photo, keep on it.
Yeah.
They do the podium straight up.
So they might end up doing a big thing. People out there, cars out there.
Do you remember the F1 driver Johnny Cicotto?
Oh,
It's his son driving in this.
is it?
John.
Right.
Sam Bradley and Ben Campbell.
Yeah. I've got to show it Dean there, and he looked like, when I looked at the bloody image after, he looked like a cardboard cutout. It's like fucking straight, like. Yeah.
He's in media mode,
Oh, whatever.
PR mode.
Yeah, well, not too darn stiff. So,
I reckon the trick to taking face photos is click, 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 and then you stay there. Thanks, guys. And then a fraction of a second later, you take the real shot.
yeah.
Once they loosen up.
That's why I like taking candid shots of people rather than close shots. Craig Lowndes is like, puts on the video post with a big grin over, Craig Lowndes grin.
It's like a
And it's like,
it's like a toothpaste though.
yeah, well, that's it, mate. So it's like, don't need that. So just stand back, catch them on air, bang, got it.
Same with kids. Take photos of
Oh.
kids. They all it's when you stand up and face the camera and they
Yeah.
don't move, you just look blue.
Yeah.
Some old coaches told them that. And then as soon as that was a good way. Okay. And then you take your shot. They weren't realising it.
That was like a half decent tripod.
I got given it for free. I don't even know
Oh,
if
really?
it's decent or not. Yeah. One of the guys from Circuit Boats gave it to me.
From where?
From Circuit Boats.
Okay.
Yeah. GP Hydro Livestream, they gave it to me. They said, oh, we've got no use for it. Here, take it. You need it for videos. And I'm just like, oh, I can buy my own. And it's like, no, you take it. And I'm just like, whatever. All right, cool. I think it's like a $300 one or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
If that. I don't know.
Even the head's probably good a few bucks too.
Yeah.
Should have got him to write a receipt out for you.
In case it's hot.
Just gotta try to keep my footage looking, you know,
Crisp.
yeah, crisp. Because yesterday it looked like I had like
Oh, mate, I
like
mean-
Parkinson's or something like that, shaking all the time.
Well, the thing is that I did some for the sporting car club there, but I used my
Yeah.
video. I used my phone to do a lot of it around the pits there. But while I was out here, I even tried locking it off, and with the big lens like this,
Yeah.
the wind would catch it every now and again, and it was vibrating and whatever. And then, yeah. Somebody who was editing the photo, editing the image there, and I said, what do you reckon? I said, honest. He says, yeah, well, it's shit, isn't it? So it's like, well, yeah. He says, out of an hour, about an hour that I took, a bit over an hour that I took, he managed to get about 2.5 minutes out of it. So. But yeah,
Yeah,
a lot of work trying to work out, piece it all together, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Trying
know
to
what you mean,
remember
yeah.
where all the
Yeah,
bits
yeah,
and
yeah.
pieces
Absolutely.
are, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it's like,
Well, I've got to contend with the fact that the sensor in this thing has to accommodate for it being slow motion, so even the sensor goes in slow motion as well, so it blurs out and then blurs back in.
Oh, right.
On normal settings, it just goes like that and then clicks back in.
Yeah.
But yeah, nah. It's a bit annoying, but it is what it is, unfortunately, and gotta make do with what I've got. Even though it's a decent camera, it's just I'm still learning. I've had it for over a year now, or about a year to start, and yeah, just takes time.
When's your old man due back?
Tuesday,
So when's he going back again?
August, with my mum.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've got John Flynn here. He headhunts motorsport operations for Squadron Corsa in the APAC region. Now, can you just talk to us about the excitement, the anticipation of coming to Australia for the first time for Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia?
Yeah, this is the first time that we've been to Australia with Super Trofeo Asia, and we were extremely excited to come to Australia. It's very much a new exploration for us, but we wanted to come to Australia because the motorsport business in Australia is very well established, and our Lamborghini business, road car business, is also growing in Australia. So we wanted to be present, and we wanted to bring the championship to Australia and show everybody in Australia what the championship's about. But there was really, very few options from a location that we would really want to come to. The Bend was always outstanding. It's a fantastic facility. It's a great racetrack. It's got, a great track itself, but great corporate hospitality facilities. It's got not only the racetrack but the rallycross stage and the drag strip now, and the whole facility is just fantastic, and the atmosphere is also amazing. People have welcomed us to the Bend, and we couldn't ask for more.
This weekend, 4 weeks ago, we're just in Sepang in Malaysia. What are the logistical challenges from turning around 20 cars and loading them from Malaysia and getting them to Australia 4 weeks later?
Well, yeah, part of I would say the biggest challenge of the championship from an organisational point of view is probably logistics, as you say. We've got something like 15 containers, 20 cars, and plus one car came in from Melbourne to join us this weekend. And of course, we've not only got long transport times because everything's moved by sea, but also then we've got customs waiting times in between. And of course, getting into Australia, everything has to be completely clean and ready to come in. But we've got a great operations team who are able to manage these things. We've got great logistics partners, and everything was relatively easy, I would say, to get in.
And obviously this is an international championship in Asia, North America and Europe as well, making its first appearance here in Australia. But what does it mean to Lamborghini to engage its Australian customer base by bringing out the whole series here?
It's a great opportunity for us to show Super Trofeo Asia to Australia, and also for our Asian drivers, teams and drivers to get an experience of an amazing country and an amazing nation. And so it's been really, really exciting to be able to be here. It's been really exciting for many of the drivers. It's their first time to Australia. And without fail, everyone has been amazed by the country itself, by the people, certainly by the facility. And, it was a personal goal of mine to bring the championship to Australia. And we're super happy to have been here.
Sam Braben, what are you doing here this weekend?
Well, we're racing this beautiful Lamborghini Super Trofeo car that you see behind us, the Super Trofeo Asia Series. It's such an incredible experience to be here at the Bend, and we're partnering up with someone like Dean, who's done more laps around this place than anybody, is pretty amazing too.
So how does it feel to add this beautiful-looking Lamborghini to the growing list of exotic sports cars that you've been racing around the world and Australia?
Yeah, it's hell good. I mean, it's amazing. I love it. I'd only done sort of 5 laps in the car prior to today practice, so today's been a big learning experience. But it's one to tick off the list, that's for sure. And you'd see them at track days, seeing them racing, and it's such a massive category all over the world, and to be a part of it here is pretty amazing.
So how do you rate your performance so far on practice today, Friday?
Yeah, better than I expected, to be honest with you. We finished up P2. In the end, we led the session once I hopped out the car, and I think Chicotto went a little bit faster at the end. But we're just sort of going about our business, and we're up the sharp end, and that's all we can ask for. And we'll see how it plans out for qualifying in the races tomorrow.
Obviously, Bend Motorsport Park, world-class facility. How does it feel to be here racing?
Yeah, it's amazing. I come here a lot, not as much as Dean, obviously, but for lots of different events, different track days. There's nothing quite like it in Australia, and the fact that we have such a facility available to us is a massive boost for not just South Australia, but the whole of Australian motorsport as well. And it shows with international events like Asian Le Mans Series and obviously Super Trofeo Asia coming to the circuit. It shows what we have available to us, and it's brilliant. I love it.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to the Bend Motorsport Park. We're absolutely delighted to be here for round 2 of Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia. As you can see behind me, we've got 20 beautiful examples of the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2 Super Trofeo. 50 minutes of racing coming your way very shortly. Excitement, anticipation, building towards the race start coming your way very shortly. My name is Callum Brannigan, and it's time to introduce the commentary team for this morning's broadcast. We've got Darren Smith and Sean Henshelwood. Over to you, boys.
Was it over the safety boat, was it? No, it was over another competitor. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Callum Brannigan. A long shot down the Bend Motorsport Park straight there. And a magnificent Lamborghini Urus about to lead this field around to start race 2 for the weekend. We've really enjoyed seeing these Lamborghinis and all of our drivers and teams representing here locally in Australia, and of course all of the international teams. Sean Henshelwood right alongside me has been travelling right throughout Asia for many years with motorsport. Sean, welcome home, and it's great to have one of the categories that you have been working very closely with, and we will be back to that in just a moment. So great to have you back on with the Lambos here at the Bend, Sean.
Thanks, Darren. It's certainly great to be back here, and it's great for the debut of Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia in this part of the world. But it is a very beautiful part of the world indeed.
We're here at the Bend Motorsport Park, situated just an hour away from the Adelaide CBD, in the beautiful Murray River region. Lakes and Coorong region right here in South Australia. Surrounding us is the stunning Murray River, and just a short drive away is the Montaro Safari Park and the world-renowned Langhorne Creek wine region. Visit southaustralia.com for more information on how you can make them most of your next trip to the Bend. Beautiful South Australia. So we have got Callum Brannigan down on the lane with Dean Canto sitting on the front row of the grid.
Front row, looking towards turn 1. What are your expectations for this race?
It's going to be a hard charge into turn 1. Obviously, young Chicotto over there, I'm pretty sure he's going to try and squeeze me to the outside on the exit of 1. So we'll just get through there safely. It's a 50-minute race. So we'll get through the first turn, see where it pans out from there. But little bit of a setup change overnight, and we'll see how that goes for us today.
Beautiful. Thank you, Dean. And here comes a commentated on-board lap from the very experienced man, Dean Canto himself.
So hi guys, you're on board with Dean Canto at the Bend Motorsport Park in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. We're on the international circuit, 4.7 kilometres. Making our way up to 6th gear down the main straight here. Hard on the brakes at the 150 board. Back down to 2nd gear. Tight turn 1. Accelerate out hard into turn 2, 3rd gear, accelerate hard again to turn 3. Hard on the brakes, get the car in nice and tight back to 2nd. Keep it tight on the exit, little bit of wheel spin on the exit here. Now we come up to the very gutsy corner, turn 5. 5th gear, almost full throttle. Careful on the exit, and then we come down to the very challenging off camber, turn 6 hairpin, back to 2nd gear. Manage the car on the way in. Use all the road on the exit, accelerating hard. All the way out to the outside here into the fast triple right section. Lovely bit of circuit here. It's the world's longest corner. That left front tyre copping all the load. And then coming out, get the car back over for turn 11. Nice fast corner, flat back on the brakes, 1 gear into turn 12. Use all the road on the exit and then some. Shifting our way up to 5th gear, coming up to turn 13. Nice cambered in uphill corner. Get the car in low and tight again. Use that camber for the banking. Blind exit, accelerating up to 4th, hard braking for turn 14. Tricky corner this one, back to 3rd, accelerating out, and again another tricky corner into 15. You got to be careful on the exit here. Over the crest, the blind exit again, shifting our way up to 5th gear, 2nd last corner, over 90 degrees. Very late apex here, back to 2nd gear, slow corner. Accelerating out, using all the road, coming up to the last corner, very open corner, fast corner. 3rd gear, got a bit of extension in the concrete here, using all of that, and relax back on the main straight.
How cool is that 5.2 litre V10 between his shoulders at the back of that Lamborghini? It just sounds magnificent, and I love the way he comes around through turn 5, my favourite part of the track. Sean, awesome to see these raging bulls sitting on this grid just about to unleash, isn't it?
Fantastic, and if you haven't seen them before, go out somewhere close to the main building here on the main straight to the Bend Motorsport Park and take in the sound of these cars as they go down the straight for the first time and roar into turn one. And roar they will. Dean Canto sitting there closest to camera, of course, but he's on position number 2. It is the very impressive young driver, of course, Jonathan Cicotto, who really set the place on fire yesterday in qualifying, took pole position for both sessions 1 and 2. Canto did have him in the second session during his run, the second of the 15-minute sessions, during much of the session, but the car was outside the window. I was talking to Dean just earlier. He said there was an issue just a little bit with the front end of the car. It wasn't in the window they wanted. They've found something and they think that they're going to be able to make it work a little bit better today, but he's very impressed with the pace of Jonathan Cicotto.
Coming out of turn 5, here's the track map into that turn 6 hairpin. Very, very long front straight, right angled turn at turn 1 around 9 and 10. This is the critical setup for the car because the car flows left and right and then left again and then back. Coming back around turn 14 and 15, back into the precinct, back into the complex where all the fans can see from pit lane. The run down to the 17 and then up to 18. And as Dean Canto said, that very fast turn 18, you've got to flow the car as fast as you possibly can. Opened just a couple of years ago in 2018. 4.95 kilometres, 18 turns jammed into that 4.9 area, and it is a fantastic place. Whincup had the lap record here in an AMG 145.6607. So he is an Australian touring car racer of absolute note, multiple championship winner there. So let's see how we launch with all of these great races as we go to the grid for the race number 2 for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia round 2.
Jonathan Cicotto on pole position. Alongside him to start the race is Dean Canto. Second row, Chris Vanderdrift alongside Mark Darwin, the Malaysian race driver. Brian Lee on row 3 alongside Ray Yu. Had a drama yesterday and spun off, causing one of the safety car interventions, and that certainly had an impact on the race. We ended up finishing the race under safety car, and then we haven't alerted you to just yet, but we will do just shortly, is the end result of the race was changed some hours after we finished the race. So as we said at the time, it was a provisional result, but that was soon changed once we had all the drivers in play. All the replays from onboard cameras had been done and we'd spoken to the drivers. So we're back onto rows 3 and 4. Bobby Buncheron will start from position number 7 alongside Oscar Lee, who is driving with Dan Wells, who did such a brilliant job yesterday. Behind that, Prom Sombat will start the number 19 entry. They've been very, very fast, the Thai combination, alongside Eric Kay, who's racing alongside his brother Henry. Back on position number 11 is Vincent Tai, will be starting the car he shares with Johnson Huang, and Wei will be starting the car that he shares with Nico Nassi. Back to position 13, of course, the Australian driver Adrian Dietz alongside another Australian driver in Tony Walls, then Super Chai alongside Shengwei Zhu, and Dr. Ma, in fact Keith Vong, will start the number 83 entry, and rear of field is Harry O. Kumar, of course, starting from position number 18. So we're getting set for a start, controlled by the pole man, and he made an error at this point yesterday. He went from first to last because we finished under safety car, but he's gotten away this time. Cicotto, a drag race with Dean Canto down to turn 1. Who is going to take the line? I fancy Cicotto, but Canto will be right there. And we're into the first part of this race. We've gone through turn 1. I was just about to say we've gone through cleanly. A little bit of contact by the looks of it for Bobby Buncheron. The left front guard just showing a little bit of contact damage as the rest of the field comes through. So not a bad start, Darren. We're well and truly into this second race.
78's got some damage on the front guard there. That's Bobby Buncheron there, and he's got that front guard waving up in the air as well. Watching Oscar Lee, didn't get a really good run out of turn 1 there as well, but the race leaders got away very, very swiftly there. Dean Canto challenging them all the way to the turning point there, but it was a beautiful run for Jonathan Cicotto. Did a magnificent job there for the 78, just languishing down the field there. That trim panel over the top of the wheel, the vent trim panel. So I would suggest you could probably soldier on, and you'd probably end up seeing a mechanical black flag from race control at some stage. But press on like it's not there. Off the track goes the red and white car in the middle of this operation. Is that the number 16?
It's the 51.
51, okay, so that is Johnson goes off there as well. Gathers it all up. Here we go.
Replay of turn 1. Oh, a little bit of contact, and that's where Buncheron just got squeezed wide, and it wasn't really his issue. He was caught up in that. So keep a close eye on how his performance goes. The tyre driver, very experienced in one-make competition, loves Super Trofeo Asia. Was spent a 3-year sabbatical before returning this year with the Evo 2. And that is a great modification on the original Evo. A number of these cars are in fact new build Evo 2s, but of course they are on the Super Trofeo platform. Very different to the times. Out the gate fast. In fact, he's got 1.6 Dean Canto on just the opening lap. It depends on how he's set the car up and what he's trying to achieve, whether or not he burns up too much tyre early in this race. But what we have seen with the control handle rubber is it is very consistent across its tyre life. So 50-minute race, compulsory pit stop between minute 20 and minute 30. Every team must come down pit lane. The 2 driver entries will stop down for 80 seconds. The single driver entries will stop for 83 seconds. So there's a little bit of a loss there for Chicotto when he comes in. But as he said to me yesterday after setting pole position, his main aim is to get to the pit stop in front with that buffer already covered. He's already doing a good job on that front. He's now out by 1.8 seconds.
Watching down through the timesheets now, Tony Wall started at a 14th. He's gone back 2 spots, as has Adrian Dietz. So the Aussies, the locals there, are just finding themselves being shuffled back a little bit. They certainly haven't had the Jackson and Tony Walls did do the home round, but certainly Adrian Dietz has only joined in locally here. But Adrian certainly knows his way around the Bend Motorsport Park with some local GT competition, and he runs his locally entered Huracan GT3 right across the local scene. So a very experienced Lamborghini racer and respected amongst the Lamborghini ranks as well. Just watching that car now on screen there, the 78 the damage on board there. So Bobby just pressing on, which is great because it's not creating any damages. No, nothing rubbing on the tyre there. It's just a bit of trim panel work. The vented aspect over the top of the wheels, which is a big feature in modern GT cars to relieve the pressure in the back of the guard, and that's what's just sitting up there in the air. It'll probably annoy the driver a bit because they are a left-hand drive outfit, so it'll be right in front of his vision on the left-hand side, but pressing on, good to see.
Pressing on indeed is Jonathan Chicotto at the front of the field, out by 1.78 seconds now. So Canto's picked him up in the last sector. What was interesting, and looking at the data on the car from the Zagami Autosport entry with Dean Canto behind the wheel, he's sharing with Sam Brabham. They're being managed this weekend by Rod Wilson from Zagami Autosport. They were saying that Chicotto would grab them by 0.4 of a second in the first sector, and they just couldn't find a way to get it back. Talking to Canto this morning, he said, we did find something was set up. We're about 15% outside the window. Don't you love technical talk? What does that actually mean, Dino? But anyway, 15% outside the window. They've adjusted the car. They've got it back into the window they want. Max Visa left a screen, driver coach for Henry and Eric Kay. That's Henry in the middle. So they will be looking to try and maximise their performance. But Canto reckons this time round he's going to be going all right. Again, there are 3/10 taken out of Canto in that first sector. Looks like smoke coming from Buncheron's car. So I'd say that bodywork's starting to rub on that left front tyre. That could pose a bit of a problem.
It certainly will. You don't want to rub these Hancooks out unnecessarily on the sidewall. A new inclusion into this season as we've got Callum Brannigan in the lane.
Walls, bit of a slow start for Dad Tony, but you've got to work your way forward once you jump into the car.
Yeah, for Dad really it's just keeping it on track and just trying to move forward to a hold position. But it's a long race. There's still 45 minutes to go, so we'll see what happens.
Thank you, Jackson.
Thanks. Cheers.
Very impressive young man, Jackson Walls. Done a bit of F3 open wheel driving, certainly in the Asian Series, the Formula Regional Asia Championship. Of course, that is tied in with Formula 3. He's turned his attention now to GT competition, one-make GT competition. And okay, I'm going to call this loosely a GT car, even though it is a purpose-built Super Trofeo Huracan model of Lamborghini Evo 2. And again, a different platform to the GT3 car. They look very similar. This bodywork very much centred around making the car look more like the road car version as opposed to the original Evo. But performance-wise, in a straight line, they're actually a lot faster than the GT3 car because, as we know, to performance balance the GT3 car, they do put restrictors in. These cars run pretty much open with that beautiful sounding 5.2 mid-mounted V10, and they lose a little bit, certainly at this circuit. So about 1.4, 1.5 seconds down on the pace of a GT3 car and its outright performance. They lose most of that in the high-speed corners, of which there's a few here at the Bend Motorsport Park. Jiatang Liang just standing in pit lane waiting for his turn behind the wheel. But ride height's a little bit different. The tyre is different. Of course, this is the Control Hankook slick. It's a medium compound tyre, and the tyre width and tyre diameter is slightly different to GT3. So there's a variance there. So it sits a little bit higher in ride height, so that affects the performance and the balance of the car. But the aero is the significant difference to a GT3 car. So less drag in a straight line, more outright performance without the restrictor, but it loses a lot of that when it comes to the mid to high speed corners.
Mark Darwin now on screen in the number 33, doing a really good job in the Garfield livery car, and being chased down pretty hard at the moment by the 63 of Brian Lee. And this is a really good battle. This is for just off the podium at the moment. Ray Lou in the background there as well. There's Dean Canto now, and he has got Chris Vanderdrift in his mirrors. Now, these guys would have raced each other historically in a supercar race going back maybe 15, 16, 17 years ago. So they'll know each other and they'll know how to get around each other as well. So really good to see a couple of these old rivals starting to renew their rivalry.
I was around when Chris Vanderdrift raced junior cars, so let's not talk about these old guys that are running around in Lamborghinis. It's making me feel horribly old-natured. But I'm looking at the timing too. So Canto's talking about losing 4 tenths to Chicotto in the first sector. And I was just about to point out, he limited that down to about 1/10 of a second. Chicotto's just smashed out a 40.8 in the first sector. 41.2 is the best so far for Canto. So he's lost a little bit there, but he's within a tenth, half a tenth in sectors 2 and 3. So he's found a little bit more performance. Now this is going to be interesting. Looks like, so I was going to say that was lap traffic. It's not. We're looking further back at that battle. That is still Bobby Butcher holding down position number 7. And that is the 18 car that's immediately ahead of him. He started from position 6, which is Ray Lou. And we saw Ray took over after the compulsory pit stop yesterday and beached himself almost immediately over the back of the circuit. And that brought out one of 2 safety car interventions. Sadly, the second one saw us with about 5 minutes to go. They ultimately couldn't recover the car in time. And we finished under safety car. And the man who's leading this race, as he had done in qualifying, as he had done in one of the 2 60-minute practice sessions, the only practice they got before they qualified yesterday morning, of course, Jonathan Chicotto, he'd been very, very impressive. He's leading at the front of the field, and he did the same thing yesterday. Drove away from the field on both the restarts, but unfortunately, he made all the error off the start. In fact, the rolling start for the race leader, as you get to the control line, you need to be between 70 and 90 kilometres per hour. Let's just say there was a 1 in front of the number he crossed the line with, so it was a little bit harder. And he, of course, got penalised, unfortunately, 30 seconds post-race. And with the field all bunched up after the safety car intervention, that put him to rear of field. So disappointment for the young Venezuelan driver. He's working his way back through and he's hoping to recover today.
Loving what's going on in the 19 there, Prombat there as well, doing a terrific job. He's on the flashes, just letting know the car in front is monstering him. There's no blue flags being shown yet to the 78, but Bobby Butcheron coming under some pressure now from behind, and not only is he doing it physically, he's got a couple of little technical aids as well. The flasher there just going, come on, let's get a hurry on. I'm coming down the inside, round 5, massively fast bit of the track here, throws out the challenge, under brakes, and this is, Sean, where the massive gain has been with the Evo 2 under brakes. They are just absolute behemoths under brakes. Runs wide, overcooks it.
And those 2 Thai drivers, of course, have seen a lot of each other in past seasons racing in the Thailand Super Series, not necessarily in Hurricanes. Bobby is a big fan of the Lamborghini product. He's raced at various stages in the Thailand Super Series and in, of course, Super Trofeo Asia in past seasons. But great to see Aniwat and Prom Sombat that share that number 19 Absolute Racing entry. There's more dramas. This is lap traffic. So we're starting to get into the action. No, it's not lap traffic. That was a change of position. So that should put Bobby, might have been a drama. We'll get back to that one. So there seems to have been some level of change of position. And up front, though, no level of change of position. Jonathan Chicotto is going to lose 3 seconds to Canto and Sam Brabham during that pit stop's already up by 3.8 seconds. So
just watching Ray Lou there, he's lost 3 spots in this last series of turns. It looks like he's going to lose another one here. So hopefully he's got the concentration level back up after that, because he really needs to switch the brain back on and get back on with his job for the TRT racing team, because at the moment he's just lost 4 spots in this last lap.
One of those spots to Oscar Lee, who of course wound up being the winner of Pro-Am with Dan Wells yesterday. Talking to Dan Wells, we saw how racy Dan was yesterday. He really was firing it up the inside of Chris Vanderdrift and really took the fight to Jackson Walls. I said, how did that go? You were banging mirrors with the young man? He said, yeah, it's a long championship. I think I opted out of that, as you guys suggested in commentary. But he said it was fantastic. He said, my car was absolutely mega under brakes. He said, we absolutely nailed it. He said, that's where we're making up positions. What he did allude to too, and was glad that we missed in the live stream, is they had a slight glitch during the compulsory pit stop. Meant to stop for 80 seconds, stopped for about 108.
And that's a slight glitch, isn't it? That'll lose you some track position.
Turned out there was nobody in pit lane actually controlling the time that they were due to stop. So when they decided to leave, all the gains they'd made, they lost. But after the restart, Oscar Lee, who'd taken over during the stop from Dan Wells, managed to regain a lot of those positions. So he'd done very, very well. So keep a close eye on Oscar Lee, who's shared driving duties in a Lamborghini in the Evo 2 last year in Europe. This race goes on, doesn't it? The 51's really pushing Buncheron to try and take that position away. And of course, is the 51, Johnson Wang, is driving alongside Vincent Tai, and it's Vincent that's taken it. He's really monstering the back of Buncheron, but Bobby's done this a long time. He's done a lot of one-mate GT competition, and he's just protecting that line. Yeah, Ray was doing a brilliant job. In fact, qualified position 6. He's an amateur driver, so some of these AMs are very, very racy. And what's been impressive, Daz, is they've really picked up this circuit very, very quickly.
I think that was a concentration thing, Sean. I think he just had a momentary lapse there. Oh, this is looking really spicy in this part of the field here, and
More
goes
contact.
off. So the car with the panel waving up in the air now is waving around on the grass as well.
Henry Kay did a great job to avoid Buncheron there, and Bobby was doing everything he could to try and straighten it up. Once you get these things sideways, very difficult to keep them from spinning. So Buncheron's done a brilliant job just to continue on, but he's lost 4 positions. He's right at the front of this little pack that we see on screen. Now he's in fact dropped 5 positions, so he'll be very, very frustrated by that.
Again, this is a concentration game. We're only 13 and a half minutes into it, so let's see again. Coming around, getting a bit out on the dirt there, and yeah, there was no contact. Oh, then maybe we'll see if we can get a look at the back of that car at some point to see if there was any damage, but certainly looked to be no harm, no foul there, but we press on, coming out to the bottom end of the track here now, and this is a really good battle, and someone else is off there. That is Brian Lee, bringing the SQDA Brit racing car back onto the track there, and gee, I tell you what, you don't want to take your Super Trofeo Hurricane Evo 2 too far into the rallycross track here, purpose-built rallycross track here at the Bend Motorsport Park. We don't want to see these magnificent circuit warriors out over there, that is for sure.
Oscar Lee's making up some good positions there now. He's got through on Aniwat, and the number 21 entry, the black car in those two, is doing a great job moving themselves forward. And spinning cars. Yeah, oh, Aniwat's just come unstuck. He was trying to hang on to the tail of Oscar Lee and just spun the car, the Thai driver for Absolute Racing. He's firing it up, bit of excess fuel at the rear as he's put it back into gear and got the engine restarted, so clearly stalled. Oh no, another one. All that great work. And Vincent has spun the 51 entry.
Our battle pack of 4 has been reduced to 4 different individuals on the track now, and the 51's just losing 4 spots in one foul swoop around the bottom end of the complex here. So, interestingly enough, let's have a look at this. There goes the 19. That is the Aniwat entry. Going backwards, stops it before hitting anything hard. So that was good. And there's obviously a yellow flag out down there as well, because we're seeing green flags being waved on the straight. We're getting this another formation of a pack here, and this is in the mid-pack.
Let's go back to the outright. seconds over Dean Canto. Marco Giltrap just over a second back from the experienced Australian driver. Mark Darwin doing a great job in position 4. Oscar Lee now up to position 5. He's really worked himself through. Ray Yu now back to position 6, which is actually his starting position. Eric Kay, Henry is in pit lane, so it's Eric that was in that battle pack in the number 91 entry. He managed to avoid the spinning Bobby Boncheron, who's now back in position number 8. So he dropped back to about 10th. He's now up to position number 8 as a result of all those spins. Way in position number 9 and second in Pro-Am. And Brian Lee in position number 10. Now the green drive's been very impressive. Brian Lee was very impressive in the rain at Sepang. And we'll just take a quick look at the replay of the 51 entry. Vincent Tsai just spinning the car. I mean, in the classics they call that an own goal, but there's of course other issues involved there. He may have just tried to brake a little bit too late, carried too much speed through the corner, and just lost the rear of the car. Because the weather has been a bit of an issue. There, I've done it again. I'm talking about weather. It causes all sorts of grief. Talking about it in Malaysia. It was torrential downpour before the first round of the season. Is this a braking move? We're just talking about Brian Lee. No, he hasn't managed to move that position forward, but keep an eye on the 63 entry. The Korean team have been very impressive. Yesterday, they worked their way forward and not done any racing internationally outside of their home country of South Korea until the first round at Malaysia, wound up on the podium. In fact, in this one, they were right in it and again moving themselves forward. That's up to position number 9, inside of Wade. And they are making gains and moving forward. Interesting talking to Andre Couto, the driver coach for Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, former Macau Grand Prix winner, and he said of those two guys, he said it's something that seems to have been a bit of a pattern with some of the AM combinations here at the Bend. He said the guys that were fast and comfortable in Malaysia are now a little bit more uncomfortable, and the driver who was probably a little bit more cautious in Malaysia is tending to be the one that stands out here at the Bend. And all of them have said that the big concern they have is just the fact that they're not used to the circuit. The elevation change is the one thing that they couldn't pick on the sim, so that didn't really give them any help. But also very cautious of the runoff. We've seen the cars that have gone off or put a couple of wheels off usually have had a spin. Fortunately, not too much contact with the wall. We did lose David Lai yesterday during the race. He was the second red flag incident into the wall at turn 6. Fortunately, without serious damage, but they couldn't repair the car for today. They've been very cautious, the AM drivers, so it's been very, very impressive. And it's one thing that Andre Couto has been pushing on. In fact, I saw him talk to Brian Lee's teammate on the way downstairs to start the race, and he said to him, don't do anything fancy, just make sure you put line and length. Follow what we've told you, just keep doing the same job. Don't do anything strange or different to what you did yesterday, and you'll just improve just through additional laps. That'll be the way that you'll move forward.
Getting a good look at Adrian Dietz in the number 93, who started out on position number 13, and Adrian has managed to drive himself up a spot further up the field, so he's getting himself a good feel now. He is a Lamborghini racer locally here, but in a GT3, and we've touched on the significant differences between those different sorts of thoroughbred race car, and this is getting very, very racy indeed as we head up to turn number 1. Now popping out of the traffic and looking to push on further forward there is the number 51, Vincent Tsai.
That'll be an interesting situation for Keith Wong. He had that yesterday. We missed it on that last restart. We saw him beached and spun sideways in turn 1. There was a restart. There were 2 lapped cars in between the lead and pack. And unfortunately, Tony Walls had a big dive down the inside, and Keith said, I'll let one car through. I took the corner, and unfortunately, Tony was in too deep. We made contact, and it dropped both those drivers back. As a result of that, unfortunately, Keith spun backwards across the circuit. Dean Canto, who's in through the 3rd position, trying to make a move forward, had to go all the way out into the kitty litter and the runoff just to try and recover from that. As you've just pointed out, Marco Giltrap's the first one in pit lane with the pit window open to hand over to points leader and reigning Pro Series champion Chris van der Drift.
Very early call there. Marco Giltrap doing a lot of racing in this region in 2023, and Adrian Dietz again getting attacked from behind there, and watching how Adrian goes about it. That is and what is going in there, just warming up. Clearly about to jump on board.
Dan Wells just getting ready to jump in from Oscar Lee. He's moved up to position number 5. Keep a close eye on the number 21 entry. And now Oscar Lee is in. So quite clearly, Marco Giltrap just managed to pick the pit window perfectly. Oscar's made sure he's hit the marker. The marker's about another 4 or 5 pit bays further down now. I think the boys are going to have a bit of fun recovering that. But let's hope this pit stop goes perfectly to plan. Dramas yesterday, but they need to stop as close to 80 seconds as possible. 80 seconds from pit out to pit in to pit out. So they'll be keeping a close eye on the clock. You can't improve on that. You'll get a drive-through penalty if you do. Otherwise, just make sure you're right. There is Chris Vanderdrift rejoining in this field. He'll be well back down the order, but we have to wait for all of this to sort out as all the compulsory pit stops take place. Remember, 80 seconds for the 2 driver entries, 83 seconds for the single driver entry. Part of that is the fact that the single driver entry will already be dialed in. New driver into a 2 driver entry will take a little bit of time in some cases, unless you're a Chris Vanderdrift, of course, to just get yourself up to speed. So they give that extra 3-second penalty to drivers like Jonathan Chicotto, who's leading this field as we stand.
Chris Vanderdrift just goes through on Adrian Dietz there. He's one of the single car drivers. Interestingly enough, that shot of Marco Giltrap right in front of the magnificent visitor centre here at the Bend Motorsport Park, and people watching on above from what is the restaurant just above that visitor centre as well. So magnificent facilities here, and many of the Lamborghini drivers between events really enjoying the hospitality here at the Bend Motorsport Park.
Dan Wells just firing through, getting to what he said was his favourite part of the circuit, turn 5. A lot of people admit that. He said to me just this morning that prior to qualifying he'd had 8 laps. That's all he'd done in 2 1-hour sessions. He decided to give Oscar Lee the bulk of the driving during the 2 60-minute practice sessions. Usually with Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, we spend the Thursday with private testing. You get at least 2 hours of additional lap time. That didn't happen here, so an awful lot of caution, an awful lot of drivers finding improvements as they've gone through the racing, but that didn't stop Dan Wells. He said on about lap 3 or 4, the first laps here at the Bend Motorsport Park, so good as some of the pro drivers, he was flat through turn 5 on low fuel, so he really did an impressive job. Now, that would be Chris Vanderdrift just making up another position. How far back did he drop down the field? Well, he's now moved up to position 6. More drivers into pit lane. Shengwei Zhu, Brian Lee now in to hand over the number 63 entry. The blue and pink entry from Korea. There's the 51 entry now. Is Vincent Tai still behind the wheel, or is he handed over to Johnson Huang? I don't think he's actually hit pit lane just yet, but as a result of his dramas earlier, oh no, holding down position number 7. There's the Harmony Racing entry. Sorry, Daz, just cut you off there. David Chen was due to drive that. He put this car on pole for the 2nd race in Malaysia. Unfortunately, couldn't make it due to business commitments, so had to put another driver in for this weekend. But he did turn up yesterday morning to watch his team run through yesterday. It can't be easy for any driver to turn up when you've missed a chance to be the entry and just watch it all unfold. And there's the race leader on track, 1:48.3, his fastest lap so far. Currently up by 8.8 seconds on Dean Canto.
Jonathan Chicotto, family with great history in motorsport, is stamping his authority on the Super Trofeo round number 2, race number 2 at the moment for TRT Racing. Chris Vanderdrift, in fact, came straight back out of the pits and took a spot away from Vincent Tai in the 51, albeit Vanderdrift is a pro and Tai is the AM there, so it is for outright spots in the race.
What's interesting is Vanderdrift is what, 80 seconds behind the race leader. Now, if he's 80 seconds behind the race leader,
because he's pitted.
Yeah, no. The point being, for Jonathan Chicotto, he has to stop for 83. So that would tend to suggest that they've made that stop at the right time. And certainly Marco Giltrap's kept them in the window. They've kept them in that race. And if that is the time split that we're seeing on screen, then quite likely, as Eric Kay jumps out to hand over to his brother, quite likely we will see Chris Vanderdrift inherit the lead of this race. And of course, by virtue of that penalty yesterday for Jonathan Chicotto, they were the winner of race 3.
Crew going to work on this car as it arrived. It was pulled out of the container. It had to have repairs effected to it because straight after this race, these cars will be wheeled or shoveled or wheelbarrowed, whatever form they are in, to go to the next round to get the next race car done, as we just see
Canto
in as well out of P2. And that's a big move there as well. So Sam Brabham will jump on board that car. But yes, certainly that crew had a lot of work to do when that car arrived here out of the container, and they've gone about it well, and they've kept it well and truly out of trouble, and it will rejoin the race in the next few seconds.
Henry Kay just rejoining a little bit further down in the car that you were just talking about that was damaged during qualifying at Malaysia. A couple of cars, unfortunately, came into trouble with the barriers on the exit of turn 3, and that had a bit of an impact on the race. Fortunately, the Kay brothers were able to adopt the spare car as we watch Sam Brabham strapped into the Zagami Autosport entry. Experienced mind of Rod Wilson, car controller at the front, just getting Brabham to fire the car up. Pando's done everything he can. Now it's on to Sam Brabham to do what he can to make the most of this stint. Been very impressive since he jumped behind the wheel, Daz. He hasn't done a lot of miles in Super Trofeo cars. He'd done a couple of miles around here just for a client, and he was very impressed with the performance, of course, doing GT World Challenge Australia at the moment. Been very competitive in that category, and a very accomplished driver so far as, well, I guess, hereditary experience. Can we put it that way?
Yeah, well, it's running through your blood, isn't it? It's that sort of half expected you're going to be a race car driver, isn't it, I guess? So he gets into turn 1, some GT4 racing in Australia, and of course, quite a career in one-make sports car racing also in the UK. Really nice to have Sam back on board. He's been floating around the scene now for about the last 18 months. Like many drivers, their career suffered with the COVID era, and he's been able to get the fire lit back on his career. The big Zagami sign underneath that rear wing there as well. And we'll go downstairs and have a quick chat with Dean Canto.
Dean Canto, that was a fantastic opening stint. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, look, we improved the car from yesterday, but our durability on the tyres not there, so halfway through my stint, I had to sort of bring it back a little bit to try and keep up with Chicotto, but, you know, it's good fun to be racing again at the Bend. You know, it's my home track. It's a great facility, the best in Australia. Great to have Lamborghini here and bring their event here, but, you know, competition is awesome, and what better way to do it than with 20 other Lamborghinis on the track. But great job by the team. We're not a full-time race team here. It was just put together for the weekend, and couldn't be happier.
Perfect. Thank you, Dean Canto.
Watch this space, hey, Sean. Watch this space.
I was just about to say that. This is actually an extension in what Zagami Autosport. Of course, Zagamis are the distributor for South Australia and Victoria. And then very much to put a program in place to take a wide range of GT3, GT4 and Super Trofeo cars. It's a wide range of performance race cars for drive days that they manage. Rod Wilson is the boss of that program, but they're looking to go the next step and actually bring drivers who have bought cars, may have done track days, ride days, etc., and give them an opportunity to come into a series like Super Trofeo Asia, and that's what part of this is about this weekend, to just experience racing at a level that is more comfortable. And that's what some of these one-make championships are about, as the race leader comes down pit lane. There is Jonathan Chicotto, just in time. He's 35 seconds to go before the pit window is closed. Looks like there may be another driver expected to come down pit lane, because that window will be closed in 25 seconds. But certainly Zagami Autosport have got a great program in place, and this will be the start of something. As you say, watch this space. It'll be something for the future, certainly for Australian-based drivers to be involved in this series. And as for a return to Australia for Super Trofeo Asia, again, watch this space. It's certainly something that they're looking at, and based on the performance of this weekend so far, it's well and truly on the books.
Gee, it's going to be interesting to see how Johnny Chicotto and Mark Darwin come out. It won't be Mark Darwin, but it'll be Jason Lowe that will come out. But certainly our two leaders coming in right on the last available second on the pit stop window. We now see 19.45 minutes left in this race. There's the Chicotto entry, and I've got to say, traditionally, they're your Lamborghini colours, the yellow and the black with the red, the yellow trace there. And it is absolutely magnificent on that car. Here is Sam Brabham, and it's going to be interesting for those fans of the Raging Bull to be able to cheer on as a Zagami Autosport team if this program gets up and running as planned.
Brabham doesn't need to be caught up here, because he's right in the window where I expect he's going to come out not too far behind Chicotto as he leaves pit lane. But I'd say, well, there's Chicotto. He's already down at turn 1, so he's lost a fair bit of ground on the former race leader. In fact, it's showing still that Chicotto is leading this race, but I looked at on time. In fact, Chris Vanderdrift should have closed down that gap. But yeah, we'll wait for the timing monitor to recover. I can't work out just at the moment where Vanderdrift is on track. There is Sam Brabham. He is effectively in position number 3, although it's showing Mark Darwin in 2. So now we're seeing Jonathan Chicotto and Jason Lowe in position number 2. Mark Darwin car. Chris Vanderdrift in 3, Brabham in 4. Vanderdrift now up to position number 2, 10 seconds behind Chicotto. So, okay, we did say that was provisionally. We may have been looking at a slightly different time, but Chicotto has played this just as well as he has practiced and qualified. Never been here before. One of those drivers who, well, he's a professional racing driver. Of course, for anybody who knows motorsport in Australia that has followed certainly Mount Panorama, the Chicotto name will be one that they're aware of. The same Chicotto for motorcycle fans, two-time world champion. That is, of course, Jonathan Chicotto's father. Johnny Chicotto Jr. is his brother who had tested for Force India, so he has a good heritage in open wheel competition, and very impressive too is the young Venezuelan driver. Of course, he was set to have a co-driver this weekend. His Chinese co-driver couldn't get a visa, so ended up driving alone, and he's done a great job. Gee, that was close. It's one thing you've got to be mindful of too, and certainly a lot of these pro drivers have understood this. In a category that is a lot of gentleman drivers, and what we talk about with gentleman drivers, the drivers who have perhaps come into motorsport later in life, have the funds to be able to do it, but don't have the experience. When you get a young, fast charger like Jonathan Chicotto, they need to be mindful of the difference. You can't go into a corner and predict where they're going to brake or where they're going to be on the track all the time, not like another pro driver, so you've got to be very cautious with the way you get through traffic. So that is a real skill in a championship like that, and appreciated not just by Jonathan Flynn and the Squadra Corsa Asia team, but also by the gentleman drivers. They're not out there to have accidents, they're out there to enjoy themselves, and to be impressed, of course, by the performance of young drivers like the guy we have on screen, who is comfortably leading this race. And after the disappointment of yesterday, this is a great way, Daz, to recover.
Certainly is. It also gives many people the experience of driving these magnificent sorts of race cars, and that's what it's all about. It's about getting people to enjoy and experience and go out there and race. And you can see the likes of Jonathan Chicotto and Chris Vanderdrift and Sam Brabham, who are the pros at the front of this field at the moment, and that's likely where they should be. It certainly is pushing these cars to the absolute limit here at the moment. And Chicotto is massively impressing everyone out there in the field. Interesting you touch on, Sean, the closing speeds, or the difference with those gentleman races and the pros out there. And the other thing about that is that the race management go to great lengths to brief all the drivers to make sure that they are aware that there are other cars going at different speeds, running in different classes here. And most race drivers are very, very aware of that. There's no one that goes out there looking for trouble. They're going out there to have fun, run a race close and hard with their fellow combatants, and pack it all up at the end of the day and head to the next round.
How many times have we seen at the Bathurst 12 hour to start off a new season at the first practice session within the first 4 or 5 minutes? You've got a gentleman driver who's gone out to get himself comfortable, then turned into the wall by a pro driver who's gone out at 9.5 tenths on cold tyres on a cold track. That's the difference. You have to be mindful of that. Of course, Bathurst a little bit more, a bit less runoff route rather than the hits here in the Bend Motorsport Park, but it is one thing they need to be mindful of. Now, touching on the classes, we've got the pro drivers. They are leading this field. First, second and third, Chicotto, Vanderdrift and Brabham. Dan Wells is the leading pro-am driver, and so far undefeated this season with Oscar Lee. They are in position number 4, so the leading pro-am driver. Second in pro-am is currently Jackson Walls. You would expect to move a little bit further forward with Miko Nassi now in the number 17 entry, back in position number 12. The AM class being led by Jason Lowe. From Sombat's taken over from Aniwat, and they're recovering from that issue they had earlier in the piece. And another Thai driver recovering from issues is Bobby Buncheron in position number 3. So that is your top 3 in the AM category. And we go to the Lamborghini Cup, and Dr. Ma is behind the wheel. Keith Wong, who's now locally based in South Australia. He started the race, a good start for him, up to position number 16. Kumar, who was on the podium yesterday, in position number 2, and as he goes, taken over from his brother Harry, and they are in position 3. So that's your podium finishes so far, as it stands with about 15 minutes to go in race number 4 of 12 for the 2023 Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia.
Chris Vanderdrift now trying to expense with some of the back markers that he has caught now. He really needs to get on with the job of chasing down Jonathan Chicotto at the moment. It's 12.3 seconds up the road. Doesn't need to be hindered by ranging up on some of the cars at the back of the field. The 18 just eventually getting out of it there, and it's put himself vulnerable to a charge from the SQDA Group Motorsport team there as well, so he drops back into that. The field, of course, leave here tonight and they head to Fuji International Speedway for the next round, the 14th to the 16th of July. Everland Speedway, Sean, in Korea, will be a good visit for this series as well.
Well, it's a circuit that's existed for a long time, not too far out in the outskirts of Seoul, the northern part of South Korea. It's been recently upgraded and extended, so for a lot of the teams, they won't be aware too much of what Everland Speedway is like. I've certainly never been there. Looking forward to going to that one. But that will be a fantastic event. And then back to Shanghai, which for the since 2012, when Super Trofeo Asia first started, has been a regular on the calendar. So a lot of the teams will be aware of that. The final, of course, Vallelunga in Italy between the 16th and 19th of November. The first 2 days of that constitutes the 6th round of Super Trofeo Asia, as it does for Super Trofeo North America and Super Trofeo Europe. And then the weekends, the Saturday and Sunday, are for the World Final. And certainly over many years, a lot of Asian drivers have been right in that mix. And certainly the guy on screen, Chris Vanderdrift, has played a big part in that in the past. Also, additionally, we need to point out, he is the reigning Pro Series champion from 2019. With that sabbatical, as you say, 3 years, we've not since been racing. They've returned in fine form. In fact, in the Pro class, they've been undefeated in the 3 races so far. They might be today. Jonathan Chicotto, if he manages to finish this one off, currently leading by 12.5 seconds, will take maximum points. But certainly, Marco Giltrap and Chris Vanderdrift well poised to continue on that winning streak.
He's our race leader in car number 10. This is Jonathan Chicotto doing it single-handedly here this weekend, ranging up and passing Harry O, and he gets out of the way there. Great driving there by Harry. He has no part to try and get racing with the pro driver leading this race, and brilliantly gets out of the way. What he does have to do is ward off the challenge from others in the Pro-Am class there as well. So he is also racing in the Lamborghini Cup. So the race within the race for those other categories of drivers. There goes Chris Vanderdrift, and there parked up is the 51.
Johnson won. That's disappointing for them. Oh, okay, he's got to go. He may have just had a spin, but Johnson's not done a bad job so far. I'm quite sure which part of the circuit that is,
I think
Daz.
that's out of 15. Yeah, just straight out over from the pits.
Just trying to get it started and rejoin the BC Racing entry. Johnson's done a lot of one-make racing in recent years. Very handy driver. Got it restarted, but it's a whole bunch of positions that he's lost. And if you're looking at the live stream colours on screen, you see the pro drivers are designated by the orange, Pro-Am by the yellow, AMs by the green, and LC Cup for drivers that aren't really classified in the traditional bronze, silver and gold or platinum rankings. That constitutes your LC Cup drivers. Now a little bit further back down the order, being led at the moment by Dr. Marr, sharing with locally based driver Keith Long.
Johnson Wayne, of course, the BC Racing Cup. One finished 9th in race 2 at Sprung, and would have dearly liked to have pushed up a lot harder up the field here today, and that was arrested his charge. Currently sitting down in 15th now, has rejoined in the AM class. It puts him down about 7th in the AM cars. We look again at our race leader. Car looks nicely poised, doesn't look like it's used up a lot of tyres. Like we heard Dean said, he was used up a good whack of the tyre, trying to chase down Jonathan Chicotto in the Zagami-entered outfit, but certainly had to ease up, at his own admission, had to ease up just to rest the tyre a little bit, was asking a lot of it. And interesting that Dean did honour and note the fact that Jonathan Chicotto was very, very rapid out in front.
Yeah, I think it surprised a lot of people. We talk again about professional drivers being able to come to a new circuit and be very, very fast straight out of the box. Dan Wells showed it, Chicotto showed it, Sam Brabham to an extent showed it. He was very close to Dean Canto's times very quickly. Of course, he has done miles around here, so he didn't come in completely blind. But for Chicotto and Dan Wells, certainly this is the first time they'd competed at the Bend Motorsport Park. But by virtue of the miles they've done in a range of different race cars over different circuits around the world, that is certainly something that helped them get up to speed very, very quickly. We're talking about Dan Wells now up to position number 4. How much time? No, he's a good 24 seconds behind Sam Brabham. you've picked something up there, Daz. What's going on?
Yeah, car 78 pit stop under investigation, just appearing on our timing screen here. So that was Bobby, the Thai racer. When he came in, he was doing a good job. But we'll wait to see what that is under investigation about. A bit more official word from the stewards.
I noticed that he put, I can't think we call it 100 mile an hour taking the ball because it wouldn't stay on these cars. It had to be 200 mile an hour taking out of the pit lane. Certainly strapped up the left front of the True Visions entry. And there is the TRT Racing entry, of course, of our race leader, Jonathan Chicotto. And I don't think there's anybody up and down pit lane that would be frustrated to see this young man be given the #1 trophy and actually be able to take it home this time, based on his performance so far. But a very, very nice guy. And of course, with Dad's Johnny Chicotto, he's done a lot of time in Australia racing various things, whether it's bikes or cars. Certainly having that sort of heritage and experience has come into play. But a great guy, and has really surprised and impressed people this weekend. He's driving very, very cleanly now, but hasn't let up much on the pace. Last lap, though, was 150. Having said that, Vanderdrift has pulled in a little bit of time, but Chicotto, to be fair, has got some traffic. And there it is on screen, drive-through penalty. Not the way Bobby Butcheron wanted to start his day, and unfortunately for him, I think this would be as a result of that incident in the opening lap, turn 1, where it all went wrong. A little bit of contact, and then from there he got caught up in a number of little battles, a few touches for Butcheron, and pit stop penalty, drive-through. That's frustrating for the Thai driver.
One of the interesting things, just interrogating the timing screen at the moment, is the Pro-Am entry of Dan Wells, and that car doing its fastest lap on lap 19. Pretty much everyone else was inside the first 10 laps where they were going fast. So Dan Wells in a bit of a hurry now to try and close up that gap that you did mention, Sean. Yes, it's probably going to be a bridge too far away for him to achieve that crossing, but just under 7 minutes left in this race now, and we have got a race on our hands as we start to come across some of the tail end cars. This car, number 33, was certainly featuring strong.
Can we just pick up on that point? That isn't tail end. That's position number 7. That's just how fast Jonathan Chicotto is going in this race. This is the battle for position 6 immediately in front of him. Well, he's now taken one car, and he's about to come up on Prom Sombat, who's been very quick during his stint. Of course, the Absolute Racing driver, he's just coming up on screen immediately in front. And further forward from there are Jackson Walls and Dan Wells. So the pace at the front of this field is impressive, so much so in one-make competition we have Jonathan Chicotto having lapped all but positions 1, 3, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So very, very impressive.
Both Dan Wells and Miko Nassi now responding with faster sectors in their cars as well. Jonathan Chicotto owns that first sector pace of 41 to that point. It's Jackson Walls who has sector number 2, and then it's Chicotto as well that has sector number 3. But Dan Wells is ticking and ticking and ticking very, very fast at the moment, and that's Dan we're watching now as he is charging up the long and undulating straight here at the Bend Motorsport Park. The car disappears on what is a lump in the road there. It doesn't physically look that bad when you look out the window and look down the straight, but clearly these cars, they don't strike a very high silhouette on the track, but they do disappear momentarily, like the Formula 3s and the Toyota Series cars that we've seen earlier on today as well.
Of course, the Pro-Am leader, Dan Wells and Oscar Lee, have been undefeated so far this year, and he's certainly heading in that same direction. Pro-Am category, Pro Class, Am Class, and also the Lamborghini Cup. We've been talking about those. Tony Walls and Jackson Walls are actually second in, they're second in Pro-Am at the moment. They're position number 4. Position number 5. And on screen, Dan Wells, the Englishman, now based in Hong Kong. Position 4, Jackson Walls, having taken over from his father, Tony. A great recovery after the setbacks of yesterday. Looked a little sideways on the exit there, Daz. So certainly Dan Wells is pushing on, really enjoying this circuit, and that's been echoed by most of these drivers. There's been no real concern about it being too much old school without the runoff. It's been more about just how well the performance is. Now, Henry Kay has just taken a position away from Jason Lowe, so he just doesn't have the pace that Mark Darwin showed earlier in this race. Darwin, of course, pitted the 33 entry, the orange Iron Lynx entry, from position number 4 during the pit stop. So they've moved themselves well forward. We're leading class car, of course, in the Am category. So back now to position number 9.
on the road there at the moment. A really cute kind of livery there on the number 33, a Garfield on the side there. And all it's missing is a tray of lasagna. Maybe we can get the guys at 1-800-LASAGNA to send some our way. We know Garfield loves a feed of lasagna, but...
sounds like you do too.
Yeah, I do, got to admit it. The 33 doing a really good job. This is a strong performance with these guys. And Henry Kay also in the mix there in the number 91 as well. So pressing on nicely. These are the AM performers, and you've got to congratulate them because they really do have to lift their game and try and go hard with the racing.
Local driver Keith Wong on screen is all very tidy there. That's Johnson Wong just closing the door a little bit on Jonathan Chicotto, the race leader. And I was just about to talk about the AM class and the number 19 entry, the third car in that line. They are the championship points leaders as it stands right now. Annie Watt and Prom Sombat, 34 points at the front. Jason Lee and John Kwon, Brian Lee and John Kwon, the two Korean drivers. Now, where are they in the field? The 63 entry, a little bit further back than we would have expected. They've been charging quite well. They're back down in position number 11. So John hasn't had the pace of Brian so far this weekend. Bobby Butcheron, position 3 in the AM category. 2 laps to go in this race. Johnson Wong in position 4, and Mark Darwin and Jason Lowe we're talking about were position number 5, or are position number 5 coming into this race in the championship.
Stay with us after the race for the trophy presentation so you can get a good look at the cars that you've been, and drivers, that you've been barracking for in Pro-Am, AM, and also in the Lamborghini Cup field. Everyone has a presentation post this race, so stay with the telecast and see your favourite driver as they step onto the podium. But at the moment, the race leader on screen, there it is, car number 10, the TRT Racing outfit, has, for all intents and purposes, had the game on a string here this weekend. He just keeps pulling and pulling and pulling a lead further out, managing it now around that 10-second zone, 9.89 from Chris Vanderdrift, who is still not been able to match the fastest lap pace of Jonathan Chicotto. Sam Brabham, also 148, which wasn't when Sam was at the wheel, 151.98 last time round. And Dan Wells is in the low 48s now, 148.4. So he is the faster of the cars on track at the moment. But yeah, it's just such a long distance to be able to claw that back.
The Australian fans, Sam Brabham is your leading Australian, although sometimes, depending on who he asks, he's either an Englishman, but right at the moment he's well and truly a naturalised Australian, living now in Melbourne. Position number 3, the next Australian team, Jackson Walls, driving with his father Tony in position number 5, and go all the way back down to Adrian Dietz in position number 14. And he is currently holding position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the AM category. So not a bad debut for Adrian Dietz, who of course drives that iconic red and white livery on his Huracan GT3 in GT World Challenge Australia. It's been over for the Suzuka 12 hours, 8 hours? I can never tell anymore. We did this 12 hours earlier this year and it was 8 hours, so I get a bit confused when we start talking about anything more than one.
Yes, so Adrian, very, very experienced GT racer, and combines often with a pro, whether it be Tony D'Alberto or Cameron McConville over the journey he has had. But here we go, back to our race leader on the clock, 16 seconds left in this race. So this is car number 10. And Sean, you'd have to say, what a great weekend. He's going to load himself on to the plane and head off with all the good trophies here this weekend, and goes off to Fuji with just a chest full of confidence, doesn't he?
Oh, absolutely, and this is what you need, because a very experienced young driver over there in Europe. He's done a lot of this sort of racing in Italy and GTs and all that sort of stuff. So, and again, a strong family heritage. Is the son of former world motorcycle champion Johnny Chicotto. So a great result too. And again, a lovely guy, is taken the right approach all weekend, has been available for anybody who needs to spend time with him or to gain from the knowledge that he has. Hasn't really put a foot wrong, except for the start yesterday, and unfortunately he started too quickly against all the regulations. They tried to work through it just to see if there had been any kind of issue, but they were well warned by the race director before the start of the race. Unfortunately, post-race, 30-second penalty. At his performance now, that'd still put him third. But yesterday, of course, we finished under safety car, and there wasn't 30 seconds between first and last. Here is the team just rewarding their driver with congratulations, and they're very happy, and why not to, because it's been a fantastic result. just look top of screen. He's smashed one out in the last lap. He's got that lead back out, but quite likely Vanderdrift is going to have been caught up in a little bit of lap traffic. And there he is, the New Zealander. Well, in the championship, that is, P2, but certainly extends their championship advantage in the pro class. There is the 63 entry. They've just got themselves past Jason Lowe. So John Kwan has fired off a nice one on the last lap, so put himself into the top 10. And for the Korean team, that is a fantastic result. There it is, the bright blue and purple entry. Another solid result for them. They'll be very happy with that. And Jason Lowe crosses the line in your favourite Garfield entry in position number 11. But still, no, he's just missed the podium. So that passing move, in fact, put John Kwan and Brian Lee onto the podium in AM category. So great job for them at the end of 50 minutes to put themselves onto the AM category podium.
I tell you what, winners are smilers, aren't they? Winners are grinners down there. The TRT racing team is going to take a fair bit to wipe the smiles off their face. They had a bit of a furrowed brow after yesterday's proceedings, but they'll drive away from the Bend Motorsport Park pretty happy today. Good to see the smiles down there and really enjoying the racing. The field crossed the line now, and that is a really good run.
I was going to say, poor old Bobby Butcher on at rear of field. It started so well for the tyre driver. He's so happy. I stuck my head in the car on Friday during practice. There's big thumbs up. He's like a kid in a candy store. He just has so much fun with his motor racing. You can't keep him out of it, the True Visions driver. And a little bit of disappointment, but I guarantee if you went down there and said, "Hey Bobby, how was your race?" it'd be all smiles and thumbs up. And that's the approach for a lot of these drivers.
Jackson Walls now across the line there as well, puts him into P5 with his father Tony in the Pro-Am, second behind Dan Wells ultimately at the end of that race there. So a good run for the locals, the Aussies there representing very, very well. I know Jackson and Tony were looking forward, as soon as it was announced that we were coming to the Bend, they were looking forward to racing with their Huracan Evo 2 in the Super Trofeo Asia Series here, and they've done well. It's terrific to come in behind some really experienced Pro-Am teams.
Fingers crossed. There's results are provisional. We always need to add that at the end of the race. But let's hope this time that he hasn't put a foot wrong, and certainly he would have been mindful of all those sorts of challenges. The start would have been pitch perfect, I can guarantee, after the setbacks of yesterday. And fantastic result. Well deserved for Jonathan Cicotto. Good job for him and the team. And very, very impressive end result. Fabian Fior from Absolute. There's Ray Wu. He's involved in this program too. He's involved with the team, so great to see him there. A very passionate competitor. And actually, where did they finish? Further down the order. I should just check where Ray wound up. But certainly, there's no discounting who won this race. And congratulations to Jonathan Cicotto. We're down with Callum.
Thank you, boys. Down here with Jonathan Cicotto, and he's absolutely elated. Firstly, congratulations. You must be absolutely thrilled, mate.
Yes, for sure. There's no better result than this, so of course I'm happy. I wouldn't be here thanks to the team, without Ray, where is he? Without my teammate that unfortunately couldn't come, but we'll be back on first place together with my teammate for sure.
Your pace was so fast. How do you feel about your performance today?
It was good. I mean, I learned something new every lap, and I improved one corner. So next time I come here, I already started with a good pace.
And finally, how was your trip to Australia? Did you love it?
Yes, unfortunately I didn't get to see a lot because I landed, lost my luggage, but that's another story. I arrived here and I've been going from the hotel to the box, so I didn't even go out to see what there is, but looks good.
Beautiful. Thanks, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Certainly enjoyed his time here at the Bend Motorsport Park. Our race winner, Jonathan Cicotto there, and well, hopefully he can come back and explore our big land at some stage in the future. And I guess, Sean, him tapping on the shoulder there saying when he comes back next time. So let's hope we see the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Race 2 results now. Jonathan Cicotto home over Marco Giltrap and Chris Vanderdrift 12.97 seconds behind. Into P3, the local team there of Dean Canto and Sam Brabham. Oscar Lee and Dan Wells in position number 4 there. The other local team here, Tony Walls, or local drivers, not local team, representing a international team. In 11 there, Tony Walls and Jackson Walls. Then number 6 is Labatham and Prom Sombat.
Position number 7 is Shengwei Zhu. You've got to get the order right. Liang Xiaotong, who's drafted in. That's the entry that David Chen was originally slated to drive, unfortunately got delayed and brought Liang Jitong into the team. A very experienced campaigner over in Europe, done a lot of one-make competition. Henry Kay and Eric Kay, a good result for them after the setbacks that they faced during the opening round in Malaysia. And Brian Lee, John Kwon, the Korean team that we're talking about, who made up that position in the last lap, and Jason Lowe and Mark Darwin rounding out the top 10. Position number 11, Wei and Miko Nasi, a little bit further back than we probably would have expected to see them. Kang Jilong and Liu Ray, and that's the Ray that Jonathan Chicotto was alluding to, who's involved in his team, back in position number 12 and 5th in the AM category. Bobby Buncheron, who started so well and was holding out the position number 7, certainly off the start of the race, dropped back through a number of issues and a drive-through penalty, recovers for position number 13. Adrian Dietz, the Australian driver, on his debut in the series, position 14. Johnson Huang and Vincent Tai had a couple of setbacks during the race, but they've finished in position 15. Kumar takes position number 16, and I would suggest that is top points for LC Cup, Lamborghini Cup. Dr. Ma and Keith Vong, Herio and Hazigo, good recovery for them for same reason, of course, as the K brothers. They had a drama too in Malaysia for the first round, and Super Chai takes position number 19 as the last runner. Unfortunately, we lost David Lai yesterday, that second red flag interval. Car was damaged at turn 6 and retired, not to be running today. But certainly we are getting ready for one of 4 podiums, outright, Pro-Am, AM and LC Cup. So stand by for that, and we may even be able to hear from 1 or 2 drivers, depending on how things go down there with Callum. Very, very busy time. But great to see a lot of very straight cars to go back into containers. And tonight, of course, to be packed up and sent off to Fuji in Japan on July 14 to 16. They unpack them usually at the start of the week, repair any damage, and get the cars ready for what I expect would probably be official testing on the Thursday and straight into the standard program come Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
Certainly, we see 33% of the championship now completed here at the Bend Motorsport Park for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia. Round 2 has drawn to a conclusion. We now stand by for those all-important podium presentations. It'd be awesome to see these cars going around Fuji International, Everland Speedway, and of course the final round of the Asian aspect of this series at Shanghai International Circuit on the 8th to the 10th of September. Certainly gaining a lot of momentum in the series, and we start to see some clear leaders in each one of these classes coming to the fore. And there we have it again on screen. Round 2 here at Tailem Bend, Australia, 14, 15, 16 of July at Fuji in Japan, 18, 19, 20 August in Everland, South Korea. Shanghai on the 8th, 9th and 10th of September, and then the World Finals for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Global is Vallelunga in Italy, the home of Lamborghini.
Yeah, that'll certainly be a big event, as it has been in past years, and Nelson Piquet Jr. in fact won the championship for the pro category there last year. Well, I think it was at Portimao last year, so a slightly different venue. We have had the world final in Malaysia at Sepang in the past, and that was a very interesting event. In fact, at that stage, I think it was Mirko Bertolotti who won outright. Either that or Edo Piscopo. It's one or the other of the events, because certainly the World Final hosts America, Asia and European World Finals, and then they all get together for the World Final event. So it'll be a big one at Vallelunga come mid-November. But certainly for us, off to Fuji next time around. Keep up to date with the Lamborghini Squadra Corsa website and social media platforms. All the information will be updated across the course of the season, and certainly at events in between. So it's going to be a very big year, 3 years off as a result of the global pandemic. Nice to be back racing again, and certainly from my perspective, nice to be back on home soil and racing here at the Bend Motorsport Park. Bring on 2024, I say, Daz.
I agree with you, Sean. It's been fantastic to have the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia teams down under here at the Bend Motorsport Park, and it really is a sensible and logical choice that they do make the Bend Motorsport Park their home for this series. It ranges the caters for such a great range of motorsporting experiences. What we're looking at now is the tower in the middle of the facility, which is the visitor centre, the museum, and the show cars down on the ground level, restaurant. To the right of the screen is the Ridges International Hotel, and you can stay here at the track. And on a race weekend like this weekend, you've got to get in early because everyone wants to stay here, and you don't actually have to leave the precinct if you don't want to over the entire race event. So a lot of the drivers that have come in internationally have come straight from the Adelaide International Airport, straight to the track here, booked into the hotel, and all they've done is get in the lift, go up and down to race their cars over the weekend.
Well, just as Jonathan Chicotto said, he hasn't seen anything much between the airport and the track every day, and I guess he'll be off to the airport and home again tonight, ready for the next event and off to Fuji. He'll, of course, be doing some competition over in Europe, so keeping his eye in the ensuing 5 weeks until we arrive in the shadow of Mount Fuji for round 3 of the season, which is always a fantastic event. One of those real fantastic old school racetracks is Fuji Speedway. In fact, the old Speedway, every time I go, I have to go down to the old Bank Speedway just to pay homage, because it really is a fantastic venue.
Look, there's a lot of things to celebrate this weekend, and of course I would suggest that a lot of these teams and drivers will now be picking up their smart device and trying to tune in to what's happening over in France here this weekend. Of course, the Le Mans 24-hour is probably halfway through by now, and they'll be wanting to catch up. Numerous of these teams have got presence in those races. Of course, Iron Lynx have got cars running in that as well. So they'll be very keen now that they've done their racing locally here at the Bend Motorsport Park for round 2 to catch up with what their teams are doing over in France. It's arguably the greatest race in the world, and it's taking part in rural France as we speak.
Unfortunately, we did lose an entry prior to the start of this round because of that clash of dates with the team running at Le Mans. But right now, we're very happy to be going up to the first of the podiums, and quite likely for the outright result.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, now is the podium ceremony for race 2 of 2023. Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, round 2 at the Bend. Firstly, let's invite the overall top 3 winners onto the podium. Your winner of race 2, car number 10 from TRT Racing, Jonathan Chicotto. Second place, car number 84 from Absolute Racing, Marco Giltrop, Chris Wonderdrift. Third place, car number 6 from SS Nagami, Dean Kento, Sam Brahim. And now it's my honor to invite Mr. Alistair McDonald, the CEO of the Bend Motorsport Park, to present the trophy to the winners. Now let's have a video shooting for all the winners. Now everybody please step forward for the photo. All right, thank you, Mr. Alistair. Now for the drivers, it is your champagne time. Go down. Congrats. Congrats. Congrats.
Thank you.
And now we are having the podium ceremony for Pro-Am class. Your winner of Pro-Am class, car number 21 from D1 Racing Team, Oscar Lee Danvels. Second place, car number 11 from Objective Racing, Tony Voss and Jackson Voss. Third place, car number 17 from Racecraft, Nick Wei Liang and Miko. And now it's my honor to invite Mr. Francesco Scardoni, Region Director, Automobili Lamborghini Asia Pacific, to present the trophy to the winners. Now let's have video shooting. Okay, let's invite everybody step forward for the photos. Thank you, Mr. Francesco. And it's your champagne time. Congrats. 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 Congrats.
Thank you.
Congrats. Well done, champion.
Thanks, man.
And now we are having the podium ceremony for M class. Your winner of the M class, car number 19 from Absolute Racing, Mike and Yu. Second place, car number 91 from Triple H Racing, Henry and Eric. Your third place, car number 63 from SQDA Great Motorsport, Brian Lee and John Kong. And now it's my honor to invite Miss Nikki Dimitriou, brand manager Oceania Roger Dubuque, to present the trophy to the winners. Now let's have the videos. Okay, everybody please step forward for the photos. Okay, thank you, Miss Nikki. And now it is your champagne time. Thank you. Congrats.
Should we be drinking or spraying? It smells nice.
And now it's the podium ceremony for Lamborghini Cup. Let's welcome our winning drivers. Winner of Lamborghini Cup, car number 37 from Iron Links, Kuma Brabken. Second place, car number 83 from Conlon Racing, Dr. Ma Keith Wong. Third place, car number 5 from HDO Fortis Racing Team, Harry O. Hazik O. And now it's my honor to invite Mr. Suraj Mata, Marketing Magnate, Hankook Thai Australia, to present the trophy to the winners. Now for the video. Okay, everybody please step forward for the photos. Okay, thank you, Mr. Suraj. Now for Lamborghini Cup, it is your champagne time. Yeah, thank you. And now let's welcome everybody come back to the podium. Let's do a big group photo for race 2. Thank you. Thank you. You can join the photo if you wish. Don't think there's enough space.
Terrific to see all the celebrations and a champagne time as we have just seen on the podium for all of our classes. There is the calendar for the rest of the year for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series. Land Speedway in South Korea. Looking forward to seeing the new developments on that. We really enjoyed the Lamborghini Super Trofeo here at Tailem Bend for the Asian 2023 schedule. Looked like this. We've enjoyed Sepang. We've done Tailem Bend here in Australia, and we hope everyone has enjoyed all the hospitality here locally and the beauty and the adventure of South Australia. Fuji International in Japan on the 14th and 15th and 16th of July, then to Everland in South Korea, the speedway there with all of its new updates. Looking forward to seeing all of that across the round there, 18, 19, 20 of August. Then we have Shanghai in China, the 8th, 9th and 10th of September, and the World Final, 16th and 17th of November in Vallelunga, Italy. Check it all out at Lamborghini.com. Keep it abreast of the Squadra Corsa Facebook pages, and of course the Lamborghini Super Trofeo 2023 Asia Series social medias as we look set to go racing for the rest of the season in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia. Fantastic results here today gone to Johnny Cicotto. He in the end completed 27 laps and the fastest lap of the race at a 1:48.32. And we will enjoy celebrating that with Jonathan Cicotto, and we hope he gets to have a bit of a look around Australia before he jets out again. We will see you next time from the Bend here in magnificent South Australia. Thanks for joining us. Welcome back here to the Bend Motorsport Park, the 2023 South Australian Motorsport Series coming up next. The Sunday schedule is the Hyundai XLs for race 3, 8 laps at 1:30 or 1:25. The BMW E30s have thrilled us, as have the SA Tin Tops right across this weekend for their race 3 out of 8 laps at 1:50. The Australian prototypes for a 30-minute race will be on track at 2:25, the Australian Formula Open race 3, the longer race at 15 lapper, and then we'll round out the weekend's racing for the 2023 South Australian Motorsport Series, race 4 for the Hyundai XLs over 10 laps. I hope you've enjoyed the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series. They've all packing up now and heading off to the next round at Fuji International. We'll be back with more here trackside at Tailem Bend, the Bend Motorsport Park, in just a few moments.
Welcome back to the Bend Motorsport Park here in South Australia. We have finished with the Lamborghinis, but there is plenty more action this afternoon. Hyundai XLs will kick off the afternoon program with their third race of the weekend. 8 laps ahead of us. I'm Dan McCarthy. And alongside me is Mark Nankaro, as he has been throughout the weekend with the Hyundai XLs. XLs have put on a show so far, really good racing. But in the last one, it was Johnson who took off. Joel Johnson really broke away early and was never headed all. We got a spinner further back. I think that's Harvey in the number 25 XL. Bit of a moment down there at the hairpin turn number 3, but got that back on the road and back going again. So which is good to see. It's clearing. The weather that was around this morning certainly clearing, which is great to see. So we're not too far away from getting this next 7-lap encounter underway.
Okay, so cars making their way around. We're looking for a 3 out of 3 here for Joel Johnson, taking the first 2 victories so far for the weekend. And coming here was pretty good form anyway, so he's just carried on from the form from the South Australian Motorsport Australia, South Australian Motor Racing Championship. It's a bit like the South Australian versus Victoria rivalry here, obviously made up with a large number of Victorians, and they have dominated at the top of the field. So that's South Australians have got to find a bit more. Just a small representations from the local South Aussie contingency there. And there we go on the grid. So as you mentioned there, Joel Johnson on pole position, the Autobahn entry. Alongside of him is the other young Victorian there, Hugo Simpson. Certainly that's an interesting front grid there. We'll go back to Cadell Ambrose. Alongside of him will be Toby Waghorn, who did start his weekend off pretty strongly from the qualifying sessions. We go back to James Lodge. Now that's one we've got to look out for. Car 39 made stacks of ground up in that last race. And the first of the SA drivers there will be Jacob Curry. We'll go back to the 22 car there, Jeb Laveris. And car 85, Glenn McKenzie, the first of the Masters cars there. He's been dominant in that class. And go back to Harry Tompkins in the 33 car, the battery stop entry. Then we go back to the wins entry there, a Shane Nowicki. Car 19 is Blake Tracy from New South Wales. And the only New South Welshman in that field. Then we go back to Tony Venier, the 44, the second of the Masters class cars there. Progressive grids here, of course, as we run through them. Aston Caddy's got a big time penalty in the previous event, so he's gone all the way back to position 13 on the grid. And we go back to Tice Hodge in the 185 car. Then we go back to another local SA driver there, Jake Gallier. Then we go back, that's the Grunter Motorsport entry. Then we go back to Michael Jeffs in the 30 car. Donny Managovic there in the 92 car. Then we go back to Lachlan Harvey, who had a bit of a spin in the warm-up lap there. Then we go back to Lee Kennedy in 159 and the 95 car there of Ollie Patterson. And right to the back of the pack is Adrian Galler in the 71 car, which is the Castrol livered car right down the back of the field there. So he's obviously had some issues also in that previous race. Cars getting their grid up here. This is over 7 laps. Once again, as we've seen in the other previous 2 events. Interesting to see, obviously, with Simpson on the top of the grid here at the moment, along Johnson. This will be an interesting run, certainly down to turn 1. Once they launch away here, keep a close eye on that orange stripe car just behind our pole sitter there, Cadell Ambrose. He's actually been pretty good off the line so far this weekend. He gets himself up a little bit further up the grid. So, interesting little turnarounds. Once again, Joel Johnson on pole position. He started every single race this weekend from pole, and they are away. And once again, Simpson very sharp off the line there. He'll go straight to the front, no problems. So the green and white coloured car goes down towards turn 1. Now Johnson's got to work a little bit harder. He's going to have to tuck in behind him. And also, Waghorn also very strong off the line. He's going to take the wide berth down there at turn 1. And look, as I mentioned, there's Ambrose trying to sneak through. He's sitting behind Johnson on the grid. So, once again, it's exactly what we saw here at the previous event. All these young Victorian young guns up the pointy end of the field. And they'll point their way around the back of the circuit edge towards turn 4 and 5. Big sweeper down there at 5. Johnson will probably find himself Just going to tuck in behind there at the moment. Is he going to take the wide berth? Oh, he got up underneath. That was a smart move. He'll regain the lead there if that's the case. And nice work. And once again puts Johnson back in front as they do the climb up to turn 7.
Ambrose under threat from Lodge on the exit of the hairpin, but he's going to hold on to 4th position. Yeah, Lodge, as you say, marched from 21st up to 5th in the race early today. And the one to look for this time is Kadic. He finished 2nd in the first race. And unfortunately, a 30-second penalty for too many warnings with exceeding track limits earlier on today. So it came out of position 13. In Sector 1 alone, he's made up a couple of positions. So he's already on the march, trying to catch up to those top 5 that are already breaking away from the first of the South Australians. Actually, it's Mackenzie now up into 6th position. So great start from the trophy competitor ahead of the first of the South Australians.
Mackenzie, the first of the Masters cars there, the Vacation of Caravans entry there. It's a very smart start as you just mentioned there, Dan. So back to our race leader Johnson. Once again, what we saw before, just gets that little bit of break between first and second. And once again, Simpson tries to drive defensively because now he's got Toby Waghorn on his tail. Just what we saw in the previous race. More a little bit of a brake lock there for Johnson. That hurt him. That's dropped him back in the bonnet there. Or narrowed the gap then between second position, which is Simpson. So it wasn't a real good entry down there at that turn, so it wasn't as smooth probably as what he would have liked.
In the race early today, 2nd down to 5th, they were fighting amongst each other, and they're fighting so hard it allowed Johnson to skip away in the early laps. Have they learnt their lesson from earlier on? It looks like they're taking the fight to him rather than taking the fight to each other. Here comes Simpson up the inside of the leader, Joel Johnson, and Ambrose up the inside of Waghorn as well, just behind. As Waghorn, he'll try to hold it around the outside to keep position in turn number 2, but then he'll be on the outside for the long cambered hairpin. He's got a good run out of there actually, Waghorn. He may just about hold on. It's going to be very tight, but Johnson is already hounding the back of the 117 machine. As you say, likes to lead from the front, as many of these XL competitors do. Ambrose is the same in Victoria. As they head down into the hairpin, Simpson elects not to defend. And that's a wise decision there, because that means he'll get a good run out of the hairpin and keep Johnson behind. These front 5 have definitely broken away. As we look at the colours on the screen, you may be wondering what all these different colours mean. Dark blue number box, that is a Victorian. Red is for the South Australians, and the light blue, the sole New South Welshman. That's Tracy out there on the track. The little ticks, the red ticks, that means they are in the outright trophy class. And then the little purpley colour, the darker colour anyway, that is for the Masters competitors. So at the moment, Mackenzie in a league of his own in that class. He's 6 positions ahead of the next best of the Masters car. Someone's sideways.
As it was Kadic, he's trying to find his way through the field. He got in front of the 2 cars behind him. One of them was the Tompkins car. The Tracy car was also in that group as well. And he was pushing pretty hard. Unfortunately, he didn't go. The entry there wasn't too good. So Tracy there leading Tompkins. That's the battery stop entry there. So as you mentioned there, Aston Caddy's got the big time penalty from the previous event. So he's, oh wow, that was a bit interesting. So car 19 there, which of course is the Tracy car, just out in the grass there on the outside there at turn 14. Those 2 cars currently running in 10th and 11th position. They're the last 2 spots just out the side of the top 10.
Yesterday's Lamborghini race, there's a lot of tyre debris, bits of rubber that were off the racing line, discarded off the racing line, and it appears that that's been the same again in the race just before this. So that means that offline there is no grip out there. In the marbles there is very limited grip. Here we go, with 3 wide down into turn number 1. Johnson taking back first position, and Lodge is going to take second. Is he? No, he's going to be hung out to dry, out wide. Loss of momentum, so Ambrose and Waghorn get through, and in fact Simpson might follow through as well. So he looked really good, looked like he had second position there for a brief moment, but now he's fighting just to hold on to position number 4. They head around the very fast turn. Simpson holding on to the outside line. It's hard to go around the outside though into this hairpin. Waghorn locks up, Lodge is locked up, and in fact is Lodge going to go a little bit wide. Simpson checked up to try and get to the inside, but no, he managed to get the apex point, did Lodge, and holds on to that position, but only just as they head down into the sweeping, never-ending right-hander. On our track map, it's down as 3 different corners, but it's one continuous motion to the right before you swing left and then right once again into the tricky, very, very tricky 11-12 section. We've seen a lot of cars off at these 2 corners over the course of the weekend, not just in XLs, but, oh, there we go, just to say it, Lodge, 2 wheels through the grass. That's going to affect his run, and Simpson fires up the inside into the blind crest that is turn number 13. Looks simple on paper, 90-degree right-hander. It's a lot more than that as they crest the hill, and it's the 117 machine that takes 4th position. It's on a little bit further forwards. Ambrose is on the tail of Joel Johnson. It's South Australian Championship leader against Victorian Championship leader out the front of the field. As we can see, Ambrose looking all over the tail of Johnson. Is he going to have a look into turn number 17? No, thinks better of it. Decides to continue just on his rear bumper. He's going to try and get a good run out of turn number 18, the final corner. Here it is, because it's so crucial to get a good run down the pit straight. Turn number 1, easily the best overtaking opportunity at the Bend Motorsport Park. But there are a lot of overtaking opportunities at this track.
There certainly are. Gee, this game on in the front, isn't it? Ambrose is now all over the back there of our race leader there, Joel Johnson. Remember, he started behind him on the grid, just followed him through. Fastest lap of the race so far has actually gone to the Lodge car. It's now back into 5th position. Yeah, that's why he was challenging there on the previous lap as well. So Johnson now under massive pressure, our race leader from Ambrose. So it's all game on up the front. Waghorn's still back in 3rd. And it's the 185 car on shot there, which is the other Lodge car. It's Tyson Lodge. The Tony Venia car just behind him.
I've just noticed Tadic is in the lane, so what a great Saturday, position number 2. Sunday could not have gone much worse so far. 30-second penalty earlier on, and in the lane with a mechanical issue, I assume. Car 27, drive-through penalty for a driving infringement. So that's Curry, that's first of the South Australians. So that's not a very nice penalty, Dav. That's a quite severe one, so he'll have to serve that penalty during the race, and that'll bury him in the field very, very deep. That'll promote Nowicki to the leader. He got a rollover, a big rollover.
Wow, that's a big moment. Holy smokes.
That's
Jeb Lamuris there, and that'll be a safety car. No issues there.
That'll be a red flag. It is a red flag.
It's been red flagged. So, gee, that was a violent barrel roll there. So we'll come back to that in a moment. So red flag has been called immediately there for that incident.
So race comes to a halt with Johnson ahead of Ambrose, Waghorn, Simpson and Lodge. But yeah, the race having to be called to a halt, always the case when a car rolls, red flag immediately thrown, and cars come straight into the lane. That's Motorsport Australia procedure. So we can see the cars coming into the lane, steadily making their way back. So yeah, that was around the turns number 11, 12, that section of the racetrack for the number 22 machine. Good. We're just hearing reports that the driver, Blameris, has put the thumbs up to say he is okay, which is good news. So
no, that's always positive sign. That's what we want to hear, because that's a very ugly incident. So cars all back into pit lane. So Johnson leading them in, obviously our current race leader. It's interesting too at that moment, because Ambrose had the blowtorch well until he applied to our race leader, just as that incident happened. Now they're all going to be put back into pit lane while we go and recover this car. But gee, it's not the first time we've seen an incident like here with XLs like that, so it's good to see the driver is okay. That goes to show the good safety aspects, of course, of these race cars as well. There's a full rod cage in those cars, and all the harness that goes with it, of course. So it's good to see that everyone's okay down there.
I was just about to say the same thing. They might look like you just standard Hyundai XLs from the road on the road, but they're certainly not. You know, they are as safe as they can be. Roll cages and everything fitted to these machines to make sure the drivers are as safe as they can possibly be. So you look at the backdrop of the Bend Motorsport Park. We saw at the back the karting going on, of course, the drifting kart circuit. The dragway has recently been completed as well. The first event at the Bend Dragway is only just a few weeks away.
There's one of our hard-working volunteer officials down there. He's got the red flag well and truly out. It's good to see. We have to thank him. And of course, we're always looking for officials too, which is a thing for this meeting, because we were a bit light on during the week, and it's good to see a few people put their hand up and come out here and be an official.
Great to see Blummeris talking to officials out of the car. We can see.
Oh, that's got a lot of damage.
Certainly does.
That car, that's that. So we do have a replay of the sound of things, and here it comes on its roof there, and it's just dug into the turf, and you're just a passenger there. That's all over. Straight off the edge of the road there, the car's just dug in and being a little bit damp underfoot in the grass, and just digs in, and that's the end of the story, really. It's not the first time we've seen cars go over there. It's just the nature of the track.
It's that far section of track, those triple right-handers. If you lose the rear, you're out sideways and you hit the grass side on. That sort of thing can happen in any race series. But great to see that he is out and okay. The car, not so good. That's certainly a second-hand XL, that is for certain. But yeah, great to see how quickly as well the officials are there on the scene to make sure that Blummeris is okay. And he is, which is great news. Great news. And we're just going to get another replay.
Let's see if we can get an earlier shot here. I just caught the end of it. We didn't see the start there. Just see the car just get into the grass.
I reckon that was a good 6 rollovers, I reckon there. It kept going and going. The momentum, the speed that the XL had, it just kept going over and over and over again. So we can see
quite a fast part of the circuit there too. Those constant group of right-handers there. We had an incident there at a meeting here a fortnight ago, practically the same position. So it's just the way there. It's quite tightens up down there. So red flags have come back in by the looks of things. So, official there's rolling it up. So we'll get it away pretty shortly once we get this car out of harm's way.
Good news is there is another XL race later on this afternoon. This recovery will take a while, so we may not get this third race back underway. But XL's the only category here this weekend that have 4 races. Their feature race will round out proceedings later on this afternoon. 10 laps. That's at 3 o'clock local time here in South Australia. Obviously, if you're in Victoria or New South Wales, got to wind the clocks back a little bit to, we're half an hour behind in South Australia. And of course, Western Australia, you've got to wind your clocks quite far forwards at this time of year. So here is what is to come later on. So we've still got plenty of action ahead of us. After this, we've got BMW E30s and SA Tin Tops. The E30s in particular put on a real show in the races so far. That's followed by the Australian prototypes, their 30-minute feature race. Then we've got Australian Formula Open, 15 laps ahead of them, and then the XL's race number 4, as we say. So all of those last 3 categories have got a few extra laps later on today, which is good to see, and a good little initiative taken there, just to, as it's the feature race, the main points race, give them a few extra laps, make them work for their extra points.
Should we do a lot? Okay, just getting word there. I just saw the safety car lights come on there just on shot. And it sounds like they're going to try and restart this race under safety car. So we might get a lap or 2 in here, depending on times here, of course, and how long they put this crash car on the back of the truck. But we're just waiting for that moment to arise. But it's always a positive sign when we can see the lights on the top of the safety car flickering away. You see the start of the exit there of pit lane. So everyone's standing around having a look, all the officials just checking on all the drivers, and a few little conversations going on there.
So Bloomerus was just behind that lead battle. There was the 5 up front. Bloomerus was in 6th position, as we can see on the screen now. He was just trying to keep up with that top 5 and try and break away from the big trainer cars that was behind, featuring Mackenzie, Curry and Nowicki when the incident occurred. Just trying to break away, get out of the tow range, because as you can see, such a long pit straight here at the Bend Motorsport Park. You really want to try and break the tow. We saw it used to great effect earlier on. Johnson got away early, and once he was out of the tow, nobody could touch him. He just kept chipping away, extending that margin, and was never headed at the end of the race. And Bloomerus is trying to do the same to the cars behind him. So we are seeing the safety car come out, and cars are being waved ahead. So we are going at least back under safety car conditions, as I can see out the commentary box window down at turn number 15 and 16. That the Hyundai of Bloomerus is being recovered into the infield and cars are being released. So brilliant work from the officials to get that underway. I did not think we would be getting this race back underway, so superb job from everybody who attended that car quickly. And great that Bloomerus is okay. That is the main thing. People can't be repaired, cars certainly can.
That's right, so we can see the safety car has been released. Tyres have gone a bit cold. You can see the cars going left to right there, trying to scrub the tyres, trying to get a bit of heat in that rubber. And he just now backs all the cars up, and now, even though Johnson was under plenty of pressure just as that incident was happening, he's going to be under a lot more. At the moment, obviously, with what's happening there.
One of the cars is in the lane. Harvey has not got back out there, so Harvey will drop back a lot of positions. Timing's a bit confused at the moment with the way the red flag fell, and some cars are on the track, so we'll wait a minute for timing to reset. One thing is for certain, Johnson is first on the timing, and we can tell you that Harvey is still in the pit lane. Brilliant Perkins Engineering tribute livery on that number 71 machine. Definitely my favourite livery out there on the racetrack. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say it's my favourite, but it is. It's just glorious to see. It really has been so well done.
That's a Gallia entry there in the 71 car. That's Adrian at the wheel, like the South Australian driver there in the tribute livery there, the Cowtex car. So a safety car in this lap, you can see from race control. So we will go into full race mode in just a few moments. Now we can see where they are. So it is Ambrose behind Johnson, Waghorn, Simpson in that order. All them names inside the top 4 for most of the weekend. But I think it's Ambrose, the one we've got to watch here. Certainly on the restart. He was really right up behind Johnson just before that safety car intervention. And you can see them. So Johnson to lead them in.
Ambrose is on a cracking run of form over in Victoria. Won 5 of the last 6 races and won the last 2 rounds at Winton and Phillip Island. So on a great run of form, and he'd certainly like that to continue here this weekend in South Australia as part of the little challenge, the XL Challenge as it's called, between Victoria and South Australia. It's Victorians 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 before the first of the South Australians. But of course, Curry has still got to serve that drive-through penalty as the leading South Australian. Not because he is South Australian, but for a infringement. So that's still got to be served with 3 laps to go. We may go time certain. We'll have to wait and see. But
lights are out there too, so in the safety car. And look at Johnson here. He's packed them right up like a deck of cards. He's bringing them down inside of turn 8. He's the lead car. He can please himself how fast he wants to go, but he's got them stacked and racked up here.
He's gone on the exit to turn number 17. You can hear the engines roaring. So he's put the power down on the exit to try and break away. We are going to go a couple of laps short, 6 laps we are being told. So we've got 2 laps to go in that case as they cross the line. It's Johnson, Ambrose, Waghorn, Simpson and Lodge. And here we go, straight away Johnson pulls to the right-hand side of the racetrack to say, I'm going to defend this spot, Cadell. You're going to have to go the long way. And the long way he's going to attempt, but it's Waghorn that's going to go the really long way around. Not going to get through there though. Slots back into 3rd position. Oh, a bit too much curb there for Ambrose. Has unsettled the car, and that's allowed Waghorn up the inside down into turn number 3. Just clipped the curb there at turn number 2, got the car sideways, and it's affected his run, and it's allowed Johnson to skip away. Here comes Simpson now, he's looking up the inside of Waghorn. Can throw a blanket over these 3, and here he comes. Simpson's going to get 2 for 1. Is he going to go 3 wide down into the hairpin? Waghorn backs out, he thinks better of it. Simpson's gone in too deep. Simpson's wide, he's going to drag Ambrose out wide with him. Waghorn's got the cutback. Does he have the momentum to take 2nd position? It's going to be close. And Lodge is looking at these 3 going, goodness gracious me, you guys are really having at it early on in this restart. And Ambrose is sticking his nose back up the inside of Waghorn into the very, very fast turn number 10, and he's got it done. Great move from the young Victorian in the 194 machine. Retakes 3rd position and he's back on the tail of Simpson. But Waghorn go back around the outside at turn number 12. I'm not quite sure. That move is very rarely pulled off. In fact, he's dropped 2 wheels through the grass. And Lodge now up the inside into turn number 13 under brakes. Here he goes, trying to send it up the inside, but no, Waghorn holds on. Great racing, good clean racing from those 4 throughout this opening lap of the restart.
Yeah, that's he's trying to sort themselves. Just through the car, 25 is in the pit lane. That's the Harvey car. Lack of fuel pressure there. We just get reports back, so that car's been retired from this race. Oh, look at Johnson here, making the most of these other young guys behind him, trying to sort out their positions. So he's working to his advantage, no problem. So the body line entry there, 2nd position, the Hugo Simpson car. And so Ambrose trying to get back into his 2nd position.
This is
Waghorn. And the white 39 car is the hard charger. That's the Lodge car. It's made up stacks of ground as well, so it's game on here. Here we go, down the main straight. On the inside, better track position there for Ambrose. And can he make it stick?
Waghorn might make it 3 wide down towards turn number 1 as we commence the final lap of the race. Look at them further back, flying around like a herd of bees into turn number 1. Waghorn around the outside of Ambrose. That's a brave move. He's going to have the higher ground up here at turn number 4, the way the corner's cambered. And if you go out wide, you can get a great run out the corner. And that's what's happened. So now we'll have the inside for turn number 5. It's just what we saw earlier on today. Johnson broke away early and took the victory. This time he's broken away on the restart. Here comes Lodge now. Lodge is going to make it 3 wide. Who's that locked up? I think it's Waghorn. Lodge sending it in, cocking a wheel up the left rear wheel. Certainly not on the racetrack at that point in time. And Ambrose just about holding on to 3rd, but only just. Waghorn's going to sling up the inside of Lodge down the hill and take 4th position back. Lodge has been up and down like a yo-yo in this race. And in 6th position, watching on, is Curry, who yet to serve that penalty. And probably won't do it now with only half a lap to go.
Yeah, Mick Nowicki under pressure there for the New South Welshman in Tracy. Got Hopkins just behind there, the battery stop empty, so that's positions 9, 10 and 11 on track. With Nowicki leading that trio, maybe not much longer. But here we go, so you can see the 19 car there of Tracy. On the inside, and he'll get that. Nowicki went a bit wide, got up himself on the curb there.
I think he's got a problem. He's dropped a heap of speed. Oh, we're back on here for 2nd. It's really tightened up between 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. I'll get it out in a second. And we can see them come down the hill into turn number 17. Unless there's a big unforced error, Johnson's going to win, but it's all on for 2nd. Simpson goes defensive. Waghorn's got it all locked up. He's looking up the inside of Ambrose, and he's made it stick as they head towards turn number 18, the final turn on the racetrack. Ambrose is going to try and hold on to around the outside, but concedes in the end. So Waghorn moves up to third. Johnson takes the win. Simpson comes across the line in second. Waghorn pinches third at the line from Ambrose, and Lodge rounds out the top 5. Curry, best of the South Australians, in 6th, and Mackenzie, the best of the Masters competitors, in 7th. That was a really fierce, close battle, but fair battle for second position.
Yeah, it's a bit like we saw in the previous event, isn't it? But that's 3 out of 3 there for the young Mildura-based driver there in Joel Johnson. Another dominant performance. And that's a race, that everything. That's what you come to expect from this class of racing. And that was a solid action-packed race. Let's have a look. So obviously Johnson there, 3.8 seconds between first and second there. Was the second car was Hugo Simpson, but look how close they are behind them. Obviously with Waghorn. Waghorn was interesting there in the end. They'll go back to Ambrose, Lodge, Jacob Curry, the first of the South Australians. The first of the Masters cars is behind him. That's Glenn McKenzie. Blake Chasey, the New South Welshman. And then we go back to Harry Tompkins, running out the top 10 there is Tice Hodge. Position 11 there was the 44 car of Tony Venier, the second of the Masters class cars there. Shane Nowicki in the wins entry. We go back to the 92 car of Donny Mamarkovic. Then we go back to Jake Gallier, Michael Jeffs. So Adrian Gallier in the Castrol car, Ollie Patterson, Lee Kennedy, JetBlue Marisol didn't finish with a big accident, and Lachlan Harvey with mechanical problems there. Also failed to finish that event.
As did Kadich, of course, who was up the front yesterday, but yes, DNFing 21st position, yet no score for him. The XLs will be out, as we say, to conclude proceedings later on this afternoon, 3 o'clock local time. Up next, we've got BMW E30s and SA Tin Tops for their 8-lap feature. We'll be back after this short break. So many things to do here at the Bend Motorsport Park, that is for certain. Whether it's having hot laps yourself or being a passenger, there is so much to do at this magnificent facility down south of Adelaide, about an hour's drive from the Adelaide CBD here in Tailem Bend. Here's the grid. BMW E30s and SA Tin Tops. This time, race number 3, it's BMWs that are going to go out first. A bit different to what we've seen so far. It's going to be Royce Line ahead of Brian Burke. Simon Schiff will come out of 3rd with Tim Freeman in 4th. Behind that, we got Paul Schiff, Jeff Bowles, Ashley Rogers will come out of 7 and just ahead of Rory Plant. Beyond that, we've got Shannon Cooper, Peter Knight and Tristan Balfelder rounding out the BMW field. Aaron Steer will lead the SA Tin Tops class. 30 seconds later, he'll start ahead of Stratton Limberis. Then we've got Damien Sullivan, Jaden Jamison, and James Jeske. Lots of J's there.
Lots of J's.
Mick Pettit will come out of 17 ahead of Steve Neely. Charlie Kovacs Jr., who absolutely made a rocket start earlier on today. I expect the same from him in this one. And then Philip Dean in 20th.
Charlie Kovacs had a fuel surge problem in that previous race. We see him struggling to get back at that previous race. So hopefully they've sorted it out. They were down there trying to sort out that fuel problem. Looks like he's going to rejoin and start near the back of the pack here. So interesting turnaround with this time, as we mentioned, the BMW E30s to start things off. So turn of the tables here as the grids. So they get their camera shot in there up the front of the grid. Obviously with the Lion car and the Burt car, the 27 and the 4 car off the front. So then we got the Shift car, Freeman car just behind them. Interesting speed comparison here. We'll see how quickly the SA Tin Tops pick up these BMWs. So it's obviously a 30-second margin between the two grids here. Just waiting for the final few just at the end of the grid there to start things off, and away we go. And I think Burt won the start there quite clearly.
Yeah, great start from the Silver Machine, and straight away pulls over to the right-hand side to cover that position on the run down to turn number 1. But Lion goes even further right and says, no, I'll have that back straight away. And he does so, retakes the lead. So already 2 lead changes before we get to turn number 1. So it's Lion from Berg, then the 55 of Simon Schiff, ahead of the Martini livery number 78 of Freeman, and then the Benson and Hedges liveried machine of Paul Schiff. So a couple of tribute liveries, and away go the Tin Tops. That was a bit of a frantic start there. So head down towards turn 1, and here comes Charlie Kovacs Jr. once again. But this time he's got nowhere to go. He went straight through the middle last time, but there's a Falcon there. So
I think that actually might be Senior. I don't think that's Junior in that car. I think Charlie Kovacs Senior was actually going to run the second race today, so we'll certainly pick that out in a moment. So the old master back at the wheel there.
Charlie Handlebars Kovacs himself behind the wheel. That is pretty good. The V8U legend from years gone by, back behind the wheel of a V8U and roaring down the back. Of course, when V8 Utes were racing, Taylor Bend was not a circuit. The V8 Utes never raced here as a race series. Super Utes have been here a few times, but obviously not the V8 Utes as they head down towards turn number 6 for the first time. Jamison there in the number 5 machine. He's been fighting the white Commodore of Jeske all weekend in a sort of mini saloon car battle as they head down the back as Jeske has a look up the inside of the blue Falcon there.
Of course, Jaden Jamison, second generation driver. He's obviously following in his footsteps of his father Sean, who of course is a very familiar name in Australian saloon car racing here in Australia. Of course, won national titles and also multiple state titles, not only here in SA but also in Victoria as well. So he has a fair pedigree there. I know Sean's here on track here this weekend. So here we go back up the front there. And the 27 car there at Burt. He's got Shannon Schiff just behind him, the red coloured 55. That's second and third position in our BMW E30s. And Lion has jumped away here in the little yellow Beamer. He's found another gear there and starting to kick away. And there's also a challenge for third and second position. And I think Schiff might get that position done. And he's done that beautifully down there at turn 1. Interesting battles. They sort of pair off a bit, these E30s. Obviously, you see a bit more of this down than what I do, but interesting racing. Now, there's Kovacs there. So he's picked up a fella position in front of that's the Jamison car that we were just talking about. And that's Mick Pettit. That's the other Falcon, the car number 8 there, the PA Falcon in that group. Bit of a Holden versus Ford battle there. Bit of a Holden and Ford sandwich.
Like the saloon cars have been for many, many years, and of course saloon cars having a bit of a resurgence, particularly in Victoria. Some really, really strong numbers in that category, of which you mentioned, of course, Jamison, father of this Jamison on the racetrack, a former champion many times over, as we see Jeski heading down the back, unable to get past this Falcon. The Falcon has a lot better straight line speed. The number 8 machine of Pettit certainly faster in a straight line, but this Commodore of Jeski faster in the corners. And although Simon Schiff has taken second position from Berg, they now have Rogers on their tail. Rogers would have been disappointed with the race earlier this morning, but he's bounced back already to sit in 4th position. Came into 7th, I believe it was, so already made up 3 places, and he wants to continue that march forwards. Their main title rival is not out for this session. So Jesse Bryan, who retired from not 1 but 2 races, is not taking part in this race, and he was the series leader coming into this one. So it's likely that Royce Lyon will take the championship lead, and Rogers should follow him through in 2nd position. But we're looking on track for the action at the moment, and there's plenty of it. Schiff, Burke and Rogers. We may go 3 wide down into turn number 14. Oh, sorry, down the pit straight.
Right in front of us here, down the main straight. And I tell you what, I think Schiff, actually that's, Rogers there that's picked up that position. He's picked up 2 cars down the main straight, the 50 car, so that's the Rogers car. Just sitting nice and patiently behind the pair in front of him, and he's managed to pick them up quite quickly. Fastest lap of the race has gone there to Aaron Steer, 208.13. That's the Porsche leading the tin tops. There we go, 208.13 just come up on our screen there, the telecast. So obviously running in the Porsche GT3 for Jam Motorsports here this weekend. It's been a very busy drive. Steer is racing in the Prototype Series also this weekend, so he's keeping the seats warm. He's jumping out of one and into another. He'll lead that group at the moment. There's the battle up the front for our BMW E30s. It's the Rogers car. So Ashley Rogers, the lead car in the BMW E30s. From the 27 car you can see on screen, which is Brian Burke. So they're the 2nd and 3rd at the moment. That's the cars on screen, and obviously the Lynn car, Royce Lynn jumped away here. He's well and truly out of picture. So it's always an interesting battles for 2nd, 3rd and 4th over the weekend for this group.
Rogers, though, now into 2nd and trying to break away from Burke and Simon Schiff, and he's doing so quite successfully at the moment. We touched on car number 54, the Benson and Hedges liveried machine of Paul Schiff, but Simon Schiff also running a sort of retro livery. It's sort of based on the famous Nissan R32 HKS race car from Japan a few years ago. So great that the Schiffs are really supporting some old retro liveries. And there's another one, the Martini liveried machine, being overtaken by the leader of the tin top. So that Porsche is quickly making up positions in the E30s class. That's Steer at the head of the field. He made a mistake in the race earlier on today and had made hard work for himself, but he recovered well and took the victory. So it's 2 out of 2 for him, like it is for Lyon in the BMWs. So come across the line to complete lap number 3. How good does that flat 6 sound?
Fantastic, yeah. Steer's been a busy boy, obviously, not only racing here this weekend, but he's preparing a prototype cars down there in their sheds. So there's too much rest happening there at the moment for Steer. Yeah, he's doing a great job in the Jam Motorsports entry there, just in a world of his own. He's already mentioned past the BMWs, as would be expected.
He'll jump straight out of the Porsche and run straight over to the outgrid, because prototypes are directly after this, just 5 minutes between the sessions at 10:02. That's when it's scheduled to commence. As we can see, Charlie Kovacs, you believe that's not Junior, you believe that is Charlie Handlebars Kovacs himself, who goes into turn number 1. Then it's Jamison just behind.
Red car there with Jaden Jamison. Only new to the game too, another young teenage driver coming through the ranks. He just started his saloon car career just recently. That's what the car would normally fit in state championships. And Nick Perkins gone straight past the local South Australian driver there in James Jensky.
I heard Jeski, he was struggling to find a gear. I could hear it revving and revving. He couldn't quite get it into the next gear. So yeah, the number 8 machine flies by like he was standing still. And it was pretty much like he was standing still in neutral, no drive, just rolling around. But he's already back on the tail of the number 8 machine as these two are in the middle of a couple of BMWs having their own fight out there on the racetrack. And Steer now has made his way all the way up to second position. So a remarkable drive there as he carves his way through the BMWs like they're not even there.
A couple of tin tops there just coming up behind. Yeah, I think that's the 86 car there.
Jeski sweeping to the inside of the number 8 Pettit. These two have been having a race-long battle and it's continuing. Jeski, though, with lack of straight-line speed compared to the Falcon, files back in behind, but gets caught out, could not get through in the BMW. So the black BMW there is now in between them. That's Knight in the number 86 car, so finds himself, there he's now in the BMW battle. So it's action aplenty up and down the field in both classes. And that's what we've come to expect this weekend, and the third race, no exception.
Aaron Steer's gone quicker again too, our race leader there. Just flicked up there, he's on a 2:07.27. He is really hooting around here at the moment. And that's why he's getting through all these BMWs pretty quickly. Let's have a look there. Stratton Embarrass is still second in the tin tops. He's mixed up with the BMWs as well. Third of the tin tops is Damien Sullivan in the white Commodore. There's three lots of tin tops there, really and truly spread out through the field, and that's the Peter Knight car there being challenged at the moment. I think that's Cooper there behind him. Yep. Let's just talk about Damien Sullivan, and he's just gone past the 7 car of Rory Plant. And he'll do the same for the car in front of him, which is the 24 car there of Bowles.
Those 3 BMWs very much line astern there, having their own battle for position. So you can see them come out of the hairpin now, very much line astern. Several of these guys, stalwarts of the category. A lot of these BMW E30 competitors seem to live in the category. They enter young and they don't move away. They're pretty much every competitor in BMW E30s is a stalwart of the category.
It's been a long time category, hasn't it, Dan? It's been around the Vic State Racing Series for as long as I can remember. Yeah. A very long time ago. Very prominent production cars, certainly from the 1980s era. And they were a big production car too. There was a lot of E30s raced in various disciplines of motorsport, not only circuit, but certainly song and tarmac rally and various other disciplines as well. All over the world too, not only here in Australia, a very popular race car. It was considered to be fairly tough and pretty hard to break. And pretty good, but nice and light as well, not much weight carried in those cars.
Powered by a 2.5 litre inline 6-cylinder engine, 5-speed manual gearbox, the old way to go racing with a manual gearbox. I'm hearing a bit of tyre squeal in my ears. I'm not sure if somebody's locked up there.
That's Damien Sullivan there. And the grass, and that's turn 17, was it?
Yes.
I think it was. So, yeah, that's going to catch a few drivers out down through that section of the track. We've already seen it a bit already this weekend. Did a great job, Sullivan. He's been plucking his way through the field.
Belfelder up the inside of Plant as they roar down the pit straight towards turn number 1. They're running out of laps. If they want to make their moves, they've got to do it quickly. And Charlie Kovacs Jr. is having a look down towards turn number 1. The BMW had no idea who's there. The number 7 of Plant and the 23 of Belfelder. I think they were both completely caught unawares by the charging V8. I think that's because at the start of the pit straight, they couldn't even see him. He wasn't even in the mirror. And then as they've come to the end, the speed difference completely caught both drivers out, and that's allowed the number 24 of Bowles to gain 5 or 6 seconds on them.
Incident from the this was the Sullivan incident. Just doing a little bit of Commodore lawn mowing there.
Shifting
back on track fairly quickly, and just gets rid of a few dandelions down there at turn 17.
Schiff nearly followed him down the road. He was all locked up and missed the apex as well. So I think they were both trying to outbrake each other, and not in the same class, but both find themselves not taking the preferred line at the tricky turn number 17. And Jamison has caught up to the tail here of Charlie Kovacs Jr.
Or senior.
Yes. So flick around turns 11 and 12. This is where the V8 Ute is certainly a handful, and Jamison all over the tail. Kovacs going to the inside into turn number 13. Nicely done. Authoritatively done this time. The BMW of Bowles certain that he was there, and no doubt about it. And you can see the BMWs are really good under brakes, aren't they? He was very much alongside Jamison in that braking zone. Yeah, really good brake performance from all the BMWs.
Kovacs there making his way through the field, the 69 car. Yeah, that big white moustache painted on the front grille of the car there. It's pretty familiar sight. We see that in lots of shots. Charlie himself was sporting the same colour moustache, handlebars, as he was known in the VAU racing days. The very famous motorsports moustache, that one.
Yes, very, very famous. I can't think, maybe Nigel Mansell's eclipses it, but that's about all I can think of off the top of my head as they come down pit straight for the penultimate time. And here comes Charlie Kovacs Jr. or Senior once again down in towards turn number 1 with the Benson. Here we go, move for position number 7, plant up the inside. And that's nicely done, considering he was off the track this time last lap, making contact with the Kovacs Ute. Recovered well to take Bowles. I think Bowles struggling late on in this race because the Belfelder car is also right on his tail as well. So yeah, Bowles car not coming home too strongly in this one.
Yeah, still leading the BMW E30s, by the way. The plant car there we're just talking about. With Bowles just behind him. A bit further back in the BMW E30 class. Shot from behind the trees there. It's looking towards the main complex there at the Bend Motorsport Park. It's right down the back of the circuit there, down on the eastern end. Looking up there, you can see the park and view spectators just up the top of the hill there. So they come down towards the constant section of right-hand turns.
Great to see how many spectators have stayed after the Lamborghinis have finished, and why wouldn't you? We've got some great action still to come, prototypes, Australian Formula Open and XLs to come. And if you enjoyed what you've seen here at the Bend and you want to have more action at the Bend Motorsport Park, make sure you come for the Supercars round, just a couple of months away. The OTR Super Sprint from August 18 to 20. That's followed by the Shannon's Trophy Series, which will be shown on the coverage of Blendline TV. Jamison having a big look at Kovacs, not quite able to get through there. And later on in the year, of course, got the Bend Classic as well, and the Australian Superbikes in early December, a week after the Adelaide 500, of course, which came back very successfully late last year.
Jamison got the blowtorch applied here. He's all over the back of Kovacs. So it's V8 Ute versus 6-cylinder Commodore there. And they're on their last lap as well. And the vets are out for their final lap, also for the weekend for our 10 top section.
He's pulled nearly half a minute clear of the best BMW Hestia, despite starting 30 seconds behind. So Steer's in a league of his own and 40 seconds ahead of his nearest challenger in class, Limburus. So yeah, 40 seconds the margin between the Porsche and the Toyota Corolla in the fight for the Tin Tops class, as we see the Gem Motorsport machine, or Gem Motorsport machine, down into turn number 17 for the final time of asking.
And this is for the checker flag, Dan, too. This is the final turn. So coming back into view in just a moment. And there he goes, and that's the checkered flag to complete the final lap there for Steer. He can take a clean sweep this weekend.
Did the fastest lap of the race on the final lap as well. 2:07.1, 4 seconds faster than what Limbris has done on his best lap, a 2:11.1. So very much in a different league this afternoon was that gloriously presented Porsche. And here is the winner in the E30s. Line, crossing the line, flashing just the one headlight. The other one not working there, but nevertheless, he won't be too bothered about that. He's just taken 3 from 3 at the Bend Motorsport Park. Nicely done, but it's all to play for further back. We can see number 7 of Plants just pulled away from Bowles and Belfelder, but it's on between those two a little bit further back still with half a lap to go. And this is the massive field spread that we've seen between these classes as Kovacs is coming under pressure still from Jamieson. What can Jamieson do down into turn number 17? The answer, very little, unfortunately for him. Kovacs just has one more corner to negotiate, and he will hold on, I believe. And this will be 4th in class, 9th on the road, but 4th in class for Kovacs, and rounding out the top 5 for Jamieson before we see a whole host of E30s follow them through at the back of the screen. So there is Paul Schiff coming home in 11th outright and 6th in class if my maths are correct. And flashing the lights is Plant. He was pleased there to get Bowles late on and held on to 12th position outright. Bowles held on from both Belfelder. The margin in the end just 0.3 of a second. Petich comes home in 15th. And they continue to stream through. Cooper should be next, and then Neely, Knight and Jeske. But yeah, 2.5 minutes nearly, the gap between the front and the tail of the field.
That's what we call having them well and truly spread out across the track there. Let's have a look. Final results we'll just run through to clarify that. It'll be the 68 Caravan steering the Porsche. First of the tin tops, of course. Then we got Royce Lyon, who dominated there in the BMW E30s. Second in the tin tops there, Stratton Limberis. Then we go back to Ash Rogers, second in the BMWs. Brian Burke finished up 3rd in the BMWs, overall 5th. Then we go back to 6th position of Simon Schiff. Oh, there, another one of the BMWs. Then we go back to another tin top to the Commodore there of Damien Sullivan, Tim Freeman, Charlie Kovacs. She was holding off the fast charging Jaden Jamieson there towards the end. Then we go back to Paul Schiff, Rory Plant, Jeff Bowles, Tristan Beaufolder, Mick Pettit back there in the Falcon. Then we go back to Shannon Cooper in the BMW, Steve Neely in the Falcon, Peter Knight in the BMW, James Jenske, and a non-finisher there, Phil Dean, another one of the tin top competitors there. Non-finished. Next coming up will be our next race for the Australian Prototype Series for their final race for the weekend. And we'll certainly be back with that in just a moment or two. We'll have a good shot there of the main complex here at the Bend Motorsport Park. Good to see a few brave spectators still out there braving the chilly conditions up there, this fantastic complex here in South Australia. We'll be back with prototypes in just a moment or two.
Good morning and welcome to the Bend Motorsport Park, Australia's newest world-class motorsport facility for the final round of the My Bike Motorcycle Insurance Australian Superbike Championship for season 22. What a fantastic venue to end off what has been a marvellous season of racing.
Welcome to the centre of the universe.
His teammate Drew Halliday hungry for his first victory start from the ups of Jack Miller, the MotoGP star, 53. Ready for a start. Out 1 star Superbike. Will be crowned champion with a substantial lead. You can see him celebrating there in the background. Congratulations to Mike Jones.
Can't wait for the Superbikes to get back here and, well, let's get on with the meal right here in front of us. The GC Marine Australian Prototype Series cars rolling out on track for their final journey around the 4.95 kilometres, 18 turns, a 30-minute race here. So for those that don't like time-certain races, tough, this one will be a ripper. It's going to invite everyone along for a great ride in the Australian Prototype Series. I've had time finally between races to get out there and just to catch up with some of the drivers. Jason Macris, one of them, one of my favourites in number 44. Have a good chat with him. He's clearly training pretty hard to get race fit for the rest of the season. John Paul Drake, he was quite reserved for JP, for a guy that is normally jumping out of his skin. He was quite reserved and pretty circumspect about the racing still to come. So he's definitely got eyes out for Scotty Borman and Jason Macris coming at him. And it was good to catch up with those guys, even though the rivalry is not actually as intense as we thought it was. They're still happy to put Queensland Raceway last year behind them, but back to being best of mates in the pit and paddock area. But I can assure you, as soon as they put the helmet on and pull the belts down tight, they're both going as hard at it for the win. And then you throw Scott Borman in there and Phil Hughes and Aaron Steer and Terry Knowles in with the mix, and you have got yourself an Australian prototype race. Looking forward to it. Here is the grid. John Paul Drake will be on pole. Will he take 3 from 3 and clean sweep this round? It's all before us in the next 30 minutes to see what happens there. Scotty Borman right alongside him there as well. And then we go to Jason Macris in the 44, the 42 of Phil Hughes in the Birra Baraka Hughes Supercar Services Cafe Cavalli. Radical SR8 to Aaron Steer, and this is an interesting one. I think, Callum, you touched on it yesterday. I got down there and had a bit of a look under the hood. That's a Aprilia RS V4. And that outfit, normally aspirated outfits, that does sound vastly different. And I think you said yesterday, Callum, it sounded like the Ducati Desmo type of beat to it. Probably is an Aprilia, an Italian V4. It would be pretty similar to what that would sound like. So the series of wastegates on turbos being on and off the throttle, trying to get tyre temp in. We look back to Terry Knowles, Miles Lacey in the number 9. Great to have Miles on board the Praga R1. Andrew McKee and Phil Casella in the number 27 rounds out our 9-car field here. Scott Borman looking to get on with this. Looks like he's trying to give JP a bit of a hurry up, and this has been changed to a 25-minute race. So update your race scores. So we look forward to 25 minutes of fury here. Looking into the number 66, that Iridian lens on the Joker's car. And we are all lined up. This is a perfect formation. Can't wait to see them released. Macris just ranges up now. Phil Hughes testing where he can position his car. How close to Scott Borman. Our starter is poised with the green flag. And away we go. And Hughes looks to the inside of 2.7 litre V8. And have a look at Macris. He's going to go right down the inside. But Borman will be able to sweep right across in front of them here. Macris in the 44, the lights ablaze, has just driven right up the inside of his rekindled friendship with John Paul Drake. And Phil Hughes sweeps across there. Is this the Joker playing the Joker card? That's what we've got to determine, Callum Bradigan.
He's been the protagonist all weekend. Now it's his turn to be the antagonist, as we're used to seeing the Joker in the DC comics. But he's dropped back to 4th. It's been a shocking start by his standards from from the very front of the the front of the grid there. Is that Phil Hughes having a good look around the outside? He switches back to the inside at turn 6 at the hairpin, and he jumps up into P2. Borman is rubbing his hands with glee at that prospect. But here comes Miles Lacey as well in that Praga. He's looming large in the background in P5. So this is a 5-car battle for the lead, Darren, and it's an extremely exciting start to this, what is the longest race for the Australian Prototype Series this weekend at the Bend Motorsport Park. Carefully negotiating through turn 12, the right-hander. A short little straight as they come up to turn 13. You can hear that Aprilia-powered Wolf in the background. It's such a distinctive sounding car. It's one of my favourite sounding cars out there at the moment, of course, the car of Borman with that massive V8 power plant. It's also a spectacular sounding car. Up the inside, Phil Hughes. He takes away position 2 from Macris. Great effort, great driving. A lot of consideration between these drivers. And here comes John Paul Drake as well. As he's on the recovery, but he's coming under fire now from Miles Lacey in the Praga, that beautiful looking car. It's one of the only sort of close tops. John Paul Drake having a look up there, but he's squeezed for room. And there's also Aaron Steer in the background as well. There's a lot going on here, Darren. Wherever you look throughout this small field, it's not quantity, it is quality.
I think this is the first time we've ever had 2 V8s in the front of a field of the prototypes, being the 5.2 litre of Scotty Borman, the 2.7 litre of the 42 there of Phil Hughes. The Praga looks to the inside now, and John Paul Drake. It was going to be a very brave plunge under brakes there in the Zagami Motorsport Praga R1 by Miles Lacey, but at the moment John Paul Drake, I feel, is just playing a waiting game. We've got 25 minutes of racing still to go here, and he may just start to turn the wick up when he chooses to do so. Jason Macris has certainly found something more underneath the 44. Under brakes goes the 66. Phil Hughes has got mirrors full of Wolves at the moment, and he is charging out after the V8 in front.
What a move around the outside, as comfortable as you like. He's got full confidence in the mechanical and aero grip of his Wolf to just send it around the outside at the hairpin turn 6. He's now got Phil Hughes just ahead of him. There's not much room through this part of the track, but he's surging around the outside nonetheless. So let's see how he squares off the corner, gets the power down, and that looks like Lacey running a little bit wide to the driver's left-hand side coming out of that turn. And we've still got Borman at the lead. Hughes just keeping in touch with him as well, about half a second adrift from from the lead of this race. But John Paul Drake's definitely on the recovery drive, as Darren alluded to earlier. He's got plenty of pace, and when he fully commits and his new tyres come up to their optimal window for performance, he's got plenty of pace up his sleeve, especially through the curvy bits of the Bend Motorsport Park. 18 corners in all, 4.95 kilometres in length. Very tight there. Miles Lacey was having a look, but there wasn't really an opportunity there to take that position away from Jason Macris. That's the battle for P4. Meanwhile, on screen, this is the battle for P2, so we're going to get a great demonstration of the straight line speed differences between these cars. That car at Borman sounds absolutely fantastic as it thumps past the commentary box, and John Paul Drake is indeed the fastest man on track at the moment with a 1 minute 53.0, and that's in comparison to a Scott Borman, who is at the head of the field on a 1 minute 54.1. So they're pretty pacey, Darren, and as we've seen so far in the races this weekend, as the race unfolds, the track definitely comes to the drivers.
It certainly does, and this is really interesting to watch the dynamics between the different forms of chassis here. The Radical looks to the inside now, under brakes down at turn 5. Does the Joker go with him?
Can't quite get past this time around. Phil Hughes stretching the legs, doing a great job with that move there. So he's already pulled out quite a handsome little gap over Borman as well. So you can see that Borman's car not quite as well suited to the twisty parts. Obviously, it's a little bit heavier than the other cars around him, given it's got a much bigger power plant behind him. So he really has to rely on that main straight to make up his pace, but he's still doing a fantastic job to hold MP2. But that move from Phil Hughes, how good was that, Darren? Around the outside of turn 6, we're seeing a lot of action there through what is your favourite part of the circuit?
Take a screenshot of that one. Phil Hughes in the 42 for Bira Baraka and Cafe Cavalli, doing it nicely out in front while these Wolf protagonists fight out amongst themselves. Phil Hughes has got some beautiful clean air in front of him, and this is not what John Paul Drake wanted to play out as he was starting to play the Joker in the pack. He didn't expect that the Radical would be out. Lacey down the inside now. bit of a plume of smoke out of it. Didn't like the colour of that. That was white. Didn't look like a lock-up, so there may be some sort of mechanical concern there. And Macris just gets back through in the number 44 there. So interesting to see how these different chassis and different power plants make their power and make their actual lap time. And right back in the back of shot there is the RS Aprilia powered. Oh, Macris and Lacey swapping left and right, and third and fourth and fifth in the race there at the moment. Massive moves in there. This is for fourth on the road. Here comes JP. He weighs in it. He has to be up beside Scott Ballmer under brakes into turn 3 if he wants to make any impression here. Now the Wolves start to hunt in packs, and the Radical will be starting to feel the pressure now. Here comes Borman, here comes JP down the inside, and that is a massive threshold of braking manoeuvre there by John Paul Drake. He has definitely got a beautiful bit of a race car under him at the moment, working at its absolute optimum. He also is looking after himself very well, very fit. Lots of training, and he is able to sustain these high G-forces. And let me tell you, these cars do. The amount of aero, the faster you go, the more G-forces you turn out the wheel in at, and the more load your body comes under. Phil Hughes leading the way. The yellow headlights yesterday. This time the car had panel work hanging off and dragging on the road, and Phil retired from the race. Today he is leading the run. But have a look at JP again, under brakes. Beautiful manoeuvre there. Phil didn't really try and arrest that. Come back into the complex around turns 15, up into 16 now. The change of undulation or the change of altitude comes in. They plunge down now. This is a big push on the brake, back down a couple of cogs. And there's Phil Hughes, who has previously led the race for a lap and a half, is now looking at the back of John Paul Drake's car. And now he has got Scotty Borman ranging up on him in the 5.2 litre. And in straight line, there's no reason to be able to not run away with it with the more cubic inches you've got, and that is 5.2 versus 2.7. But what's happening in the background here is the two cars with their high beams on absolutely lighting the way, letting know that the battle is on between Borman and Macris. And now Hughes looks to be just losing a little bit of that momentum he gained on lap number 2. Gone back 2 spots on this last half a lap or so, but you would have expected that the older Radical SR8 at some point would fall into the clutches of these newer Wolf chassis.
Should point out as well that with the 8 cars, also 9 cars on track, with the exception of Andrew McKee, there's just 13 seconds covering first position to 8th position. So the field's a lot more compressed, a lot closer than we've seen so far this weekend. But I'm absolutely blown away by the mid-corner speed of the car of John Paul Drake, the number 66. And we saw just before when he stormed through to the lead. That was through, well, he actually set that move up at the start of turn 13. His mid-corner apex speed was just so much faster than Phil Hughes that he was able to slingshot his way by and capitalise deep under brakes into turn 14. So that's just a dramatic example of how his car, like John Paul Drake's car, makes it speed up the inside Macris. He's got the window and he takes it, and along comes Miles Lacey as well. Lacey's going to be drawing alongside as they come up to turn 15, turn 16, the right-hander. Miles Lacey's not out of this one yet, but Phil Hughes is just behind there, licking his lips. He's got the best view of this battle. Lacey now up into position 4 with Macris fighting back. He's got a good run on him, a great exit. He's got the inside line coming onto the main straight, but this corner very much opens up, and you can see the car of Lacey getting a fantastic exit. He's going to draw alongside here and try and take advantage of a side draft from Macris, and he does indeed. Here comes Phil Hughes now. He's going to pull out and have a look up the inside. He's got Macris on his left. Lacey just ahead of him as well. So between the top 5 cars here, this is a thoroughbred battle for the podium positions. Meanwhile, John Paul Drake, although he's definitely got the pace up his sleeve at the moment, can't rest on his laurels just yet. He's still going to try and defend from the fast-charging Scott Borman down that long main straight. Deep under brakes up here into the turn 6 hairpin. This beautiful cambered in left-hander, and they are doing a fantastic job. This racing has been absolutely fantastic. They're definitely capping off this weekend on a high note. There is a cherry on the top of this Australian Prototype Series cake.
Still got 10 minutes remaining in this race, so anything could happen. It's been a ripping first 15 minutes of this journey. Interestingly enough, I'm just watching the back of this number 9, and Jason Macris goes off in the number 44. He gathers it all back up from Marina Mirage and gets back underway, but he'll have lost contact with this front wall. 10 minutes still remaining. He can probably push in back up into the back of these cars, but just interested to watch the back of this number 9, the Praga, just giving off this telltale plume of white smoke. In fact, just around this part of the circuit under brakes, as they came down to turn number 17. Let's see if we can see that again this time around.
Geez, Miles Lacey's a bit of a dark horse here, isn't he, Darren? He's just steadily making his way forward in this race, and we've seen throughout this weekend it hasn't been without his issues making a few trips in the pit lane throughout the previous 2 races, but he's definitely looming large in the mirrors of Borman ahead of him, who will do his customary reel in the big fish, John Paul Drake. Get real close to the back of the diffuser before turn 1, and the braking performance of these cars are spectacular. Darren alluded to before, a lot of downforce, so the more speed you can carry into the corners, which is counterintuitive with the human brain, unfortunately, you really have to fight your urges to brake and wash off as much speed as possible, because when you stroll into a corner, you've got to trust the downforce, and sometimes you're going to hold you there, so it's really up to... Well, big kudos to these drivers for having full belief in their cars to make the pace that they do. Up the inside now is Lacey, so he's up into P2 now. This has been a fantastic recovery drive for him to cap off Sunday's racing action here at the South Australia Motorsport Series at the Bend Motorsport Park. It's been an outstanding weekend of action. Brought to you, of course, by Blendline TV on the YouTube channel and Facebook pages as well. Fantastic effort from all the volunteer officials around the track as well, doing their great job. So here's a replay of Macris, and he's run just straight ahead at turn 6, and he's going to reappear, we're being told. So he's just gone straight on, and obviously there's not a huge amount of room for him to try and do a U-turn, so he has to go across the gravel and across the grass, which when you've got a car as low as these cars are, there's not much clearance on them. Going across the grass makes it very hard. It feels like a monster truck.
It certainly does, makes it tricky, and there's a lot of engineering underneath these cars. They're tuned to run aero over the top of the bodywork and underneath the car as well, so he's done well just to try and slow it down and control it to ride out those little bumps, and probably best done here at Tail and Bend in the Bend Motorsport Park, because it does have a very nicely graded, smooth outfit. Some other tracks you go off the track and you end up riding moguls like you're running the Olympics ski team. As we come up to turn number 1 to complete lap number, or we've completed lap number 7, head off on lap number 8. Now Miles Lacey is the closest he has been all weekend long to the lead of this race, and he's driving the absolute wheels off this car at the moment. Fastest car on track at 150.22. We do know that John Paul Drake can go a lot faster than what he currently is, because he dipped it down into the 46s earlier on today, so he can respond if Lacey starts to look like he's getting too big in the rear vision mirror. Scott Borman is pressing on nicely there. He hasn't been able to counteract with the cubic inches on board that he's got to stop this little R1 Praga pressing on out after our race leader and John Paul Drake. Phil Hughes still quietly sitting in position number 4. I would suggest he enjoyed his time out in front, but would have, in all realistic terms, and Phil is very much a realistic racer, would have realised that at some point these wolves are going to come straight back at him. There is a generation of, actually it's probably a generation and a half of technology that Phil is giving away to these wolves, the carbon tub wolves, and Phil is certainly relying on all of his skill and ability as a mechanic, and certainly all of his ability as a race car driver as well, to try and just stay with these guys. But doing a great job after the car being damaged yesterday, and getting a good look at this number 9 Praga. It is a very, very pretty car, very purposeful piece of kit. There's nothing on there that doesn't affect performance. If it doesn't help the car go faster, generally Praga won't put it on there. And this particular R1, which is a motorsport spec, is very much testament to that theory. Looks to the inside now of John Paul Drake, obviously 3 or 4 car lengths too far back to make any effect on manoeuvre on JP.
Yeah, he's getting closer and closer. They're also trading blows for best lap of the race. Drake. Means he's the fastest out there at the moment. We've also got a different, well, in sectors 1, 2 and 3, we've got a different driver setting a purple sector in each. So Borman is obviously the fastest man in sector 1 by virtue of that massive power plant. John Paul Drake is the fastest in sector 2. Andrew McKee is the fastest person in sector 3. So it's just a great example of how varied these cars are and how distinguished they are from one another, and in terms of extracting as much performance and pace and just the different styles of driving that we can see, and it just makes for fantastic racing. But the opening 5 laps of this race has been a hugely exciting affair. John Paul Drake now feeling a little bit more comfortable. This is his sector after all. He's just about a second clear of Miles Lacey in P2. Very happy that Lacey has found his feet this weekend. It's been a little bit tricky up until this point, so it's a bit of a shame that there's been a few issues that have been hampering his performance up until now, but it's great that he's just going to finish his weekend off at the moment. He's on track to just get his best performance of the weekend, albeit just under 2 seconds adrift of John Paul Drake. Now, JP is on a hot one at the moment. He's set a purple sector to sector 2. And here is Borman as well. He's still within reach. He's just under 5 seconds away from the lead of this race, but he is on the podium. And with that car, it's producing around 1,100 kilograms of downforce thanks to its large wings and rear diffuser, or the ground effects on the car. With that massive power plant, means it's a little bit heavier than others, but it's still around 600 kilos with 650 horsepower, 1,100 kilos of 1,100 kilos of downforce. So, which means if you were to throw it at a tunnel and throw it upside down, it'd probably be up to the task, but we probably won't be able to find a driver who would be willing to do that, Darren.
Interesting question asked between races, and I didn't actually find out. I do know it's a Peugeot-based engine or a Peugeot-based engine in the Praga, but what the actual specifications of it are, I am not sure. We'll try and find out from Prototype Series management as to what that is, but certainly at the moment these cars also run a Peugeot-based turbocharged power plant in some of the Wolfs as well, so that is definitely a piece of kit. The Borman car runs a Crate V8 in that outfit, and certainly John Paul Drake's car is a turbocharged car. This is the 68 of Terry Knowles. There's an SR3, so it is a 1500cc Suzuki Hayabusa power plant in this one. And essentially what Phil Hughes' car is 2 of those together in a V configuration. So it's a very interesting way of going about it. It is an RPE or radical power engines power plant, but it is based on 2 of those Hayabusa engines together. That's why it sounds so nice when it gets right up there in the rev range. Here comes the number 9 though, Miles Lacey. We always knew this car had performance because Ricky Capo has drilled it into our terrains with some massively good results over the last 18 months while he was driving this car in the championship. And a big shout out to Ricky, who is now European based, and it's fantastic to see the kid who has always shown such great potential and getting a real professional driving career underway now in Europe, and having to relinquish his time that he has enjoyed in the Australian Prototype Championship. We're watching on very closely Ricky's career and remembering when he was here in Australia and doing it well, just like we do with the likes of Matt Campbell and those as well. They move on, and ultimately they set out to be a professional racing car driver on the international stage and tick that box. You're successful, Ricky Capo. Well done, mate. It's great to have there. And we now get to meet a new friend, Miles Lacey, from the UK. In fact, from the Praga team. He comes from the development of this car, done a lot of driving and development for the Praga outfit, and of course being all put together by Zagami as well. We've had a big program here this weekend. The Zagami Autosport team running the team in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the Huracan Evo 2 in that series, and of course getting on board with the Praga brand as well. John Paul Drake with 42 seconds remaining on the 30-minute clock for this race, driving very, very nicely indeed. Takes the fastest lap of this race. And have a look at that. I'll tell you what, Callum, that Praga is within pouncing distance, isn't it? They've shaken off the other comers. Borman and Hughes have gone out of there. Aaron Steer, who's had a massive weekend of racing. Good on him too to make him back in the driver's seat. Really cool to see Aaron back in it. Macris now drops to 6. Then Casella Knowles and McKee rounding it out as the Joker goes over the line for his final lap. Have a look at now. Praga range up into the hole in the air behind John Paul Drake. It's JP starting to fall into the clutches of the number 9 now. 66. Wow, look at this.
He's under pressure here, isn't he, Darren? That Praga absolutely squared off that exit, and he made up a heap of space onto the back of JP. Flat through the left-hander at turn 5, finding their braking markers at turn 6. Here comes Lacey up the inside. The window's not that wide open. He locks a bit of a brake. And that is Lacey still on the outside, but John Paul Drake getting that exit, defending beautifully, giving Lacey just enough space on the inside there. Very gentlemanly between the two drivers, but this is the battle for the lead. We'll get a great visual representation of how quick Drake is through this part of the circuit, and the Praga of Lacey is running out of corners to get into the lead. This has been an outstanding race. Darren, 25 minutes has gone by just like that, especially when the racing has been this close, but John Paul Drake is on track to make it 3 from 3 here at the Bend Motorsport Park as part of the Australian Prototype Series on the support bill for the South Australia Motor Racing Series. John Paul Drake still holding his own. I'm putting the challenge out to the Praga team to put a Batman sticker on that car so we can have a great on-track battle between these two guys with their livery battle. But Darren, here comes John Paul Drake to take the checkered flag.
Brilliant drive all weekend long for John Paul Drake, defending his championship all the way in season 2023. Just to raise the hand there and acknowledgement of the team and the officials as he takes the checkered flag there and takes the final race for the weekend. And just a quiet little celebration on board there. Miles Lacey will be rapt that he's taken the checkered flag, done a lights to flag finish in that little Praga R1, and all the encouragement to that team for bringing that car to the track and working tirelessly to get a result. Scotty Borman gets it home in position number 3 in the number 7 car there, the Borman outfit, and did a terrific job. Phil Hughes ultimately brings it home after leading a couple of laps early on in that race, and you get the feeling of inevitability when the Radical, which is a couple of generations old now, gets out in front, and then the Wolves start to hunt him down, and that's exactly what happened. So we'll look forward to seeing the guy with Bira Baraka on board and Cafe Cavalli, Liquimoli, and he represents all his sponsors very, very well. So well done to Phil Hughes into P4. Have a look at this, Jason Macris just cruising to the line there. He'd be wondering what was going to be. He was challenging, like Phil Hughes, early on in that race. Has just come to the line there as well in position number 6. Fantastic central facility here at the Bend Motorsport Park in the background. There it is, confirmation, the 66 of John Paul Drake, 3 from 3, a clean sweep from the second round of the championship. Miles Lacey next in line there in the number 9. Great to see him getting the checkered flag and a nice result up on the podium. Scott Borman next in the number 7. Phil Hughes, Aaron Steer in that very interesting sounding Aprilia RS V4 powered outfit. Really does sound the goods out there, and it's great to see Aaron back in the driver's seat and enjoying some racing. Jason Macris was scratching his head about his pace in that race. He had it early and it just disappeared from him into P6. Terry Knowles, Phil Casella and Andrew McKee round out, and that is the results for the Australian Prototype Series for this weekend. We're not too far away from welcoming the Australian Formula Open Series for their 15-lapper onto the track. We'll be back in just a few moments. Stay with us here on Blendline TV from the Bend Motorsport Park. on and off the throttle, spinning the wheels, trying to get heat into the control tyre that is being run right through this entire field. Big shout out to Race Fuels, the championship fuel supply, for their support right across motorsport, not just here for the Australian Formula Open, albeit they are the title sponsors for it, but they are at every track every time the gates are open, giving the best possible combustible liquid that you can get out there on the market. Of course, all of their Alpha products do such famous work around the country, and indeed, if you're watching on the side of today's live streaming what's going on in France, the Alpha brand is front and centre at Le Mans. So a big shout out to the crew at Race Fuels for throwing their support behind the Australian Formula Open Series, which Tim Macro has assembled everyone that he has ever dealt with in Australian motorsport to try and help him make something of this, and everyone really very much support being thrown behind the Australian Formula Open Racing Series. Here is our grid for Trans Dig. Ryan Howe in the number 27 will start on pole position. Right next to him is Ryan Astley, Victorian there as well. So it's a Victorian front row lockout, and I only say that because we are working our way to the XL Interstate Challenge, which will be our last race for the weekend after this Formula Open Australia race there. So Miles Bromley, a 17-year-old oil baron supply. Tim Macro racing Dallara, car number 8, out of position number 3. Trent Grubel has to make hay while the sun shines. Really did just not get the start in the last race. We spoke to the team, and it was just a messed up start. So he put that behind him. Trent Shervington out of position number 5 in the blue Megale, magnificent Megale there, starting in there, car number 14. Then we have Brody Yendall in the AGI Sport Megale MYF4 in position number 6. Chris Sliziaki in the position 7, and then in 8 is Christian Genev. Win Van Laarhove in the number 22 out of 9. Matthew Rosler next, the first of the South Australians on the grid, out of position number 10. Chris Hang in position number 11. Matthew Woodland, and then Paul DiBiase out the back of this grid, the DiBiase Carpentry Tardis out there, the F4. So looking forward to seeing these cars come down. It's a feverish effort to get heat into the tyres. That's not how you want to do it in that Tardis F4 there. Locking up all four is not going to give you heat. It's going to give you flat spots, and you're going to feel like you're racing on 50-cent pieces in all four corners of your car, and it is not a pleasant ride. So cars assembling, we're just seeing them go through all of these procedures. For mine, this is more about the driver getting his mind right than getting actual tyre temperature in. But that is all part of the process. You've got to work on the mind before everything else will follow and be in good shape. The 54 and the 27 rounding out, the 127 of Paul DiBiase rounding out the back of this field. That is a Formula Toyota -50 1800cc, and he is a South Australian. Front row of the grid now, he is locked out by Ryan Howe and Ryan Astley.
You know the rules, and so do I, Darren. So we're very much looking forward to a drag race towards turn 1. We suspect that the car of Ryan Howe is set up for the latter stages of the race, especially as this is a 15-lap affair. And he's a little bit vulnerable on cold tyres, so they are underway. Ryan Howe getting a fantastic start over Ryan Astley on the run towards turn 1. Now that looks like Brody, who's got a fantastic start as well.
Trent Shervington's got a ripper there in the 14. He's looked right up the inside in the Megale. In fact, he's got up beside Trent Grubel, who got away nicely this time. Grubel had to get out of it, and he might fall into the clutches of Brody Yendall in the F4 there as well. So let's just give Trent Grubel a little bit of a cheer out there. He came into this round with a whole lot of confidence. I feel as though he's been knocked around a little bit with that start that he didn't get in the earlier race today. A big plunge down the outside in the 99 will put him to the inside as the track transitions back to the right-hander coming up, and it does. The 99, the G-Technic racer, does a ripping move there and gets through on the Transdig racer of Brian Howe out of Victoria.
That was a clean, clinical move around the outside. He picked his space on the track, nailed the braking point, and he stuck his car exactly where he wanted to be. And then it only came to his benefit. And that's the 127 of DiBiase, and safety car as well has been called because that car has been stranded at the start line and they've had to dispatch the recovery crew to get that car towed away. So that's an unfortunate wait for his weekend to end, and that's Sluzarski, who has speared off into the gravel trap, and he is able to get going as well. So it's been all action on this opening lap of 15 for the final race of Australian Formula Open. And there's safety car confirmation there that the safety car has made its way out onto the track. So we see the Hyundai i30 once again make its way to control the field so they can safely recover that car of DiBiase off the start line. So I'm not too sure what happened with that car, whether he stalled it and was unable to get it fired up, or if there's something else at play. So obviously, these cars are a little bit tricky to get off the grid. It's one of the few categories this weekend with standing starts, because we're seeing a lot of sports car style rolling starts, but this compresses the field, and Ryan Astley will be very happy to see the back of the safety car, given the fact that he did that brilliant move around the outside at turn 6, and this will just take up a few laps while he can just keep those tyres nice and warm and just think about the race ahead. But he's got Ryan Howe behind him, who's certainly on the charge. This shouldn't be too much of a, this shouldn't be too long of a safety car period. We saw in the background there the car of DiBiase being recovered by the recovery crews already. We should put a shout out to our volunteer officials around the circuit as well, who have been working tirelessly wherever they are around the circuit, whatever their role is. We have to say big thank you to the officials, because without them there would be no motorsport. And please go to the motorsport.org.au/officials website. Find out more information about how you can sign up to a car club. And as you can see on screen, it is a little bit cold out there, but if you are a motor racing enthusiast, it is definitely the best place to watch and observe motorsport, because look how close you are to the action. You're plugged into race control, so you're up to date about everything that's going on. You are playing a role in the race weekend and event and making sure it runs smoothly and safely, but you're part of a team. Everyone, the whole community within the volunteer official crew, everyone helps each other off the field, and you make great friends, and a lot of people who become officials often do so for several decades.
Certainly do, Callum. That is really cool, that. And the other good thing about those shots was that behind each one of those camera shots was a very hard-working Blendline TV cameraman as well. So big shout out to them. They're out there with all the officials, standing sometimes right next to them in these sometimes trying conditions. Sometimes it's like the gateway to hypothermia, as Barry Sheen would say. Then other times it's blisters in the sun as it belts down on you. There it is. Weather at the moment, 17.5 degrees, 44% chance of rain from the north, 18.1 kilometres an hour, and the weather is still getting a mechanical black flag from this weekend.
The meatball flag weather.
The meatball flag to the weather. We want better. You can do better.
Well, while we're talking about officials as well, so people like Roger Churnside, who is a veteran when it comes to waving flags at race meetings. He's at Le Mans for the this weekend at Le Mans 24 Hours. So he got his start, obviously, in state-level motorsport as an official, and that's just an example of what it can lead to when you do sign on as an official. So there you have it. Safety car is in this lap, and we'll have Ryan Astley forming as the effective safety car.
Of course, the pole position award from All Properties Group. Great to have them on board. A Chris Gilmore operation, a guy who raced these cars, won races quite some time ago now, was known as Gun Start Gilmore. We haven't been able to replace him in recent seasons with open wheeler races, and he was certainly lived up to his nickname of Gun Start Gilmore. So let's watch the 99 control this field of Ryan Astley, Ryan Howell, Trent Grubel. There it is, green flag, Trent Shervington. Then we have Yendel, Chris Huang, Rosler, Woodward, Bromley, Suzaki, Lover, and Biasi now parked up, so not taking any further. Of course, that was what that safety car was all about. They fan out across the track. Everyone thinks they've got the better iteration for the run into turn 1. Is it Ryan Howe? Can he sweep across the bow of the 99? He doesn't necessarily do that, but it gives him the run on the inside up to turn 2, and he'll stamp his authority on turn 3. Pedal to the carbon fibre firewall, and away we go around turns 4, 5, and ultimately under brakes at 6 at that very, very cambered in corner. Lots of room, many different lines that can be taken here, and they do. Ultimately, he holds on nice and tight, gets the tight run in, fast exit out, and Trent Grubel now is ranging up in the background behind Astley.
Trent Grubel, of course, recovering from a stall in race 2 where he was unable to get that car underway cleanly. Look how fast he is through this section of the course, Darren. So coming up to the right-hander at turn 12. Through that sector alone, he's made up several car lengths onto the back of Ryan Astley. Ryan Astley now 0.2 of a second adrift of the leader. That's Ryan Howe. Very impressed by the clinical manoeuvres between the drivers and how much room and respect they are indeed giving each other. Here's Grubel having a look around the outside now. Thinks better of that. On the switch back up the inside. Discretion is the better part of Valla on that time around. Ryan Astley still doing a great job defending. He takes the inside line on the far right-hand side, but that's where all the marbles are. That's out in the grey. It's not ideal for optimal grip conditions, and Trent Grubel's going to capitalise on that because the fastest way around any racing circuit is on the racing line, and that's exactly what Trent Grubel does. Here they come around that last turn. That's turn 18 onto the main straight. It really opens up. I love the run onto the main straight and just how much room the drivers do have on the left-hand side. And it really enables them to maximise the mid-corner speed, and it really rewards them with top speed at the end of the main straight. Grubel still raging in with Trent Shervington just behind. Now up the inside as well is Van Laarhoven on Brody Yendel. Two completely different cars here. Brody Yendel doing a fantastic job this weekend. Of course, he's part of the Ferrari Driver Academy. He'll be off to Malaysia to race around the Sepang circuit as he is on the charge to earn a Ferrari racing contract with the Prema team in F4 in season 2024, alongside his teammate Yannick in the number 66 car that's just behind this battle pack for position 5, Darren.
This is Brody Yender we're looking at right now, performing very, very well indeed. And enjoying his time here at Tailem Bend and really pushing into the heavyweights. This car really shouldn't be weighing in on an F3 battle. It's an F4, and doing a ripping job of it as well, showing us all of his skill. Miguel, and we go back to Trent Grubel, who just seems to be just missing his mojo a little bit back here in this race at the moment, although he's gone through into P2 at this point in time. Maybe he's found his mojo, maybe the car's come back to him. We're 3 laps in now, and you'd start to think, although we did have that safety car lap, might be another lap before everything, particularly the control tyre, the Hankook, comes up to optimum temperature. Interesting little side fact on this one, Callum, is that number 74 car was used as a display car in the Formula One pit and paddock area during the Melbourne Grand Prix this year. So that's that livery, that red colour, looks fantastic on the screen there, and with the Ralph Lauren Polo branding on it there as well. So certainly it's had been with some famous people earlier on this year at Albert Park. There it is, fastest lap, 1:47.35. Was I worried about his mojo? Yes, I was, but he's found it.
Glad that he's found it indeed. These are some of the best looking race cars in my opinion as well, Darren. They've got plenty of aerodynamics, so that's probably one of the main differences between the outright F01 cars, which are usually Formula 3, and something like a F04 car driven by Brody Yendel. The amount of downforce generated between these cars is sizable, so that's probably the outright pace difference between these cars, but the car of Brody Yendel would be nice and slippery in a straight line, so you can see him giving these guys a little bit of a headache towards the end of the long main straight here at the Bend Motorsport Park. Trent Grubel still doing a great job applying the blowtorch on the back of Ryan Astley, who has had a fantastic weekend in that number 99 entry, currently sitting in P2. But as we predicted earlier, the car of Ryan Howe, now that it's come up to temperature, those tyres are in the window, he is setting off down the road. Ryan Howe's got 2 purple sectors on this lap alone, so he's certainly pressing on lap 5 of 15, scheduled 15 in this race, using all of the road possible. Here we go, Trent Grubel's having a look up the inside. He darts back to the outside on the clean side of the track. He's going to get a good run here, so if he is smart, places his car beautifully, as he does, he should get a run coming onto the main straight, and we do suggest that he might be pulling out for a position change at the end of this straight, Darren.
Jumped into the slipstream as well and just gets up beside him in the 74. So doing a terrific job and working very, very hard here. He's found it, and the pace is starting to come back to him as well. The crew on the radio just talking him through it just to try and get him right. Looks to the inside. Wow, it's a low percentage chance. Jags to the outside there, but just not getting the drive off the corner that Astley is. Certainly the newer car, the F312 of Grubel, is technically the superior car on track, but if it's not working in the manner that he is feeling confident with, and let's face it, race car drivers rely on confidence most of the time. If he doesn't feel as though it's going to deliver the result he does, he doubts himself and backs out of it, and then the 99 of Astley just drives away. By the way, it's a terrific drive here by of Astley, Ryan Astley.
Brilliant racing throughout this race so far. So one of those 6 proudly supported by Race Fuels Championship Fuel Supply and All Properties Group as well. Great to have the corporate partners on board supporting Tim Macro. It's taken a few seasons to get this wonderful series underway. They're very happy that the Australian Formula Open is off and running with very healthy grids so far in season, or late season 2022-23. And we look forward to seeing more racing action throughout the year. Now, here's Trent Grubel. He's cooling off his tyres just a little bit, so he's not anywhere near as close as we saw the last lap, although he's looming large here. As I say that, he's searching for the inside line. He's going to stuff it down the inside of Ryan Astley. Gives him plenty of room there, so very smart driving there from Ryan Astley. Realises that Trent Grubel had him covered on that occasion. This is a very high-speed game of chess, Darren, so it's all about placing your car ideally on the best position you possibly can to try and maximise the pace. And now that Trent Grubel has been released, the shackles have been released on the Grubel car, he's going to set off down the road and try and close that gap to Ryan Howe, who still is the fastest man on the track with a 1:46.7. But Howe is just over 5 seconds clear of Trent Grubel. But as we suggested before, Grubel now no longer has the car of Ryan Astley ahead of him. And Trent Shervington on screen as well, doing a great job in position for 11 or 12 seconds adrift of the lead. And he's got Van Laarhoven just behind him for company, who's enjoying a much stronger race to close out the weekend in position 5. Brody Yandel in P6, his teammates Yannick in 7th position, and we've got Roseluck rounding out the top 8. Now, it looks like we've got Miles Bromley down in position 10 at the moment. We've seen him a lot further up the grid so far this weekend than we have seen in race 3, so not too sure if there's any issues with that car. On screen right now is the number 22 of Van Laarhoven. A very clean weekend. Probably hasn't got the outright pace of the leaders, but has still been very strong nonetheless. And that car of Trent Shervington, it is the sole Miguel Formula 3 chassis on the grid. And doesn't it look absolutely spectacular, Darren? It's great to see the weather has been very solid this weekend here at the Bend Motorsport Park, because it's been wet in various other parts of Australia. It was wet and inclement on Friday during the bump and during the setup for this weekend, but we're very happy that the weather conditions have cleared. If not, just a little bit cloudy, but you can see it's not too bad out there for the drivers. They'll be loving these conditions as well, because when the UV is low, it means a lot of the oils and stuff that can tend to be brought out from the track when the sun does come out. It means that the track surface is nice and clean, it's nice and cool, and that's what these tyres love.
The temperature is there as well, and it's fantastic there. I'm starting to fade with my concentration like some of these drivers are this weekend as well. It's been a big one. And we've got one off there, and that will be a momentary lapse of reason as well, trying to pick up where that is coming around the final sector. And Andrew Roberts down the middle of the field there, and who was driving quite well here in this one, coming across the line there as well, so came off on the last corner. Here we go again now, the Motorcoat entry, car number 12, and just watching now them pressing on. And here's the number 14, which is Trent Shervington, and he's got Winston Van Leeuwen driving up behind in the Motorcoat entry. Here we go. This is what happened. Wasn't Andrew Roberts, in fact, that's the number 8 of Miles Bromley, and he drove it right out through the other side. Lucky boy. That is very, very lucky indeed. And then taking the rallycross move in the Dallara F308-11 2-litre outfit, and continues on, albeit with a dirty set of control tyres on that car. Ryan Howe's fastest lap has now been eclipsed by Trent Grubel, and that lead has now come back into the very low fours of 4.148, and last lap around a 1:45.06, so that's really good to be on lap 8, starting to set the fastest lap times there. So Trent Grubel still got a lot of work to do, still got a lot of hard work to do to claw back 4.1 seconds. It's over half a second a lap. Then once you get onto the back of your fellow protagonist, you've got to get past them, and that is what racing is all about.
Having had the flames been shot out of the exhaust with the fuel overrun, Darren, these cars looking brilliant under the relative sun here in South Australia. Beautiful, beautiful part of the world. Just about an hour and a half outside of the Adelaide CBD. Very happy to be here this weekend at the Bend Motorsport Park. This battle rages on. Trent Shervington steadily making his way forward throughout this weekend in position 4. And this is quite a long race, actually, it should be said, for Formula 3 or an open-wheeler wings and slick style car. 15 laps in duration. And the track is quite long, just under 5 kilometres long. So now Trent Grubel is pressing on. The gap was in the 0.7 of a second a lap quicker than Ryan Howe on that last lap. And he's pressing on. He's setting purple sectors throughout this lap as well. The gap has shrunk down to 3.7 seconds. But this battle for P4 is also catching our eye as well. So no matter where you look in the Australian Formula Open Series Race 3, the finale here at the Bend Motorsport Park, there are battles raging on. So Trent Grubel, 3.5 seconds adrift of Ryan Howe. What do you reckon, Darren? 6 seconds remaining. Is he going to do it?
I think he has. He's certainly showing the pace at the moment. He's got the bit between the teeth. He's found his mojo. And Trent Grubel really does want to dearly try and drag some points after such a horrible run this morning. He had a great day yesterday, albeit that Ryan Howe did win the race, but certainly he needs to try and claw back whatever he possibly can out of this one at the moment and get back into the front of Ryan Howe. It's now down to 3.1 seconds, so in the last lap and a half, he's dragged a second out of that lead of Ryan Howe. He needs to do more than that in the remaining 6 laps, but he needs to do more than that. He needs to get onto the back of him and not mess about and just get straight through. Only time will tell, Callum, as to how that will play out.
Absolutely. Driver and machine fatigue is also a factor at this stage of the weekend. These tyres will be looking a little bit more second-hand than they were at the start of the weekend when they got race action underway yesterday afternoon. And Ryan Howe can't afford to nap, so he has to just focus, make sure he brings the car home cleanly, and more importantly, just try and maintain that gap back to Trent Grubel, who Grubel's team will be telling him to press on as hard as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Howe's team, on the other hand, whoever's on the other side of the radio communication system to Howe will be telling him you might want to consider pressing on, because you'll have a red Polo Ralph Lauren car looming in your mirrors very shortly. This is lap 11 of 15. This battle still rages on. Trent Shervington, very impressed by this defensive drive. Just not too concerned with the car behind him that's catching up. It's a common story with racing drivers getting distracted by someone going a little bit quicker behind them, can catch them off guard and can throw them off their game. So with Trent Shervington here, love the look of this blue Miguel. Didn't see too many Miguels in Formula 3 racing, but when they did appear, they looked absolutely spectacular. That's not taking anything away from the Dallaras, though, Darren. I do love the look of these Formula 3 cars, and they're safely contending and getting past some black traffic that looked like the car of Woodland, that they were safely getting their way past as well. Now, it's 3.2 seconds from Howe to Grubel, and he's just keeping that gap nice and easy. Trent Grubel's still the fastest person on the track with 5 laps remaining. Now, would Grubel be just cooling his tyres off a little bit for another late-minute charge? It's obviously one of the tactics that he's got up his sleeve to try and overcome the leader of Ryan Howe, number 27, which we haven't seen too much of in this race because he's just been doing such a solid job so far this weekend. And that car, when it comes up to temperature and the driver's plugged in and focused, it is absolutely quick. Here we go, Van Laarhoven. He's reeling in the car of Trent Shervington ever so closely now. Getting, it's a gap of just under, it's just about 3 tenths of a second. 3 tenths of a second between those two drivers.
This time round, Grubel's just brought it back to a 3-second lead. Interestingly enough, Howe and Grubel are now swapping fastest sectors. So we've got 11 laps in the bank, and these cars are still turning on in the final laps of the weekend. Fastest laps after fastest laps. Now, Callum, what I'm waiting for is the drop off the cliff of tyre performance, because they've done the entire weekend. We're now at the end of the long haul race, if you like, and with 4 laps remain, let's see how these tyres hang in there. Here's a decent old battle going on here as well. This is the 66 of Janev and Sazarski as well. So we're talking the 66 is an F4. And he is looking to try and hang on to that, but the car behind is an F3, so it does have a performance gun. Actually, no, that's a Formula Toyota. So we've got 2 different sorts of similar iteration of car there. So the 93 going through there is a Tardis FT50, so fairly similar in silhouette, but the F4 had the turn down nose, whereas the Toyota has got the higher sitting nose, sort of a replica, I guess, or the same sort of silhouette look as what the Dallara F311 has as well. So coming down the straight there now, the Formula Toyota takes over the Australian Formula 4 type of entry from AGI, the number 66. And just again, Trent Grubel holding on to that fastest first sector. He's now the fastest in all 3 sectors. And a 1:45.05 is half a second faster than what Ryan Howe has gone. But I think Ryan Howe is going to have real estate on his side, no pun intended, with the All Properties Group pole position award. But certainly he's got the time up his sleeve that even if Trent Grubel can range right onto the back of him, he may just have enough kilometres of race left that may not mathematically ever happen.
There might have been some lap traffic as a factor on that last lap with the car of Wang. That was the number 16 car in the background, a very striking livery on that Formula 4 chassis. So here we have, this is the battle for the lead, and that is the gap. Now from Grubel, 2.4 seconds. Thoroughly impressed by Grubel's performance. He has consistently been chipping away at the gap to the lead. A 10th here, a 10th or 2 per sector. And as Darren has alluded to many times this weekend, you can see just the age difference, the visual representation between these 2 cars. They are the same chassis, but you can just a few years development up the sleeve of the car of Grubel being a lot newer. The car looks fantastic with that plain red livery with the Polo stickers on the back. Of course, a Mercedes engine behind the driver. With a sequential 6-speed gearbox, it's actually not paddles, Darren. We believe it's a stick shift in these Formula 3 cars, and they do have a quick shift paddle behind the wheels, so when they're not flat shifting, but they do pull the paddle as they're pulling gears for a bit of a shift cut, which makes these cars a little bit more manual to drive, which is why they've always been so popular amongst many junior racing car drivers making their way through the ranks. And partly a part of the success in Formula 3, especially in Europe back in the day as well, was the amount of testing miles it afforded for drivers who went from Australia to Europe. They'd literally be every weekend behind the wheel of a Formula 3 car, and that's how they progressed.
And sometimes a Wednesday and a Thursday as well. They're pounding around getting those laps. The other thing, Callum, we must acknowledge is the pathway into these sort of cars as well, and it's always been Formula Ford, and for mine it still is Formula Ford as the pathway into these cars. If you can pedal a Formula Ford and you can do it well, you can jump on board one of these things, experience the wings and slicks, and you will be fast straight away. And I would certainly recommend to any young driver that wants to go into this sort of racing to spend a year maybe in Formula Ford of some description, do as many races as you can on the non-wings and slicks style of open wheeler. Endure the really close racing you get in Formula Ford, and then feel the speed difference once you get into these cars. And that's how the progression of your career goes. Each different formula you go in, it's faster, more grip, and ultimately they make their speed in a very similar way, and that is to rely on the wings and the downforce. And when you look at it, these cars have not got great horsepower figures about them. It's how quick they can get around the corners, not how fast they can get down the straight.
Yeah, but believe me, if you're behind a wheel of one of these things, if you're hanging on by the skin of your hands, because these things are so fast.
And that's why they need the custom poured seat. They do have their own personal fitted seat in them there. Otherwise, your kidneys and your lower back would be just absolutely raging at you if your neck hasn't given up after the first 4 or 5 laps, that's for sure.
Jeez, Darren's neck gives up after a weekend wearing a set of headphones, let alone trying to deal with the G-forces in one of these lovely Formula 3 cars. Anyone wants to give Darren a drive, you know how to get on here.
Like, I'm certainly going to have to, I wouldn't fit in one of the tubs, let alone do the foam pour around me at the moment. But willing to do it if there was a drive out there. We'll see how quick I can slim down. As Trent Shervington now driving really nicely here in the Sol Miguel F3 in this field. And Winston behind him hasn't really been able to take any measure away from him at this point in time. Got a lap and a half remaining in this particular race, and we will see how it pans out. But at the moment, Ryan Howe, that lead in the last 4 laps has come down to 1.2 seconds, and Grubel has gone faster again on lap 14. So that is testament to the ability of this guy when he's got himself engaged in the race that he's currently in. He is absolutely rapid, a 144.68. That is a massive gain on a 145.47 of his protagonist behind him, 0.8 of a second or thereabouts.
Gap's now under a second, but that being stuck behind a car of Ryan Astley has severely hampered the race performance of Trent Grubel. So we probably wish that the car of Grubel might have gotten around the car of Ryan Astley just a little bit sooner, but the pace of Grubel has been incredible. Now we're hearing also that the car of Huang, that's the number 16 entry, is lapping the track slowly at the moment, so we hope that that doesn't become a factor in this battle for the lead on the last lap of this 15-lap affair. What a way to cap off racing for Australian Formula Open here at the Bend Motorsport Park. Half a second between Ryan Howe and Trent Grubel now. This is getting spicy, Darren. This is going to be a fantastic way to finish racing. Here's Trent Grubel. He's having a look up the inside, but is it too little too late? Ryan Howe, he's defending, but he's compromised. Trent Grubel looming large in his mirrors. Just one corner remaining to negotiate. Ryan Howe is through nice and cleanly. 2 car lengths between these cars as they come across the checkered flag, but it's Ryan Howe who takes out race 3 just ahead of Trent Grubel. That was an incredible recovery drive from the number 74. Here comes Trent Shervington now. Ryan Astley as well, we expect him to come across the line in P3 in what has been an incredibly clean weekend for him as well. But here comes Trent Shervington, the number 14 entry. He comes across the line in 4th position. A valiant effort to take that position, secure it ahead of Van Laarhoven.
Brody Yen will be the next one to come to the line there, but congratulations to Ryan Howe, and in fact congratulations to that top 4, Howe, Grubel, Astley, Shervington, and I'm going to throw in 5 there, Winston Van Laarhoven as well, because they've just given us a great display of wings and slicks racing, and what a great way to round out what's been some awesome competition right across the board this weekend. By no means is it over. We've got the Interstate Challenge up next, over 10 laps for the XL. So stay with us for what will be the final race of the weekend. But Callum, always cool to see these open wheelers of any shape and form racing out there. And when we see Grubel ranging up at the end of that one, here comes our class leader in Formula 4, car number 6. This is Miles Bromley. Sorry, no, it's not. It is Brody Yendall in the AGI Sport entry, and does his team very, very proud indeed. Battled pretty much all weekend long with some of the F3 cars there as well, so should be pretty happy with his hands and feet and his brain the way he's gone about it this weekend. So that's a great result there as well. These continue to come to the checkered flag now. Christopher Saluski with the next one in. Then it'll be Christian Janev in the AGI Sport Miguel M14 Formula 4 there as well, so they get to the line, and that rounds out our finishes for the All Properties Race Fuels Australian Formula Open Series race number 3. Ryan Howe victorious over Trent Grubel by 0.26 of a second. The last 5 laps, Grubel made up 5 seconds, so a great charge to the line there. Ryan Astley over Trent Shervington, and then we have Winston Van Laarhoven, Brody Yendall, Chris Slazowski, Christian Janev, Matt Rosler, and Miles Bromley 1 lap down on the field there, with Matt Woodland, Chris Rung, and Paul Darcy not finishing that race today. Fantastic racing. Trent Grubel getting the fastest lap there on 1:44.6681, and should be very, very proud of himself. But for Transdig and Tim Macro Racing, Ryan Howe takes the chocolates here at the Bend Motorsport Park. Hyundai Excels coming up next, the final race for the weekend here at the 2023 South Australian Motorsport Series. I hope you've enjoyed it all. We will be back with more the Excels. Who takes out the Interstate Challenge? We'll hand it over to Dan McCarthy and Mark Mancaro to bring it home.
Good morning and welcome to the Bend Motorsport Park, Australia's newest world-class motorsport facility for the final round of the My Bike Motorcycle Insurance Australian Superbike Championships for season 22. What a fantastic venue to end off what has been a marvellous season of racing.
Welcome to the centre of the universe.
His teammate Drew Halliday hungry for his first victory start from the ups of Jack Miller, the MotoGP star, in between. Ready for a start, out one star Superbike. Champion with a substantial lead. You can see him celebrating there in the background. Congratulations to Mike Jones.
What an event that was in 2022 Australian Superbikes here at the Bend, and they will be back first weekend in December. Very much looking forward to that. They really do suit this layout, do the Australian Superbikes. Also suit this layout, do Hyundai XLs. And we've been waiting for this one, the feature race, the Interstate Challenge. So what we've done, we've got the points from the first 3 races. The Victorians will start on the right-hand side of the grid, and the South Australians, or as many as we can fit on the left-hand side of the grid, will start opposite them. So it's very much, Interstate Challenge. So Victorians on one side, South Australians on the other. And it should make for an exciting race in a bit of a jumbled grid. So Joel Johnson will start from pole position. He's won all 3 races so far. He's a Victorian. He'll start from first alongside the best of the South Aussies this weekend in Jacob Curry. Second best of the Victorians is Hugo Simpson. He'll come from third alongside second best of the South Australian, Jake Gallia. Beyond that, we have Cadell Ambrose starting out of 5th alongside Adrian Gallia. Then we have Toby Waghorn and Ollie Patterson.
Let's go back a bit further to the grid. The Masters leader there at the moment in Glenn McKenzie. Back to Harry Tompkins and Aston Cadich. Alongside of him will be James Lodge, back in the 39 car, 11th and 12th position on the grid there. And we go back to that a bit further back. We might be seeing the 22 car, that will be out. We'll go back to the 44 car of Tony Venier, the 19 car, the New South Welshman there, and Blake Tracy. And the 185 car of Tice Lodge. We got the Danny Murray car, 92, Michael Jeffs, Lachlan Harvey and Lee Kennedy at the back of the field. This is the South Australia versus Victoria XL Challenge. 10 laps of fury here. This is for bragging rights and nothing else. So let's have a look. This season that gives, obviously, Jacob Curry, the South Australian, a massive chance. And I don't know whether my co-commentator's barracking for you at the moment, because he's a bit both ways. But I'm an Adelaide person, so I reckon the South Australian might get a fair go here. Here we go. And let's see who won the start there. So Johnson on pole. Jacob Curry has had a pretty successful weekend today. Just tucks in behind the Victorian there and Joel Johnson. And on the inside, Simpson got himself a little bit of track position there. Down into turn 1. Goes from the inside to the outside in a flash. There's a big sweeper across down there at turn 1. Doesn't quite make that move stick. Curry lost another position there. He's got the Ambrose car on the inside. There's the 194 car. Gee, very close to a race victory in the previous event. So we'll see if he can weave his way through this field. So there's Johnson. And the South Aussie then, Jacob Curry back to 4th, and he's under Massey. So that's the Waghorn car just tucked in behind him as well. Trying to fall back through the field of the very fast Victorians that were drivers that we've seen here this weekend. They have been ultra fast. And there's that guy there, the 84 car there, Waghorn. That's certainly been one of the top 4 cars for the weekend. So overrun with all these Victorians. So Darn weave down the back of the circuit. Galley car on the inside, the Castro car trying to pick up a spot too. So in that group as well.
With Waghorn moving through it, yes. Victorian 1, 2, 3, 4. You're asking who I'm going for. Well, if you're South Australian through and through, I'm mostly South Australian, but these days I'm a Victorian resident. So let's go. I'll go for Victoria. I mean, why wouldn't I at the moment? We are 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th on the road. So, yeah, I'll go for Victoria.
So we go back. So Johnson, let's have a look. The order at the moment is Johnson, Simpson, Ambrose, all the Victorians. The only one flying the flag for the South Aussies at the moment is Jacob Curry, and he's under a massive threat from the Lodge car at the moment. Where's that white? There he is. He's got a white car in the background of that shot.
Kadich made a bit of a slow start, but he seems to have recovered quite nicely. So, yeah, just away from the line, reaction time was a bit slower than those around him, and we've seen that machine has been pretty quick this weekend, but just not had the luck so far today. Hence why he has been buried in the field come this combined points race that set the grid. And we can see Tompkins in the battery stop 33 machine around the final corner, a front runner in the Victorian State Race Series. Probably not quite the weekend he's been after, and he's got Mackenzie right length behind him, and now drawing alongside him down the pit straight. Mackenzie has been the leader in the trophy class all weekend long, and that looks like it's continuing here in the final race, and he's up the inside of Tompkins, and he's going to be followed through by Tracy. The New South Welshman moves up ahead of Tompkins as well, up to 9th position. Good start from Tracy.
Yeah, pretty solid move there from Tracy, the only New South Welshman in the field. Got a bit of headlight damage on the front of that car as well. Looks like he's had one of the eyes knocked out, which is a common sight in XL racing. We see plenty of indicator lights and headlights hanging out of these cars. It is really door-to-door racing style. A bit like the old HQ holders were back in the day. Pretty similar sort of one-make series. Sort of the upgraded series, I guess you wanted to call it. So all these extra 1.5 litre twin cam engines, you can hear them buzzing away out there on the circuit. It's a very distinctive sound.
It's quite remarkable how many HQs are still racing around the nation, isn't it? Good fields around the nation in Victoria and a bit further up north as well. And as you say, Hyundai XLs. I mean, who'd have said a decade ago that we'd be out here watching dozens and dozens of XLs racing? You'd have never dreamt of it.
Well, they made thousands of them in Korea, so there's a lot of them out there. It's a really cheap way to get into motorsport. You can pick a body up for a couple of grand or even less than that and just build on that. That's pretty much how this series started, and sort of involved with the series from its very first initiation back here in South Australia when they were far from modified like they are today. But let's have a look at our race leader. It's Joel Johnson, the Autobahn entry, looking straight towards us there. And I can see that Simpson's under plenty of pressure again from Ambrose. We've seen plenty of those orange stripes this weekend in his rear vision mirror. He's about to do it all over again. And the car behind him there of Tyson Waghorn. And he's trying to do a bit of the same, so it's a bit of a sandwich at the moment.
Ambrose got really crossed up coming out the final corner. That's going to cost him crucial momentum. Look at these guys bump drafting NASCAR style. I reckon they're going to go 3 wide. I was just outside just before this race. There's a real headwind at the moment. The strongest wind, I think, down the main straight all weekend long. The leader locks up, but Ambrose takes position number 2. Waghorn follows through, and Simpson has been relegated to 4th position. Spoke to Ambrose just before this one, and he said if we work together we can at least match Johnson. They haven't been working together so far in these first 2 laps. Will they now work together? Will they help Ambrose catch up to the tail of Johnson just ahead?
A long 10-lap challenge here. It's almost like an endurance event for these little cars. It's a long way around this 4.95 kilometre circuit. And so you can see now Ambrose. Let's have a look here, got a replay. Oh, that's the Gallia car. That's Adrian behind the wheel this weekend in the Castrol Liver car, and he's decided to go for a bit of a drive out there in the kitty litter. Not ideal. Gets back on track fairly quickly there. At the moment, there's the other South Australian on screen there, Jacob Curry. And who's he got behind him? Oh, that's the Hodge car tucked in behind him, and the Caddish car was the other one. So the other young 2 Victorian drivers behind him, the 2 white cars. So it's Jacob Curry in the incredibly livered car. That's a interesting colour scheme in that car. They actually get that by hand with tape and a Stanley knife, believe it or not. It's not actually livered, it's all done by hand. So they did a pretty good job of that particular car. And he might be worried about the livery at the moment. He'll be more worried about the 2 cars behind him because he is under immense pressure. His caddy's got underneath a Lodge there, a Lodge I should say. So he gets in front of Lodge there on that move. So the hard charging Caddish there who was dominant early in this meeting looked fairly strong. He's got himself a couple of penalties here over the weekend to sort of put him back through the pack. So he'll be looking at them. You see Jacob Curry have a massive look in the rear vision mirror there. That was very distinctive.
Did the same out of turn number 14 into turn number 15, but he needs to be looking ahead, not behind, although these 2 have got a run. As I say, the headwind is really prominent out there at the moment, so the number 13 machine flies through up the inside, and Lodge may follow suit as well. So the South Australians are being shuffled back at a vast rate of knots. There's only one inside the top 11 positions. There's equally as many New South Wales competitors in the top 11 positions. Tracy, the New South Welshman, in 8th position at the moment, ahead of the top of the Masters competitors. Mackenzie in position number 9. These two, Lodge and the car ahead of him, the 13 machine of Kadich, have been very quick this weekend, but they've not quite had the luck on their side, so they find themselves just a little bit further back than where they'd like to be. Curb warning, so that was the 27, and I think it was 71, so yeah.
Yeah, Jacob Curry is one of those that got the curb warning there, and the 71 car, of course, that was Adrian Gallio, who was there.
Ambrose.
That's Ambrose there, out in the weeds.
What a save! What a save! Powered out of it, put the power down, got the traction of the front wheels back, and roared back out of it. That was a phenomenal save. He has lost a position to Waghorn, but he'll be thanking his lucky stars that he's still inside the top 4, frankly.
Gee, that's disappointing, because he was right up behind our race leader at that very moment. And he was really on the tack there, trying to get past Joel Johnson, but he braked too late. That was right down the eastern part of the circuit, down at turn 10. As you said there, very much a big save. So this now leaves Johnson out in front, and it gives, obviously, Waghorn a big opportunity if he's quick enough. So, obviously, Joel Johnson looking for a clean sweep here this weekend. Let's have a look. We've got a replay of that Ambrose incident. Let's have a look. Oh wow, that's the way you drift an XL. Gee, that's a full opposite lock coming around that turn. That's a moment.
Moment and a half, that one. Save of the season from Cadell Ambrose. Unfortunately, though, it's put him now under pressure from Hugo Simpson in the 117 machine. So instead of looking at the race leader, he's now trying to hold on to position number 3. And is there a bit of contact down into the braking zone? They were certainly nose to tail, and they were both twitching around sideways under brakes. But Ambrose holds on to position number 3. It's been a wild lap for the young Victorian. He's been slipping and sliding all over the circuit, not just that moment at turn number 10, but there was another moment at 14 as well. But he's reset, gathered his breath, and now he's looking once again at second position. He's got a re-hunt down Waghorn, who's second down the road. And does he have enough? That's the big question. Does he have enough for Johnson ahead of that? Firstly, though, he's got to get past the 84 machine in second.
He's got to recoup all that lost ground. Looking at the Camel entry there, the 95 entry there of Ollie Patterson. It's an iconic livery, isn't it? Bit of a tribute livery there. They're well back in the field. He's got the Harvey car just behind him there. So the two yellow XLs, they're fighting it out for 16th and 17th position on track. So they're right down there, the back end of the pack. So, but passing practice here, and I reckon...
Oh, he's in deep, well too deep.
He braked too hot there, off at 6, and right out on the curb, so Patterson will still retain that 16th position quite comfortably. The car behind him, which was the Kennedy car, got right up behind the car that went wide there. So that gives, there we go. And shot there, gave Kennedy a massive look in there.
As they come up over the crest at turn number 10 and sweep through. Yes, we are looking at the Kennedy machine. So this is the battle for 17th and 18th as Harvey, with that big mistake down at turn number 6. Finds
there's a moment. That was Kadich. Big brake pinch there too at turn 17. He's under a bit of pressure too with his fellow Victorian counterpart there. Of course, in Lodge. And they've really got away from Curry there too. They were battling it out not too long ago, so he's still the only solo South Australian flying the flag back in that pack.
And I'll just say now, there's only one South Australian in the top 12. So as we see the Gallia machine shuffle back to 13th position, so only one South Australian in the top 12. I'm feeling quite pleased with my chances of victory here with 5 laps to go.
Non-start, of course, the other South Australian, Mick Nowicki, not in this field either. Just noticed that the wins entry wasn't out and about, which is a bit unfortunate. So just the other 2 South Australians in the field of the 2 Gallia cars, Jake and Adrian, I should say. Adrian's already had a bit of a off-track experience. So let's have a look. That's the first of our Masters cars for the weekend, and what a dominant performance. You can see the vacation of caravans entry there of Mackenzie. In our Masters class this weekend, well in front of that class. He's under attack though at the moment. He's got the New South Welshman behind him, which is the 19 car of
Tracy.
Tracy, thank you.
Tracy, looking on the tail. Can he have a look at turn number 11? It's a fast left-hander. It's not really an overtaking opportunity. Neither really is turn 12, unless the driver in front is forced into a mistake. But Mackenzie's wise to that, keeps it on the black stuff and holds position. But yet, not only has he got Tracy, he's also got Tompkins lurking behind as well in the number 33 machine, the bright red car. As they head over the crest at turn number 13. I absolutely love that corner. Really tests out the... it's a real challenge, as I've said before. Can't really see the exit of that corner when you turn in. It's all about commitment and knowing exactly where the exit of that corner is. Great run through there from Tracy. Going to put Mackenzie under pressure down into turn number 17. Looks to the inside, but thinks better of it. I reckon we'll be on for a run down the pit straight and down into turn number 1 again. I think that's Tracy's plan. Can Tracy do that very thing?
Bit tight there to try and make any pass. So 2 very interesting final turns of this circuit. Then you think there might be passing opportunities, but they aren't really. They're really tight apexes of that section. Tracy, this is his big opportunity to pick up a place. He's got to come out from behind the draft. And hopefully, there we go, just coming over the crest towards the end of the straight. And I think he's going to make that pass stick. Yeah, good job. That's a good drive. It's been nice and patient there. Trying to get past the Mackenzie vacation of caravans entry. He didn't want to be the caravan, so now Mackenzie becomes the caravan.
Further up the field, Waghorn, a couple of tenths faster than the race leader on that last lap. The gap down to 1.37 seconds. But got to catch a bit more than that up if he wants to threaten for the race victory. He's gone PB, though, in Sector 1 on this lap as well. He's certainly the quicker of the 2 at this point in time. And we see the yellow machine still fighting it out. It's Harvey at the moment that is ahead. But Patterson diving to the inside, squirreling under brakes. He's got it stopped, but Harvey's going to hold it round the outside and holds position nicely done. But Patterson might have a look down into turn number 3 and does so. In fact, they both run wide. Patterson gets sideways on the exit, and that's cost a lot of ground for Ollie out of there. Look at that, you can see there's a good 8 or 9 XL lengths between them. That's, yeah, really costly. That's one of the things with XLs. They don't have too much power as a race vehicle, so momentum's really crucial.
I was just looking at the other car, we called that before, that Kennedy car, still chasing those 2 yellow cars in front of it. And there we go, there's the Castrol car going to join in that last position party as well. Currently Adrian Gallia currently in the final position on track. Let's have a look. Got a little bit of a replay here. What's happening here?
Tracy in hot, very hot. So 2 wheels nearly through the gravel, through the grass, that is for sure. And drops behind not 1, but 2 positions. Mackenzie and Tompkins going through. And Mackenzie doing such a fantastic job as a Masters competitor in position number 7. Oh, the timing's just slightly reset there. Position number 8, sorry, for Mackenzie. And his nearest Masters competitor is Venier in position number 12. A good 14 seconds further back.
Oh, that's interesting. I just look at that curve warning. Sorry there, Dan. but our race leader just got a curb warning.
And second, importantly as well. So top two both getting curb warnings. They've got to be careful. The race distance, the longest race distance these guys have had all weekend is 7 laps. Well, we've just finished lap number 7, so we're now into uncharted waters for the XL competitors this weekend, and they're already using too much of the curb. Track limit's an issue at certain corners here, and the top two have got to be careful. They don't want to be handed a 5 or 10 second penalty for exceeding track limits. They have to bear that in mind with 3 laps to go.
So the Tompkins car still chasing around the Mackenzie car. The car's a shot at the moment. He's been slowly pecking away there, Hopkins, in the battery stop entry. Slowly but surely. And there's the Tracy car who had the... So let's have a look. I wonder where our race leaders are. They've just both got curb warnings. Here we go. Let's have a look. So both drivers going hard at the moment. There's Johnson. That's our race leader, the Autobahn entry. And the Waghorn car just behind us. Both cars have just had curb warning. Oh, well, there's another one. That's wide there for Johnson. Gee, the officials won't be liking that one bit.
Kicking up a lot of dirt onto the racetrack, isn't it? That is for sure, and it's going to make the drivers behind have a lot more difficult job. Johnson's theory here is the best form of defence is attack. He's giving it his all, just trying to gap Waghorn behind, and in doing so he's picking up curb strikes left, right and centre. Ambrose is there in behind if either one of these makes a mistake, because they are really going for it every single corner. And again, Johnson 2 wheels over the grass on the exit of the curb. The lead margin has slightly been extended on this lap by only just 1/10 of a second in 2 sectors. As they come around, there's 2 laps to go. The margin is 1 second. 1 second the margin, so a couple of tenths caught in the final sector there for Waghorn. This is the closest he's been, and now he's almost within striking distance. It's going to be on in the closing laps.
Yeah, it certainly will be, as you mentioned, just taking those couple of tenths off from that lap. 2 laps remaining here. So can Waghorn catch him? Can he knock Johnson off the perch? Already with 3 victories here this weekend. Been driving superbly. Touch wood, but I won't be putting any commentators' curses on him there. But let's have a look. Waghorn head down over the wheel in the 84. The original finish entry there. It's a beautiful coloured car too. It's got a nice colour scheme on it. Oh, a lock wheel. That's interesting. Just locked it up down there at 6. So braking a little bit later there. Just trying to push the point there. Trying to get a little bit closer up behind Johnson, trying to out-worry him.
Lost 2 tenths though in sector number 1. The margin just stretched ever so slightly back to 1.2 seconds, which is what it was this time last lap. So the work he did in sector 3, gaining a couple of tenths, has been eradicated in sector number 1. Johnson really fast through the opening sequence of turns. But this section is all about momentum. This is where a lot of the lap time can be gained or lost. And you can see Waghorn using all the road, but not more than he needs to. As we say, curbs an issue for both of these two. They can't use any more curb strikes. Johnson sweeping around turn number 13 with Waghorn still right there.
The wheel up again. Look at the wheel up, a bit of a tricycle there as he goes under brakes and heads back into the main complex there and heads down towards turn 17. And this will bring them about onto their final lap. Our 2 leaders, or front 2 top cars at the moment. Fastest time, actually, Waghorn did a 2:21.9, so he's put down the fastest lap of the race there. So this is his last dash, final lap for our Victoria versus South Australia XL Challenge for the weekend. Been really exciting. They put on some great racing, as you would expect, and we've seen it many times before in this category.
Waghorn lost a couple more tenths in the middle sector, but he's gained those tenths back in sector number 3. The margin, 1.2 seconds. So it was Johnson, the slightly faster of the 2 last time through, pretty much exactly a quarter of a second faster than Waghorn. Is that enough? Has he broken the real challenge from Waghorn? Has he resisted the challenge? We're going to find out in just a few moments' time. And you can see Ambrose is still giving it his all as he continues to push on in third position. Ahead of Simpson, Kadic, a good recovery drive in fifth at the moment, and Lodge rounding out the top six before the first of the South Australians, Curry, who started on the front row of the grid.
And a brake lock there from Waghorn again, still braking really late. You can see the wheel lift there down at turn 6. Oh, he's much closer there too. He's come in fairly hot, but he's come out the other side at 6, not too bad. So trying to gain, I don't think he's going to have enough time to get Johnson, but now they head down towards the constant right-hand turns down the back of the circuit. And down the back of the circuit they go. Johnson in front. There's the car on stream. What a weekend. Got a bit of talent, this young driver. And I think we'll see a fair bit of him in the future.
Leading the South Australian Hyundai XL Championship, and he's showing why. He knows this place well, and he's fought off the Victorians. Yes, he is a Victorian himself from Mildura, but he knows this place better than a lot of the Victorians. Cocking a wheel up around turn number 14. That's really cool to see. It's been a good race. They haven't necessarily been fighting wheel to wheel, but they've been fighting each other on the stopwatch, gaining here, losing out there. It's been a really high-quality race from both of these two Victorians, and it looks like Johnson, barring any major mistake, should hold on to the first position and take 4 out of 4 race victories. That's what you want, isn't it? Absolutely. As he comes around the final corner for the final time in the Autobahn machine, Johnson will take victory in the XL Challenge. Nicely done, taking victory in the end by 1.3 seconds, holding off the challenge of Waghorn. Ambrose comes across the line in third from Simpson and Kadic, but it's still on for the minors. Mackenzie, leading the Trophy Series and leading the New South Welshman on the track, should finish in 9th and 10th as we see it, and they will. Great racing from those two all race long. Mackenzie holding on by the skin of his teeth as they cross the line.
First the South Australians there, Jacob Curry just is shot there, the 27 car. And they've got the Tonkas car, the battery stop entry just behind him. There's the car we're just talking about, the Mackenzie Vacation to Caravans. There's the first of the Masters cars there. So that wraps up that lot. Everyone's getting through. The go-karts in the background doing a bit of their own racing. In that shot. Interesting straight is that little crest that just comes up to the entry there to turn 1. Looks flat from where we are, but it's quite deceptive.
When the camera's down that low, as you say, there's the elevation. You can't even see the final corner from turn number 1, but you see them rise out of the exit and cross the line as we see Jeff's hold on from Harvey, who finished strongly in that one, Harvey. Nicely done there with his fastest middle sector and was gaining, but not quite enough as we see the results at the end of the XL Interstate Challenge. It was Joel Johnson, 4 from 4. Taking victory by 1.3 seconds over Toby Waghorn, who set the fastest lap of the race, but it wasn't quite enough. Cadell Ambrose finishing in third, a good solid weekend for the young Victorian who'd never even been to this circuit prior to this weekend. Hugo Simpson finished in fourth, ahead of Ashton Kadic. James Lodge in sixth, ahead of the first of the South Aussies, Jacob Curry in seventh. Harry Tompkins was eighth, ahead of the first of the Masters competitors, Glenn Mackenzie, and the New South Welshman, Blake Tracy.
Back to 11th position, Tyce Hodge in the 185 car. Then Tony Venia in the Masters class, who finished second in that class for the weekend. Back to Jake Galley in the Grunter Racing entry. And back to Donny Markovic there in the 92 car. Michael Jeffs, Lachlan Harvey, Adrian Galley had an eventful race there. He made a couple of positions there towards the end. And Ollie Patterson, Lee Kennedy, and that's all she wrote. Obviously non-star there, Jet Bloomerus, who's had a massive incident obviously in the previous event. So that is the wrap there for XLs for the weekend, and also our final event here for the weekend. And we've got some upcoming events coming up too, Dan.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Martin and Carrie, for your assistance and help in the commentary box this weekend. Bend Motorsport Park, as you say, several great events coming up. August 18 to 20, Supercars, OTR Super Sprint, followed by the Shannon's Trophy Series, October 13 to 15. Then we've got the Bend Classic. Later on, just a couple of weeks later, at the end of October, the SA Motorsport Series, which this was round 2 of. They'll be returning here November 11 and 12. Make sure to get back here for that. And then rounding out the calendar year, December 1 to 3, the Australian Superbikes. Brilliant to have them here last year. Really good turnout for Jack Miller, of course, who made a cameo appearance in the series. Of course, the dragway as well has just been completed, so there should be some drag racing here later on in the year as well. Hope you all enjoyed watching the Blainline TV coverage this weekend. Thank you very much for watching. If you are here, make sure you have a safe trip home. We're looking forward to the next action here at the Bend. We'll see you then. Have a good one.